All right, the channel is going. We have everything running. I think so. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Extra Life 2018. So many levels spectacular! I'm Christiana Ellis, the Dungeon Master, and today we are going to be playing Dungeons and Dragons from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. and then coming back tomorrow to do the same thing, 24 hours of live Dungeons and Dragons, all to benefit children's hospitals as part of the charity Extra Life. As you can see by the, I have to gesture in the right direction, by the Extra Life themed accoutrement on the stream display today. You can find the link to the Extra Life page in various places. If you are seeing this in the chat and you don't know where that link is, I'm sure people can help you out with that. We can work that out, the point is. And if you go and donate while we are playing, you'll see it update live on the field there. And so, we're going to be running one of the latest modules from Wizards of the Coast, Waterdeep Dragon Heist. Boom, boom. And we are going to be having a pretty good time doing that, I think. I'm excited.
Screwing up real time for 24 hours.
Yeah. I am very excited about this. It is an adventure that takes place entirely within the large city of Waterdeep, which is very cool. And there's just a lot of fun stuff in it. So, without further ado, let me briefly introduce our players, and then I will set the scene and we'll get the adventure started. So, joining us to begin the adventure, we have Spence.
Hello.
Hugh.
Hi.
James.
Hello!
Mark.
Hey, how's it going?
Lee.
Hi.
And we will have many more players joining over the course of our 24-hour adventure. And people will come, people will go. Sometimes characters will die. Sometimes they may just mysteriously disappear. We'll see what happens. But in the meantime, let's set the scene. Waterdeep is one of the biggest cities in the northern regions of Faerun. It is on the Sword Coast, so it is a coastal city, but it has a big harbor. It is one of the biggest cities. It is a walled city. It is ruled by a government known as the Lords of Waterdeep. There is the Open Lord, who is Laeral Silverhand, and everyone knows who she is, and she is a maybe hundreds and hundreds of years old and incredibly powerful in magic. Some of that people actually know, and the average people in Waterdeep just know not to mess with her. She is the Open Lord, and so that means in addition to being incredibly powerful on her own, she is actually also the ruler of Waterdeep, more or less. But there are also many masked lords of Waterdeep whose identities are kept secret. They are anonymous so that they may not be influenced or bribed or whatever. And that is how the city is ruled. But there's a lot of business that goes on in Waterdeep. It's a busy city, even during the winter, where we will be picking up our adventure. It is cold in Waterdeep in the winter. There's lots of snow. Traffic on the streets and trade is somewhat lessened compared to other times of year, but it still goes on. People got to get stuff done. They got to buy things. They got to sell things. And the harbor, it gets partially iced over, but they break it up every so often so ships can still come in. The gates are kept closed, but all that means is that if you need to go through one, you just need to tell the guards what you're up to. And this is also a city where there are police, known as the City Watch. They actually enforce the law. There are complicated laws that are, ruled on by magisters. And so violence is not allowed in the streets, which is not to say that it never happens. It's just that the City Watch will frequently be on the scene shortly to take control of the scene. And so you guys better watch yourselves or else you may find yourselves arrested. But specifically on this cold, cold night, we find ourselves right now in the month of Hammer, which is right in the middle of winter. It is Hammer the First, which is also known as Winter Shield. Now, Winter Shield is a bit like New Year's Eve, or New Year's Day, rather. Winter Shield the Day is a day that you are supposed to kind of reflect on what you did for the last year and talk about what you're hoping to do for the next year. It's very common for people to consult maps. It's kind of just a tradition to look at maps and think about maps on Winter Shield. And so all of you should have a map of Waterdeep, which I'm also going to pull up here on the display here. So here is Waterdeep. And I hope all of you have your own emailed version of this. If you don't, please let me know. Just because you may wish to consult it from time to time. Now, the notable landmarks of Waterdeep, it has many different wards. It is notable for Mount Waterdeep, which is right in this area. Towers above the city. On part of a bluff that extends from it is Castle Waterdeep, although that's actually, it's a historical defense position. It is not actually where the lords currently reside. That would be the Palace of Waterdeep instead. There are also what are known as the walking statues. There are 8 enormous, like 90 feet tall, different statues that used to be in different places, but a couple hundred years ago there was a whole thing that made them kind of animate and go crazy and walk around, and so some of them are in different positions than they used to be. Some of them have been broken up. Some of them have houses built on them. And then there are also, there's the harbor, there are walls, and the City of the Dead is basically an enormous park slash cemetery, although it is all mausoleums and not buried graves in the City of the Dead. And it's kind of like a big open sculpture garden as well. But where we begin tonight, on the night of Winter Shield, is... I have to find it. Oh, it's not actually on this version of the map. That's okay. You guys are... sorry. I have too much stuff going on here. Okay. Now, you guys find yourselves right about here on the map. And the reason you're there is because you are in a famous tavern known as the Yawning Portal. And the Yawning Portal is a tavern that has been built around an enormous open well that descends hundreds of feet into a legendary dungeon known as Undermountain. It used to be something that people, the city threw criminals down there. But then a couple of folks descended down there, found a lot of treasure, came back, and one of them, known as Durnan, decided to build a tavern around this well and charge people to go down in it. He does not advise that you do that unless you are pretty confident that you are capable of not being killed. In the meantime, it's also an adventurer bar. It's a place where all sorts hang out, including you guys. And you guys have at least passing familiarity with one another. You're all sitting around a table reflecting on this year's Winter Shield. So how about you each introduce yourselves and describe what everyone would see for your character?
Okay. So I'm Quinn Knackle. I am a gnomish woman with dark, messy hair and ruddy skin because I spend a lot of time in the sun. I know how to fight. but most of the time you will see yarn and needles in my hand because it's pretty well known that I do a lot of work for the most excellent order of weavers and dyers. Um, and I also, it's known that I have a lot of brothers that do a lot of mercenary work, but I'm trying to like downplay that.
Okay, so Ani DeFanco is a slight for a half orc woman, so that means she's about twice as thick as everybody else. And she has lute on her back, various other stringed instruments. She is kind of got shoulder length brown hair, kind of messy. She is a kind of well-known bard around sort of the more working class taverns in the city. She plays more towards like the dock workers, the guild members, not so much the guild people in charge. And she kind of has a reputation for causing trouble with the masked lords because she writes a lot of satirical kind of drinking songs about them.
I think one of her favorite places to play would probably be the Jade Dancer in the Southern Ward.
Nice. I'm playing a brother who is a small 3'4" goblin. Being wintertime, he doesn't really like the cold, so he's kind of he's got snow boots on, he's got mittens, he's got like a patchwork fur coat on, green skin, yellow eyes, pointy ears sticking out, sort of folded out and sticking out from beneath his hood, mohawk, and he has a little leather string around his neck tied to a waterproof case. And inside the case is a letter from the Emerald Enclave that attests to his good behavior in the city, since goblins are kind of looked down upon. So he has a note from his parents saying how good he is.
So as a note too, it's not so much a racism thing that goblins are looked down upon. It is that most goblins, when they show up in the city, are actually working for criminals and that sort of thing. And so I don't want to make it a thing about like the race is always bad, because clearly we have an example of a goblin who is making the most of city life. But it is true that for most people in the city, when they see goblins, it is a gang, and so they're not as used to it. And so generally having a letter of recommendation is useful, just to show that you're not making trouble.
I'm living my best life, yo.
So let's see how to describe Gibson. I have to make all this up because I forgot to actually figure this out. So known as Gibson, a human, an older man with graying temples and a graying beard, not entirely unlike my own, I suppose, who was a fairly well-respected member of the City Watch. Quickly moved from being a city guard to actually one of the investigators. Retired a few years ago, and now is more or less a private investigator, although known to work with the Harpers from time to time. And often finds himself sitting there reading this big book. He's still trying to figure out this magic business in his new life.
Okay. And sitting just kind of relaxing is a tiefling named Luker. She is mostly a concrete gray in color. I'd say it was slate gray, but not really. It's more. It really does look more like concrete than anything. To the point where she could probably strip naked and just close her eyes and blend into any kind of surroundings. But instead of doing that, she has this bright red overcoat on, which is the only sign that she was actually in military in another country. She quit and came to Waterdeep looking for better opportunities. She has bright, bright gold eyes, which is where she got her name. So she is all about the money. You know, money, money, money.
Must be funny.
So if you want to, if you want to go down in the Undermountain, she's on. Just let her have her share of the loot. You need to go rough somebody up, you got to pay her well for that because there's fines for it. She's pretty much on the level and up for anything.
All right. So I have turned on the audio ambiance. Those of you in the chat who are able to hear it, please let me know if it's ever too loud or if you don't hear it at all. Just because I certainly want it to be an additive experience and not a distraction. So let me know if it's ever the latter. But in the meantime, you all sit around a sturdy wooden table lit by a brightly burning candle and littered with plates cleared of food and half-drained tankards. The sounds of gamblers yelling and drunken adventurers singing bawdy songs nearly drown out the off-key strumming of a young bard 3 tables over. And that would be Matim, of course. But then all the noise is eclipsed by a shout. "Ya pig! Like killing me mates, does ya?" Then a 7-foot-tall half-orc, known to some of you as Yagra Stonefist, is hit by a wild swinging punch from a male human whose shaved head is covered with eye-shaped tattoos. 4 other humans stand behind him ready to jump into the fray. The half-orc cracks her knuckles, roars, and leaps at the tattooed figure. But before you can see if blood is drawn, a crowd of spectators clusters around the brawl. What do you do?
Quinn is going to jump up and go to her friend's defense and be like, whoa, 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 wait a minute.
Hold on. No, there is a crowd of people packed around this fight.
Okay.
It's not going to be trivial to get just right up there. You can
All
try.
right, then. I'll try.
So you're going to try pushing through the crowd. What about the rest of you? What are you doing?
I'm going to jump up on the table and try to get a vantage point from like above.
Okay.
And then I realize, oh crap, I'm only like 3 foot tall. I don't know if I can see anything.
Yeah.
What you see is people's shoulders and heads.
Okay.
Because now instead of their butts.
I had a similar thought, so I'll stand up on the table and perhaps try to lift my young friend.
Okay. So if you consent to be boosted, brother, perhaps you can make a perception check to see how the fight's going.
Brother, do you need a hand?
I look down and I go, yes, please lift me up, would you? I am so tiny.
You sure his name isn't Frere?
No, my brother is, my name is Brother. Perception check. I perceive a 23.
23. Okay, so you can see Yagra is making short work of this first guy, but you can also see that he apparently has buddies that are starting to surround her.
Cool.
What about you, Luker?
Luker is standing on a table. Or not standing on the table, but standing on one of the chairs to get a better look.
Okay. So you can make a perception check, too, to see if you want to see some of that, too.
All right.
Ani's gonna pull out her dulcimer.
Okay.
And
19.
I'm going to start drumming Yagra's theme song.
All right, make a performance check.
Oh, I got a total of 6.
A total of 6. Okay. Well, yeah, so I think mostly you're being drowned out by the shouts and the clatters and the crashes and stuff and people shouting and so on. So you feel like you're not getting much attention. With your perception check, Luker, you saw essentially the same that Brother did, which is that, Yagra's got the best of this one guy, but she might not have the best of his 4 buddies.
Yeah.
All right, so attempt to push through the crowd with a dexterity check, perhaps acrobatics if you like, Quinn.
Okay. So can I use athletics at all? 'Cause that's my better one.
Okay, yeah, I guess so.
So that makes
We didn't hear the number. That makes
11.
okay, 11. Yeah, I think that it's taking longer than you would like, but you're shoving through and you're getting a lot of as you are basically shoving people by the butt out of your way. But you push through and you see as you get into the this open circle where Yagra is, you see in fact that she has got this bald guy with the tattoos pinned down on the floor, basically just doing the boom, 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 boom on his face. He's almost done for here, but he has 4 buddies that are about to surround her.
Okay, I want to ready my net.
Yeah?
In case they decide to do something. I want to restrain them.
They do.
Oh, okay, I'm going to throw my net at them then.
Okay, well, it's probably only big enough for one person, right?
Well, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I mean, you can restrain one of them for sure. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. Make an attack roll.
All right. Oh, that's good. That's good. So that is an 18?
An 18 definitely hits, and so you manage to sneak up behind one of these guys, and you fling your net over. What does this look like when you ensnare this guy?
So I kind of throw it around his head, and the goal is to try to just restrain him so that he doesn't that he gets a clear head, because clearly everybody's been drinking. So. This is a bad idea.
So what does this specific guy look like? What about him made you pick that one?
Oh, because he's the one who had his hand on his weapon, to make it a not bare-fisted fight.
Right. Okay. So you have ensnared that guy in a net. Meanwhile, Yagra is continuing to beat this guy. He is, or rather, Yagra has punched this guy unconscious now, but the other 3 are now beating on her. What are the rest of you doing? Still just watching? Which is okay.
I want to cast. I want to. How are they close? Like, are they within 30 feet of me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to, like, from my vantage point on top of the shoulders, I want to cast Thorn Whip and try and wrap it around one of their necks and just pull them back 10 feet out of the circle.
Yeah,
if I can.
Sure, make an attack roll.
Alright. So, melee attack. So it's going to be 4. That's a 19 plus 4.
19. That definitely hits.
Alright, so they take 1d6 damage and they're pulled 10 feet.
Alright.
So 6 points of damage.
Alright, yeah, so you yank one of these guys off of Yagra, pull him back. He's dragged backwards by thorny vines around his throat.
So cast the thorn and be like, no, not in my house. Whoosh.
Alright.
Careful, brother. Don't hurt him too much.
No, I'm okay. I'm just watching to see where, that he doesn't hurt our friend Yagra.
Yeah.
I'm going to cast Vicious Mockery.
Okay.
Okay, so I unleashed a string of insults at one of them that's still attacking her. Like, what kind of idiot attacks Yagra in her own house? I mean, you have to be dumb to do a lot of stuff, but that is a dumb move. Like, the dumbest possible dumb move of anyone who's ever dumb. And they have to succeed a Wisdom saving throw.
All right.
And that saving throw is 12.
Okay. Yeah, he rolled a 1 on his saving throw. So I think he's going in for another punch, and then he just kind of suddenly looks wide-eyed.
Okay,
he takes damage?
He takes 3 damage, and he has disadvantage.
Okay, well, I think this guy actually takes the opportunity to run out the door.
Okay.
Okay.
And
Luker's going to pay attention, going to start watching the door to see when the city watch is going to make their way in.
Okay. All Not yet.
Not yet.
I think. I'm sorry. Remind me your character's name, Mark.
Gibson.
Gibson. You would know that the City Watch usually doesn't interfere much with tavern brawls unless like people start getting like permanently injured or if there's enough property damage that the proprietor feels like someone needs to pay for that, that sort of thing. But ordinarily,
And I'm going to try a non-violent approach, if I might. As I pull forth this crystal rod about 8 inches long, it's kind of amethyst at one end and pure white at the other, and hold it out. There goes nothing, and from it emerges 4 small, bright lights, as I cast dancing lights.
Okay.
And my intention is to have the lights right in the faces of the people who are attacking, including Yagra.
Okay. Yeah, so I think they are, at least briefly, all at disadvantage because they're distracted because they got a light like in their face. And I'm just going to go ahead and rule up front that that's not going to always work.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I look down from top of your shoulders and be like, "You didn't hit anything."
I wasn't trying to.
Oh,
All
okay.
right. So the fight is certainly you're helping Yagra to hold her own. She's not outnumbered now, but all of a sudden, shouts of alarm suddenly ring out as a hulking creature climbs up out of the shaft in the middle of the tap room. A monster with warty green skin, a tangled nest of wiry black hair, a long carrot-shaped nose, and bloodshot eyes. As it bares its yellow teeth and howls, you can see that a half-dozen bat-like creatures are attached to its body, with 3 more circling above it like flies. Everyone in the tavern reacts in fear except for the barkeep, Durnan, who shouts, "Troll!"
Oh, for the love of...
Oh, sacre bleu!
Yeah. All right. So now what is everyone doing?
I want to leap off of Gibson's shoulders and do a tumble in the air and land on my feet and shoot my crossbow at the troll.
Okay. Make an attack roll.
All right. That is 12. That's a 15.
Okay. Hang on. Get all this ready here. 15 just hits.
Okay, so that's 7 points of piercing damage.
Okay. Alright, and you can see as you look at this troll that he looks kind of pale. You can tell that these things on his back have been sucking his blood, and he looks like pale as a result.
Okay.
Okay, what about the rest of you?
Quinn's gonna yell at Yagra. Hey Yagra, there's a real fight, and then she's gonna pull out her bow and shoot at it.
At the troll? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think Yagra is she's in her fury. She's not hearing anybody right now.
Oh, well,
But go ahead and make your attack, yeah.
Ooh, that's nice. That's a 23.
23 hits.
So that's gonna be, where's my D8? That's gonna be 6 points of damage.
All right.
I'm gonna use Bardic Inspiration to cheer on Quinn.
Okay. So that's a D6 for level?
Yep.
Yeah. All right, D6. We've got a D6 inspiration die. All right. Anyone else want to take an action against the troll before we move on? We're not doing strict initiative right now.
Oh, blast!
Yeah.
It's a troll. I'm going to aim my small scepter and cast Ray of Frost at the troll.
All right. Does it make a saving throw, or is that an attack roll?
That's an attack roll.
All right.
And I rolled a 10, so
Okay.
never mind.
Unfortunately, it sails wide, causing ice crystals to.
I'm going to use
the
my
pillar.
move to try to get towards the front door then.
Okay.
Okay. And from her position on the chair, Luker is going to fire her light crossbow at the troll
All right.
as well. And 16?
16 hits.
All right, for 10 piercing.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you guys have definitely heard it some for sure. But what happens next is you see that many of the now fat, fleshy bat mosquito-like things known as sturges that had been all over its back are now full and detach and fly back down the well. And as soon as they let go, you see this troll starting to get kind of its strength back, and you see some of its wounds start to heal a little bit. Yeah. In the meantime, there's 3 more of these sturges flying around that hadn't been attached, and one of them is going for you, brother.
It's a sturge surge.
That's only a 7 though, so I think it dive bombs you but misses.
All right. Miss.
One's coming at you, Annie. And that one rolls only an 11.
Okay, that misses.
Alright. And then one at you, Luker.
Okay.
That one gets a 12.
Nope.
Alright. So at this point, Durnan has retrieved the sword that was on a display mount behind the bar, has leapt up on the sword, and he points at all of you. Douse it with lamp oil! And then he
Okay, whatever you say, man.
does a flying leap off of this bar and attacks it. And he rolls. He rolls. What's math? Yeah, he actually misses. It ducks. It weaves out of the way on his first strike. But then he also swings 3 more times. That's
seems like a professional.
2 hits, and he deals it. Yeah, he deals it about 22 more damage, and it's pretty hurt.
Nice.
But you can also see that it has a regenerating flesh.
Can't have that.
Right. Okay. What are you guys doing? There are still 3 sturges flying around, and then the troll, of course.
I'm going to. Can I look around? Can I see if there's like a lamp nearby and just like chuck it at the troll?
There are lamps nearby, and you can. Please make a
All right.
ranged attack roll. So that's,
Ranged attack roll. Yep.
dexterity. This is no proficiency, though.
Okay.
Because it's
No,
an
that's only a 5.
Okay, yeah. I think you throw the lantern, and it crashes and starts a small fire on the floor to the right of the troll. And I think Durnan gives you a little bit of an annoyed look.
I am tiny. I misjudged the range. I'm sorry. I'll pay for it.
All right.
I will try and take a swing with my longsword at the sturge that's attacking me.
Okay, make an attack.
Okay, that is 16.
That hits.
Okay. 7 damage.
How do you kill this thing?
I square it through its stomach and it like leaks out a bunch of weird gross troll blood.
It sure does. All right.
That's gross. So the guy that I have in the net, he can make a strength check to get out of the net.
Yeah.
He has to. It's a DC of 10.
Mm-hmm.
Just for reference,
Okay.
because I am going to again shoot the troll with my longbow.
Okay.
Because that seems like a smart plan.
Mm-hmm.
That's cocked. There we go. Okay, that's 18.
All right. That hits.
And that's going to be 6 damage.
All right. It's looking pretty hurt, but also constantly healing.
No.
Okay. So Luker's gonna grab a lamp and actually run up to the troll to douse it.
Okay. So make a melee attack then, I guess.
Unarmed strike.
Yeah, I guess unarmed strike works if you're basically just holding and just smashing it right on it.
Okay. Would that be strength, or would that actually be an unarmed strike?
Well, it should. So, you know what? Just roll what the unarmed strike says.
Okay. Unfortunately, it's a 3.
Oh no!
Oh, no.
Yeah. So I think it's flailing around with its arms constantly, and unfortunately, at the last second, it pops the lantern right out of your hand before you can smash it against it.
Okay.
I'm going to extend my hand with the rod, and with the other hand, a ghastly, grey, ghostly form forms around it. I fling that hand outwards toward it, hopefully hitting with my chill touch.
Okay.
And I did not. As it was a terrible 6.
All right. So at this point, the troll is attacking Durnan. And it gets 2 attacks and 2 hits and a crit.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Durnan's turning.
I won't have to pay for the damage to the portal.
You're still going to pay for
It
that,
does
brother.
24 damage to him, but you can see he takes it like a champ, though. Like, he knows what he's doing. He is the over 100-year-old magically enhanced adventurer who built the yawning portal around the dungeon where he made his fortune. So, he's okay. but he is
But it
definitely,
looks bad.
he's looking at the rest of you and all of those ineffective attacks, and he's kind of just saying, maybe take out the Sturges.
I look up and shoot my crossbow at the Sturge
right.
that was attacking me.
Yeah.
It's going to be that's a 17.
17 hits. And
So
and
it's gonna be,
yeah, you're going to take this thing out. They only have 2 hit points.
yeah, that's 9 points of damage.
Yeah, you take it out. Crossbow bolt
Okay.
through the gizzard, if Sturges have gizzards. Or maybe it pops like a blood balloon.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. It pops
it
and the
is-
blood just kind of rains down all over me. I just
When it is my turn, I have an idea.
Okay.
So
Go for it.
just let me know.
Yeah.
Oh, so seeing that there is a fire right next to the troll, Quinn wants to bull rush him to try to push him into the fire.
Okay, so this 3-foot gnome is going to bull rush the 10-foot troll, but go for it.
This 3-foot gnome is actually pretty damn strong.
Yeah, so
Oh,
she knows
oh
how
my-
to use every little bit of it. If you guys saw Zootopia, the bit where Officer Hops she's in the training and she takes out the big rhino boxer with his own hand. That's probably what we got going on here.
That's awesome. So that is I'm assuming this is an unarmed strike. type attack.
Well, so if you want to shove the troll, then it's
Yeah.
contested athletics.
Okay. Well, awesome. So that's a 20, not natural.
Okay, so the troll gets to roll its own. And it gets 12. It's off balance. And so Quinn sprints up, this tiny little gnome, and just hits him right where he's off balance, and the troll falls backward into the fire that's on the floor. It snarls
Hot,
and-
hot, 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 hot. And I back up.
All right. And at this point, Durnan nods at you with respect, walks over to where this already deeply wounded troll is now burning, and just puts his sword through its throat. And it twists it, and then it stops flailing around and is being burned by the fire. And he's looking around at all of you, and there's one more Sturge.
Is it in the air or is it close to the ground?
It's in the air, flying around, looking for a target. So it's not. It's 5-10 feet above the ground.
Okay, I'm gonna try and climb on a table and then do a leaping sword strike on it.
All right.
Because my only ranged attack is yelling at people. Oh, natural 20.
Yeah.
Nice, nice. Yeah, so don't even bother rolling the damage. You just definitely cut this thing in half. How does it look?
Like I jump in the air, I chop it in half vertically, and it splits.
All right. Nice, nice.
We are so going to be mopping this floor.
So at this point, Durnan grabs a mug of beer left on the table near him, and then just starts pouring out the the rest of the fire. And he nods at all of you and just says, "Thanks for helping out. You fought well." And in the meantime, you can see that Yagra has managed, with the assistance that you guys provided, to beat all of those guys unconscious, but she looks pretty rough herself, and Durnan looks at her and just kind of says, "Don't come back here tonight." And she gives an uncertain glance over to Davil Starsong, who kind of just gives her the, like it's cool. And so she leaves, and she drags the 4 unconscious, other bandits out the front door with her.
I want my net back.
It's discarded on the floor. Thankfully, not destroyed.
Okay.
All right, so
I message whisper to Yagra Stonefist as she leaves. Woo!
she turns one last grin with lots of tusk, back in the door and kind of. All right, so now that the chaos is over, everybody who was not hurt or directly involved gets to talk about, like, this is why you come to the Yawning Portal.
Quinn kind of goes back to the table to get her crochet and keep going.
Yeah, I noticed that somewhere along the way, one of my boots fell off, so I find it on the ground and I just put my foot in my boot.
I'm gonna make sure my dulcimer doesn't have any weird, gross blood on it. Wipe it off.
It has a little, yeah.
I'm going to search the troll's body just in case it has something on it that's valuable.
Well, it's pretty crispy now, and it's super gross even to touch. It smells really bad. It's got rotted hide on it.
It's like off barbecue.
I'm going to take out my dagger and begin to examine these sturges and this goblin. Is there anything unusual about them?
The goblin, the troll.
The troll.
Mm-hmm.
The goblin's always unusual and covered in blood. You should wash that off.
Don't look at me, I'm hideous.
Clean yourself off, brother, please.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There doesn't seem to be anything off about them. Sturges are not a completely unknown creature. They typically live underground and in caves and stuff, but they're not an unknown creature to you.
How big is a sturge?
A sturge is like a big bat, but imagine a big fleshy bat mosquito.
I'm going to take out a pair of gloves, take the one which is the least exploded, and the troll's body they're leaving there. Is that right?
No, Durnan is making sure it's completely dead, and then he's getting some of the employees to heft it up and dump it back into the well.
Before you do that,
Still on fire.
If I could take a moment, Durnan, I'd like to take a closer look at the body.
He make a persuasion check.
Persuasion.
While you're doing that, I want to find out.
Natural 20.
Yeah. I think he looks at you with an eyebrow raised and says,
"Purely for research."
If you like, see that it's dumped back in the well when you're done. And he walks back to the bar. And he's using his bar rag, the cliche thing of cleaning the glasses, but he's doing it with his sword now.
And I am going to examine the bodies.
All right.
Man, that Brennan's so cool.
Are you trying? What are you trying to determine about the body?
Well, it's really a beginning of my new research into necromancy.
Oh, so perhaps a medicine check?
Sure. I can probably achieve one of those eventually. Ooh, that's an 11.
Okay. I think that you are most intrigued by the troll's in natural ability to regenerate itself, except when burned by fire.
Good to know.
And so it's I don't think you understand really how it's managed or anything, but you understand that that's how its regeneration, it naturally just regenerates all the time, but fire will halt it temporarily.
Good.
All right. So in the meantime, you guys are kind of reassembling, turning your overturned table back up, maybe ordering a new round of drinks, when all of a sudden a dwarf pushes through the crowd, and he's pretty ostentatiously dressed in sort of very flamboyant clothes, but he comes up and he just says, you be adventurers, am I right? I could use your help. Let's find a table to talk, shall we?
I mean, this is
We're
a table.
at a table.
Ah,
So,
well,
like,
splendid
you
then.
can, like, be here. Yeah. Don't sit on my yarn. God.
Oh, terribly sorry, terribly sorry. I did not mean to disturb your evening. The figure who approached you strokes his mustache, adjusts his floppy hat, and tightens his scarf. Volothamp Gedam, chronicler, wizard, and celebrity at your service. I trust you've noted the violence in our fair city these past 10 days. I haven't seen so much blood since my last visit to Baldur's Gate. But,
It's the holidays.
Indeed, it's terrible. Even in these cold evenings when folk are just gathered together for drink and fellowship, they need to bring violence everywhere. But now I fear I have misplaced a friend amid this odious malevolence. My friend's name is Floon Blagmar. He's got more beauty than brains, I'm afraid, and I worry he took a bad way home a couple of nights ago and was kidnapped, or worse. If you agree to track him down with all due haste, I can offer you 10 dragons apiece now. Note, dragons are gold coins in Waterdeep. 10 dragons apiece now, and I can give you each 10 times that when you find Floon. May I prevail upon you in this hour of need.
Okay. Insight check.
Yeah. Go for it.
Okay, well that was a 8.
Okay.
Like, was he dressed like you?
No. He is possessed of natural good looks, you might say, but not my keen eye for fashion.
More like Keen Wallet for fashion.
Well, do you say that, or
Yeah.
he laughs?
Quinn high five, Danny.
Good one. Quiet. First of all, I think probably those of you can decide whether your character would know this or not. Volothamp is a celebrity, and he wrote recently a book called Volo's Guide to Monsters, and he is actually a renowned author, and he writes on all sorts of adventure-y topics, and also is known for having a pretty big mouth. But here he is. This is him.
Oh, awesome.
It would be an
Luger
honor to
is-
help you, Lord Gedam.
Yeah.
Well, I'm no lord, but I would appreciate the help.
Yeah. Luker is definitely up for the task because he spoke her language.
I don't know. What do you think, Annie?
I'm sort of disappointed that he can't walk the walk that he needs us to help him, but 10 dragons is 10 dragons.
He's the guy who comes in after the fight is over and like examines things, right?
Trust me, Annie, while some of us are capable, others are merely the ones who lead the expeditions.
Are you guys having this conversation with him standing right there?
Oh yeah.
All right. He just kind of says, well, I do have some ability with a dagger, but it is true I am a writer, not a fighter. But that is why I am prevailing.
I like that.
I like it.
Feeling that.
I like it. Sorry.
Yes, and indeed, my concern, you see, is that he may in fact have been kidnapped as a result of his association with me, which leaves me feeling not only sympathetic but responsible somewhat. And so I feel it necessary to ensure that we have the right tools to bring to hand to rescue him, and also that if I were to be there, it may tip off the investigation, so to speak. But I am pleased to help you in whatever way I can, including the aforementioned dragons.
Let us begin at the beginning. Where was your friend taken?
I am a bit embarrassed to admit that it may have been me that got him in trouble, but you see, I was visiting a tavern in the dock ward known as the Skewered Dragon 2 nights ago, and I was there to refresh the creative spirits, you might say, and I met my good friend Flun there, whom I had seen around, and we had a most enjoyable evening, gambling, drinking, carousing, all of that good stuff. And we drank and gambled for a few hours, but then I left, having made plans with him to do the same the next night. But he did not arrive, and as I inquired, he did not return home at all.
And where's his home?
He lives in the North Ward.
Is he a man of great wealth? Would somebody want to kidnap him for like a ransom or something?
Oh, I don't think so. I believe he is possessed of an inheritance of some sort. He does have some wealth, but he is by no means a noble or anyone with a powerful family.
What makes you think that he was kidnapped and not passed out in a gutter somewhere?
Well, it's just not like him, you see. I have become friends with him over some weeks, and we made plans.
So how would you describe your friend?
Well, he is human. He is good looking in the conventional human way. Certainly has a way with the ladies, you might say. Light, sort of reddish brown hair. Slender, good build.
Does he dress distinctly?
Not particularly. I mean, he dresses well, but not with any obvious ostentatious flair.
And
That's a long walk from dock to Northward.
We usually would take a hire coach or dray. Dray, incidentally, hire coaches as you get around the city. Hire coaches is basically like the equivalent of a cab. A dray is like a bus, so you can think of those as being readily available public transportation.
Did you see him get on one, or did you leave first?
No, I left first. He was still there at the Skewered Dragon last I saw him.
Was there anyone who was lurking about or in the tavern that was in any way suspicious?
Not that I recall, but I was certainly enjoying the creative spirits, you might say. So I don't recall specifically noticing anyone, but the Skewered Dragon is certainly a place where I go when I want to be, let's say, in touch with the common people.
It's a dive bar.
Can be a rough neighborhood.
Have you walked home with your friend from that particular tavern? Like, do you know the path he would normally take? Because maybe we can walk down that whatever path and see if there's any signs of a scuffle or any of his belongings or anything like that.
I mean, I have not previously done that route with him. We met there at the location, but I certainly know, I could tell you the place where it is, and I don't know which way he would have gone from there.
How long ago was it since he was missing?
This was 2 nights ago that I saw him. And then last night we had made plans, but he did not show.
Okay.
You had made plans at the same place.
Well, we had planned to meet at a different location, but he did not arrive.
So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we attempt to retrace his steps. and maybe look at his house and see if there's anything that like got dropped off there as a hey, we've got your friend, pay us X amount of money, blah 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 blah.
Well, there
I
have
think we
not
should
been any such when I checked there earlier today, but certainly that may be part of the investigation. That is, I will leave to your decision making.
I think.
I think we should start at the tavern, see if he actually did get on a dray, and then we can
Capital
He
go
may,
idea.
from there.
he
Yes,
may
I
also
think-
have been speaking with others.
So yes, so I would be happy to accompany you if you feel that is would be helpful. Otherwise, I can remain here for you to report back, as it were.
Will you be here if we need to report at this yachting portal?
If that is if that would be acceptable for you.
I mean, do you have like a portrait, or do we know anybody that could like sketch up a mock-up of him so that we can be like, hey, have you seen this dude? And because we can give that description that you gave us, but it may not like, I don't know. I don't know.
I am afraid I do not have a sketch myself, nor am I particularly inclined towards the visual mediums, you might say. I paint my pictures with words.
Can you paint a picture of him with words for us now?
Did I not just do so a moment ago?
Can you refresh my memory on his details?
Yes. Tall, slender, in good shape, very handsome for humans, as the human standard of beauty is concerned. He is clean shaven. He has light reddish brown hair. Short.
Color or his eyes?
Green.
Does he have like a square face or a round face or a heart-shaped face?
I am not convinced. I suppose a square face. He's got a very strong jaw.
Okay,
He's got that little cleft thing that some people like.
gotcha.
Oh, he has a butt chin.
Yes.
Got it. That should be easy to find.
Is your friend
hope
of
so.
any noble standing?
No, he said that he wasn't.
No, yes, he is. He does not belong to any particular noble family, although he does travel in some of those circles.
What does he do for a living?
As I mentioned, I believe he has an inheritance. He is generally very chatty, but does clam up a bit when it comes to the specific source of his money. But I believe he lives off of a trust or inheritance of some kind.
And
So he's young by human standards.
Yes, perhaps mid-20s.
Alright.
and what was it you were going to talk with him about?
Oh, no specific subject. I just enjoy his company.
I see. And the night you last saw him, was there any topic or conversation which came up of interest?
We did discuss my latest book, you see, that I'm working on is Volo's Guides to Spirits and Spectres. And I was telling some of my favorite ghost stories.
Was he animated about the topic?
He seemed to be to me. We made plans to meet again for drinking the next night.
Interesting. Well, I think the time is of the essence. We can find you here when we need you, that's good, but your home residence is somewhere in the city, yes?
Yes, of course. And if I should not be here when you return, simply leave a message for me with Durnan. He and I are well acquainted, and he can see that it gets to me.
Okay.
Oh, and let me not forget. And he reaches into his pack, and he does bring out 5 small pouches of gold coins, and he says, yes, the 10 up front, and as I promised, another 100 when you return if you are able to find him.
Service is its own reward, but the coin does help with a bit of food and drink.
Yes, I often find that as well.
I believe this to be the worthwhile enterprise. Do you all agree?
Mm-hmm.
Then we should leave immediately. Well met, Sir Volo.
And well met you. I wish you the best of luck, and do find Floon. He is Not the smartest fellow, but he is a good friend.
We should introduce ourselves, I suppose, if we haven't done so already.
Well, yeah, we can, yeah.
Presumably we did.
Yeah, we'll say that happened.
Shall we, fellows?
Let's do the thing.
All right. So,
I-
as far as the map is concerned, he has described to you a place in the Dock Ward, which is the Skewered Tavern, which is it's not got a location on the map, but it is between Net Street and Fillet Lane in the Dock Ward. So let's see if I can get that up here on the on. All right, it's lots of tiny little street names here.
Oh, there's Fillet Lane.
Oh
I
yeah,
found Dock Street.
yeah. So Net Street and Fillet Lane. So basically, this block right here, there's an alley through there, and the Skewered Tavern is in there. So it's kind of in this whole little area.
Do I know anything about the Skewered Dragon?
I think so. Would the Dock Ward have been your beat?
Not particularly, but I have done investigations across the city.
So I would say you probably haven't heard of it as such, but you know that neighborhood is certainly part of the neighborhood that the Guild of Lamplighters has just the worst time keeping the streets lit there because people keep smashing the street lights, and there is a fair amount of gang activity down there. Obviously, the City Watch does their best to keep things safe and all of that, but there is more of a criminal element in that area than in other parts of the city.
So we'd best be on our guard.
Gibson.
Yes?
Gibson. What do you think? I mean, I know that you used to work in law enforcement and are now an investigator of sorts. Does Volo's story, does this sound like foul play of any kind to you?
Well, it is a strong possibility. There are many cases of people being ransomed back for a certain amount of money, and if this Floon has an inheritance, it's very likely that there will be a demand made soon. We'll have to see if there's any family members or someone at the house as well. But we may be able to get a scent of who did this by going to the bar first. It generally is accepted practice that there's not going to be too much harm if money is to be paid. But if there's some difficulty in paying the money, or if there's any wind that we're investigating, it might be difficult for them. So please be discreet if you can in your inquiries.
One other thing that the current sort of word on the streets and in the violence that Volo himself kind of referred to, is that there has been, of late, an increase in violence between two major criminal organizations, one known as the Zentarum, or the Black Network, who have always kind of been around, but then there's also kind of a more upstart criminal enterprise that's a little more chaotic, known as the Xanathar Guild. And those two have been fighting a lot in violence that has erupted into the streets more than usual.
The fellow with eye tattoos on his head, does that indicate an allegiance to anything, or is that...
Yes, that's a mark of the Xanathar Guild.
Right. So it's even struck in the yawning portal. Be on your best behavior. Be careful. There will be violence in some areas. Let's try to stay clear of it if we can.
All right. So as you leave the yawning portal and you head out into the cold wind of winter night in Waterdeep, you are, heading to this block right here. But right now you are currently right around here. So you got a little ways to go. And it is nighttime, cold, wind, snow crunching beneath your feet as you walk. Are you planning to walk, or are you going to try to take some sort of a conveyance?
My old bones prefer a conveyance of some kind, but my pocket doesn't.
We just
Yeah.
got lots of dragons, so I think we can afford the dray.
Dre.
You might have to wait a little bit for a dray because there aren't as many this time of night in the winter. But you know, a hire coach, a couple of them, they because two of your party are smaller, you could probably all fit in one, and it would be like 5 silver or something.
I think we could do that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's do the thing.
All right.
Also, it's cold.
It is definitely cold, so having a little bit of a quicker conveyance as you get there. So you're taking the. Sorry, I keep clicking away from the place. So mostly you're heading down Snail Street here into the area. Probably take it all the way down to the Snail Street and Net Street, perhaps, and get dropped off right there. Does that sound reasonable?
Yes.
It's
Okay, so as you guys are paying the hire coach, someone can mark off. You can all mark off that you received 10 gold, but also that someone is paying 5 silver.
I paid 5 silver.
All right.
Most generous. Thank you.
thanks, Annie.
Thank you.
So as you guys are getting out at that intersection, though, the hire coach has to kind of pull way around one side of the street because part of it has been blocked off by the city watch. And as you turn that corner, you find yourselves on a street that has been cordoned off by the city watch. Lying on the cobblestones are a half-dozen corpses, seemingly the victims of some terrible skirmish. Watch officers have disarmed and arrested 3 blood-drenched humans and are in the midst of questioning witnesses. One of the officers sees you. "Get on," she says. "Nothing to see here."
Excuse me, Watch. What seems to have happened here?
None of your business?
Forgive me. My name is Gibson, a former member of the Watch.
Oh,
We have business on the other sides of these streets, but this
yeah,
seems to-
sorry, sir. I didn't recognize you. No, well, what we had here is a couple of gang fight spilling over.
Would this
more
be
than-
between
Well,
the
we'll have to
Zentarum?
clean them up, the survivors, and get them back to the station and find out. But that's my guess. The
I see.
Zentarum and the Xanathar guilds.
Has this been a frequent
chaos.
occurrence?
Yes. All too much, recently. Something's got them riled up. Not staying in where it's warm.
In the street. They were fighting in the street. No idea
She
what they were.
gestures, and there's like several, several dead humans.
All of them human?
Yeah, they seem to be.
I see.
Yeah.
Guardswoman, what was your name again?
My name is Jabari.
Guardswoman Shabari, I hope you have a quieter night after this. And I hope none of this violence spills over to where we have our business.
Where would that be then?
We are heading toward the Skewer Dragon.
Well, you can skirt through just up there. That's the way of it, I think. Kind of a rough place, though.
Yeah,
How so?
well,
All right, well, take care of
I
yourself.
played worse.
Good evening.
Nods, salutes you.
Be on your watch, everyone. This could be very dangerous.
fun.
Yeah, so
Always
as
had-
you're walking around in the dock ward, tall, densely packed tenements leave most of the neighborhood in shadow at ground level. Most of the street lamps have had their glass smashed and their candles stolen, and the smells of salt and excrement linger as you pass by rows of rundown buildings. And then as you are passing up through, on one corner, you spot one nearby shop stands out from the others. It has a deep purple facade, and in its window hangs a stuffed beholder. Above the door hangs a sign whose elaborate letters spell out Old Zoblob Shop, spelled Xoblob. And that you're passing that on your way to the Skewer Dragon.
Annie,
I'll make a note of it.
I kind of want that stuffed beholder because I think it's really cute.
Is it like stuffed like plush, or is it like stuffed like taxidermy?
No, it's like plush. It's like a toy.
Like,
But it's pretty
I really
big.
like.
It's like 3
I
feet
really
in
like
diameter.
the workmanship in it, and it looks really cute.
Well, you just got paid.
Just keep our minds focused on the business at hand, and we can purchase that afterwards.
I mean, I think they're closed. It's like nighttime right now.
We can come back another time.
There are lights on in the shop.
Okay.
Oh, no, if you don't mind, I'd like to pop in there for a brief second. I just want to see if they have something. Is that okay? I won't be but a minute. I promise, Gibson. I won't hold up the investigation at all.
Or at least ask about our quarry if we happen to have passed in there, or if they...
Yes, I will do that, yes.
I'll go
And-
with you.
Okay,
I can go inside and warm up for a minute.
Oh, good grief.
yes. Come on, Queen.
Fine.
Yeah,
we'll take
why
it
would you
short
guys
galleons.
want to go into the one shop that I identified that's obviously super weird and interesting?
Not getting distracted from plotline. Not getting distracted.
So
Let's all go to the side quest.
as you enter, a cloud of lavender-scented purple smoke trails out of the shop's door as you peer inside. Every wall is painted purple, and every dusty knickknack on the shelves is dyed a deep violet. The hairless old gnome sitting cross-legged on the counter wears plum-colored robes. His cheeks are decorated with 9 purple face-painted eyes. The gnome lowers a pipe and exhales a cloud of lavender smoke before raising a hand. Hail and well met. Come browse the shelves of the most curious curiosity shop in the world.
Bonjour, monsieur. I was wondering if you have any specific items that I am looking for.
Oh, well, what specific items might you be looking for?
Do you happen to have any, how do you call it, magnifying glass?
Ah, well, I'm afraid that is not something that I would carry in this shop. As you see, I have a specialty. There is a theme, you might say. But I'm sure there are many places within the city
Purple.
that could sell you such a thing. Yes, purple!
You
Very
don't
well
have any
spotted.
purple magnifying glass? What about purple monocle?
Ah. Well, you know, I think that it would be quite fascinating to see a purple tinted monocle, but I'm afraid I do not have such a thing. At present, I can be on the lookout for you.
You're right, Gibson. This was a waste of time. Let's go.
But
Hold up a sec.
wait.
I mean, this robe is rather fascinating.
Ah, yes, you like it? I am very fond of it myself.
What's
So
it made of?
It's a silk and wool lined robe. It's very warm but smooth to the touch on the outside, and of course the silk takes the dye quite well.
Okay. I'm not sure if this is perception or insight, but the eyes on his cheeks, are they the same eyes as the guy in the bar fight?
Not the same, but there's a theme for sure.
Okay. Is this a front for the Zenithar Guild? What would I roll?
So that's what you're trying to roll
Yeah,
for.
I
You
rolled a
don't ask
1,
the
so
question.
I
Okay.
have no clue.
Yeah, you don't know. It's like you're probably just thinking, boy, there's eyes everywhere tonight.
God, purple
Clearly
eyes.
a Lord's Alliance outfit here.
So, hey, friend, question. So, like, there's a lot of damage outside. I'm just wondering, like, who'd you pay to, like, keep your store intact?
Oh, well, that gets into some delicate business matters that I prefer not to share with strangers, if you don't mind.
Oh, that's okay. Also, I want to know about that beholder plushie because, oh my god, it's so cute!
Oh, it is so cute. It's my favorite. It is the highlight of this store and this collection.
So,
Is it for sale?
yeah.
Well, it would fetch a high price indeed. It is my favorite, after all.
It could be my favorite, and then I could, like, make you one, make you one from the guild of the most excellent guild of or order of weavers and dyers.
If you could make one of your own, why would you need mine?
Because plush isn't an avenue that I work in.
Well, I appreciate the contact with the most excellent order of weavers and dyers. As you can see, I am a customer. But
Yes,
But-
I know.
that beholder is my favorite. I have sentimental attachment to it.
Mm,
It was why I bought the shop.
I understand. Wait.
It was in the shop first.
Oh, indeed! There's a funny story to all of that. You see, my name is Zoblob, but it wasn't always. Instead, I moved to this shop and just fell in love with the stuffed beholder that was the centerpiece of a curiosity shop, and I just knew I had to have it, and I bought it, and I have made it the place for my own collection, and everyone still called it the old Zoblob shop, no matter what I tried to call it, and so I decided to just run with it and change my name to Zoblob.
Oh my god, that is fantastic.
I think so.
Speaking of names, does the name Flynn Blagma mean anything to you?
I can't say that I've heard the name before.
That's the other thing. Like, we're in the area looking for this guy who went missing 2 days ago, so we're just making
yeah.
some inquiries.
I do hope you find him.
So, like, do you pay attention to people who walk by your shop?
Oh, indeed.
So this guy, he's a human, and I describe him, and I make extra emphasis on the butt chin.
Well, I do see a lot of people come by. It's possible that I may have seen something. Let me see.
Oh, hang on. Let me, I think I might have dropped something. Hang on. And I pull out a gold coin and, oh, you know what? I think this is yours.
Oh, you know what? Isn't it funny how you find things when you don't expect them? Just like I have found a memory that I did see someone very much matching that description 2 nights ago.
Oh, really? And, what do you remember about that?
Well, you see, it was a memorable event because he was walking by in the alley, and in fact, what was interesting, I thought, what particularly made it stand out even before the incident, is that he was with another man who looked fairly similar. And
Really?
then the 2 of them were jumped by 5 people in black leather armor.
You don't say.
I do
Can
say.
I? Insight check.
Yeah, go for it.
I want to know if he's telling me the truth, even though I'm enjoying the story. That is probably going to be terrible, but let's double check. Okay, so that's a 12.
Okay. He seems like he is excited to tell the story, especially since he made a gold coin out of it.
Okay, so, yeah.
Was there anything about their armor which was distinct? Any symbols or shape?
Well, I would hate to speculate as to the meaning, but to be sure, their leather armor was all in black, and it seems like a very distinctive and unpleasant style choice when there are so many other better colors available.
As you are very well acquainted with.
Indeed.
Like purple.
Yes, like purple.
And can you point out where they were jumped so that we can, like, look around?
Yes, it was just across the street, just outside my window.
Oh, okay. That's awesome.
Which
you are
direction?
so helpful.
Which direction did they happen to go?
They were headed from east to west. But when the men jumped them, they dragged them away to the south.
You've been very helpful.
That's
Thank-
super
Well,
helpful.
you are very welcome, and I hope that if you are ever in the market for something of a splendid coloration, you know where to find me and my collection. The beholder, I regret to inform you, is not for sale. It is too sentimental. It is the centerpiece of my collection.
I understand. And she pouts. She pouts like a little kid.
He reaches out and he takes your hand in both of his and pats it and says, I understand, my dear. But believe me, a treasure as special as this, when it comes into your life, and it will, you can't let it go.
Maybe I can come back like later and take a look at it, so maybe I can make my own.
Of course.
Okay.
I would be happy to support the work of the splendid order and of course, to encourage the development of such fine treasures.
Yay.
Encouraging
Okay,
the
I know,
purple arts.
Indeed.
I know. We've got to get back to the investigation. But that was cool. This was cool.
It's not all sex and violets. Let's keep going.
What?
Hey.
There was neither sex nor violence in this particular scenario.
Because it's Violet.
Violet, yes. It was Violet.
Oh, I didn't hear you correctly. Got it.
All
I
right.
probably didn't speak correctly. Shall we?
Let's go look at the place where we got attacked.
Yep.
All right.
So this is in an alley or on Net Street?
No, this is in the alley in between. It's not at the Skewered Dragon, but you spotted that on your way.
All right.
Cool.
And traveling east to west.
Well, shouldn't we
Means
check
leaving.
out the area where he said that
From
he
the
saw them
east,
get
so
attacked?
coming from the east sounds like they would have been coming from where you know the Skewered Dragon.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
So
they
they're
jumped
coming
him
from
in
the
the
Skewered
they jumped him
Dragon.
in the street.
Yes.
They
It may have
got
been
jumped by
stolen.
guys in matching armor. And he was traveling with another human.
It
Who looks
was
just like
Someone
him.
similar.
2 nights ago, but we can still see if there's any sort of evidence. Let's start to poke around.
Investigation.
All right.
I'm not good at that.
Yeah, so whoever feels so inclined can try to make an investigation check.
I will try. That is an 18.
Okay. You do find in a couple of places, first of all, you know you're not going to be able to just find a trail of footprints. There's been too much wind and new snow since then to have a consistent trail, but there is a spot in that general vicinity where you see some dings in the brickwork of the building that look like perhaps there was some fighting there with a couple of slashes that caught the wall. And then there's also in a place where it's a little bit more sheltered by the eaves of the building, you see that there's some scuffed footprints that look like it might have been a bunch of people sort of clustered around each other, like moving around a lot.
Nice. If I understand the scene correctly, they were grabbed here in the street and quickly moved off to this alley. Some struggling. Didn't sound like our friend Volo's friend was necessarily the struggling type, but everyone in desperation will fight. As for where they went from there, it's difficult to tell, but they must have traveled somewhere. Look for
we
entrance
did
to the
say-
sewers.
They did say that they went south. Like when they dragged everybody off, they went south. That's what the shopkeeper just
So-
said.
So let's go south and see if we can find any sort of trail.
Do the thing.
I'll once again cast dancing lights and have
Okay.
it moving around us to keep us with a little bit of light.
All right. Also, go ahead and make, I guess, an intelligence check, Gibson.
Oh my. Intelligence. I can do that. He says, and then rolls probably something bad. Oh, that's not bad. 19.
You know that black leather armor is a Zentarum thing.
We may be stepping into the middle of a larger fight if we're not careful. One might be suspicious that perhaps Volo's friend was involved more deeply than just a simple kidnapping.
I mean, that might make sense.
Still, be on your guard.
All right. So you guys are what? Just trying to follow trail? I think because the snow is going to make it really hard to find much of a trail,
I'm
especially 2
looking.
nights old.
I'm looking for somewhere where people would have gone. If there are less inhabited buildings or a sewer entrance or something like that.
There's a lot of stuff. You're in a big city.
Okay, so they would have gone south, but where would they have gone?
It seems doubtful they'd go back to an open street, so probably not so far as Net Street, but we can see if anything catches our eye from there. Is it a large area? Is this like?
Well, I mean, it depends on what if you're trying to keep the search to this same little block that you're in, then it's that's not an overly large area, but it's think of it like maybe 2 or 3 city blocks, but with the courtyard in between.
Okay.
And then it's a lot of dark buildings though, and there are people here and there. Like it's not busy, but there's definitely people making their way through the streets, usually very bundled up.
We may want to find one of the residents on this street to see if they saw anything. We may need to split up and canvass the area, thus making a roll and not having to real-time roleplay every encounter.
Sure. So I guess are you guys asking passerby, or are you just looking for?
And remember to be discreet, please.
Yeah. So what I'll say is anyone who wants to ask passerby and interview passerby can make a persuasion check to try to see if you can get any useful information, and then anyone who's like looking for like signs or buildings can make an investigation check.
Sure.
I'll ask around.
Okay.
I'll find somebody and ask specifically, not keeping discreet, if they've seen any Zentharum hanging around, coming or going,
Okay.
and where they are coming from.
I'm looking for signs.
Yeah,
What
I
was
got
that,
a 9.
persuasion?
Yeah.
That was 16.
16. Okay.
14 for me.
All right.
Yep.
Was brother the only one interviewing people?
I was interviewing people. I was just
Okay.
sort of like,
Yeah.
seen
Yeah.
this guy.
All right.
Yeah.
So
Nothing
what I'll say,
unusual.
we'll just rather than belabor all the fine details, what we'll say is some of the passerby are initially hesitant to talk about it with any detail. They definitely won't say that they saw anything happen, but some of them are willing to say that yes, there is actually a Zentarum hangout in the area.
Okay.
And they get really jumpy past that. They don't want to say more than that.
Whoever I talk to, I like hand them a little crocheted bag that I've been working on and be like, thanks so much. Here.
I think they'll the general response you get averages out to thank you, don't tell anyone I talked to you.
Nope.
Mittens might go over better.
I don't have mittens.
Yeah, generally people are kind of in a hurry because it is cold outside, so they're trying to get where they're going. But those of you looking for signs and indications, as you're examining around, you do find that there is an alley that sort of pings your radar, which is it's a gloomy, narrow alley as dark as a dungeon and as odorous as one too. Nearly all the street lamps have been smashed. The only light that pierces the darkness is a faint flickering from down the lane like a distant candle. And it's just the sort of place that you feel like if you were dragging someone in secret to take them off somewhere, that seems like a place you might go.
Okay. Since I have dark vision, can I make out any particular other details?
Yes. Yes. For those of us with dark vision.
Yeah.
Yes.
What you see is that it's a narrow alley. It seems to be mostly warehouses. In this alley, that the one street lamp that is still lit, kind of is near the center of that alley, but the rest of it is just extremely dark. So meaning there doesn't seem to be any like activity or lights on any of the buildings either.
Okay.
But it just is sort of you kind of get the idea that like if a gang were going to have a hideout where they do illicit activity, that's the sort of place they might want it to be.
Okay.
Well, when we all gather and as a group again, I will relay the information about the Zentharum hideout somewhere around here.
It seems likely to be down that way. It's discreet, easy to hide yourself. Now,
Okay, so what are we waiting for?
if we are dealing with the Zentarum, it's going to be very dangerous. And it may be, well, bigger, as I said. So please, take care of yourself. This is not worth a few gold.
Can we perhaps walk the perimeter of the building and maybe see if there are windows or something to at least look in and to see what we are dealing with?
Well, hold on. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. First, I want to just point out that our little thing updated. It didn't make a sound that I noticed, but it looks like we're at 580 now, which means we got a new $5 donation. So thank you to whoever had just. Oh, look! It was our good friend Prince Justin Paul Weimer who made that donation. Thank you very much.
Thanks, friend.
You're a lord of Waterdeep.
And I thought it was supposed to make a noise, so I didn't notice. But now we have. But so, in any event, that's just a reminder to anyone who wants to make a donation. It'll show up on our little thing update. But so, in the meantime, back to the adventure. You guys are making your way down the alley. Are you being stealthy?
Yes,
should.
I am. Yeah.
Trying.
Trying to, yeah.
All right. And so, if go ahead and have each of you make a stealth check then.
9.
Oh dear.
14.
Total of 20,
16.
not natural.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm an old hand at this.
You guys are not you're not silent like ninjas, but you're doing okay as a group. You make your way down this alley, and you're just kind of taking a look at each of the buildings, seeing what you can see, and then you do find that there is one of them that it's a little ways down from the one remaining lamp, but you see that there's a door handle, and there's a tiny little symbol painted above the door handle, which is a black winged snake, which Gibson definitely recognizes as the symbol of the Zentarum.
Now, we do not want to raise more trouble than we need to. If we're lucky, they'll simply have information I'll be willing to give.
And I'm going to bring up a map.
A map.
So, this is a 2-level warehouse. You guys are outside the front door right here, but you know that going this way, it's on a hill a little bit, and so this lower level, there's the alley kind of slopes down to a yard, that from the street level you can't really see very well, but you could go around the back of the building that way. But in the meantime, you're outside the front door right here.
Aside from the watch who were there blocking off the street, have I noticed any normal city watch walking around?
Not in this alley, anyway. I mean, it's not like you get the feeling that the city watch that would normally be in the area are busy with that other thing right now.
Right. All right. Someone want to try the door?
Yeah. The windows, incidentally, appear to have been painted over.
Okay. All right, so I'll try the door.
Okay. Do you knock?
Yeah, why not?
All right. You knock. No answer.
All right, I'll try the knob and see if it's locked.
Okay. trying to think. It is not locked. And so you
Okay.
find yourself opening a door, and what are your passive perceptions, everyone?
My passive perception
19.
is
Your passive perception is
13.
19?
Yep.
At
That's
level
the
what?
observant feat.
Oh, there you go.
10.
All right.
10.
Okay.
I got
13.
14.
Okay. Gibson, as the door opens, hears a muffled sound of ding 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 ding, but it's from downstairs.
An alarm has been triggered. They'll know we're here. Now, we do not confirm that they have anything to do with this, but be very careful.
So the door has opened into this room right here, which is it's an office. It has some desks, chairs, but the bare shelves are covered with dust and draped in cobwebs, and you see a rat skirt through a little hole in the wall.
Gross.
Is there any sign of dust moved on the floor?
Make a perception check.
Natural 20.
Okay. Yeah, there's
Good.
definitely evidence of recent footprints, a lot of them. So
Which-
this is it is dusty, but it's only because it's used for people to pass through into another place. So there's a door to the south and then a door to the west here.
And are the footprints going to each door, or?
They mostly go to the door to the south.
All right.
There are some that go to the other, but most of the traffic seems to be to the south.
Shall we proceed then? We are
Do
in.
you want to look at the footprints that are less used real quick, just to see if there's anything important in there?
We just want to make sure we're not going to get ambushed from behind.
Good thinking.
So
Go
even
ahead.
though obviously
I
on
go
the map
over
here
to
you
the-
can see the layout, you have to pretend that you can only know what's in this room. Only in the
Okay.
one room, but yeah.
Pretend in D&D. Oh.
Ah.
So I go to the other room that is least used.
Okay. So you open the door there?
Open a door.
Okay. So you see in there another office. This one has a big fancier desk. And then across the room there are two more doors. But this room also seems unused, but it also looks like all of this big desk, all of the drawers are hanging open, like someone searched it.
Ooh, someone was looking in here before us.
There is a blank piece of paper sitting on top of the desk.
So there's nothing written on it.
No.
Okay.
But it also is not covered with dust.
Interesting. Hey, Annie, I'm gonna look in this door. You look in the other door, okay?
Okay.
So I go to the.
I could use that paper. Paper's not cheap.
So take it.
Let's not encourage any sort of casual theft. Let's try to keep our business clear here.
Yes, Dad.
So
at
do
the
you
other
leave
door.
it there?
I sneak the paper to Annie.
Okay. So make a stealth sleight of hand check.
Sleight of hand. Okay.
Is that versus perception?
Yeah.
So 22.
All right. Yeah. He manages
Natural
to wait
20.
until you're. Oh. Okay. Well, natural 20 is not an automatic success, but your score with
24 in total.
Yeah. So I think that you're being pretty sneaky, brother. But Gibson is eyes in the back of his head or something.
We'll just speak of this later, brother.
Yes, we will. Until then, Annie, could you hold the paper, please?
It's not theft. It's a clue.
Annie, make a perception check.
12.
Okay. Something's funny about this paper. Like it's very fancy or something. Might even be magic.
Yeah, there's something off about this paper. We should hang on to it.
What do you mean off about the paper? Give it here.
Here.
I'll start taking a look at it. Completely forgotten it was stolen paper. I don't care
Yeah.
anymore. It's curiosity
I'm
to
gonna look in the room
overcome
while
his
he's
rules.
looking
Okay.
at the paper.
Yeah, those
Yeah.
other two rooms are just more offices that don't seem to have anything of interest. Although, again, like it does, there's a few footprints in there. You get the feeling that maybe someone searched them.
Okay. Well, I mean, it was good to check.
Are they taking? Does it look like they're going to take a bit of time?
Well, I don't know.
Or are they just
Are you
popping their
guys
heads in?
taking time, or are you just? You tell me.
I'm just popping my head
looking.
in.
Yeah. Real quick, mostly to see if there's anything shiny or any people in there.
Yeah, my main concern was getting backstabbed, so...
Mm-hmm.
I'll bring forth the dancing lights and just tilt the paper to see if there's anything I can see.
Yeah, is there like any like a magical aura or something coming from the paper?
I don't have time to look at that for the moment.
Yeah, I think that without you don't know how it works specifically, but without like a specific identify or detect magic, I think you just get a general sense that there's something special about the paper.
Okay.
I was also thinking, invisible ink like lemon juice or something, but doesn't necessarily have to be magical. I don't have time to look at this at the moment. We'll consider it suspicious enough.
Yeah,
And I'll just
could
throw
be
it
a
in the
message
pocket.
for someone specific. Who knows?
All right.
Now,
Alright, let's go to the south.
remember, an alarm was sounded, so we could see anyone around a corner. Be very careful.
Okay.
So as you guys open that door to the south, it opens upon a big balcony that is clearly the main warehouse part of the warehouse. So you guys are on the second level of this big warehouse room. So it has a balcony that extends further to the south and then curves off to the west. And you can see that there's an area where it's open to the level below. That's what you would see from kind of the doorway.
Any other signs of footsteps or disturbed dust?
You see that there's definitely trails in here, but it starts to be a little bit more chaotic, meaning there's more different directions of people going. But you see just in that general room, tables and chairs have been carelessly tossed across the floor. The corpses of a dozen. Oh, yeah. So as you enter the room,
Ah,
yeah.
Oh, you just casually. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
corpses.
No, I think as you enter it, you look down and it's basically in the center of this main floor there.
Oh my god.
The corpses of a dozen men lie along the walls. There are rapiers and daggers lying nearby. On the north side of the area, this is the stairs that rise to the level that you're on now. So basically, as you come in, enter the room, and look down into that main area, you see that there's a dozen corpses that have lying along the walls with weapons nearby.
Terrible
Do
decorations.
any of them look like Floon?
No.
Are they wearing black leather armor?
5 of them are.
What kind of armor are the rest of them wearing?
Basically, they all have just a variety of mixed match crappy stuff.
I'm going to move cautiously and see if there's any warmth left to the corpses, if this was recent.
Okay. Are you all following down to where the corpses are?
I'm gonna draw my bow and just kind of like keep an eye on the area.
I'm gonna go over to where that other balcony is, where I don't know if that's some kind of crane or something is, and see if I can get a better look of the whole room from there.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'll go down with
this is a
Gibson.
hoist that is designed to allow stuff to move things around, crates and so on. So each of you kind of decide where you are. But Gibson is going down to look at the corpses.
Yep.
Yep, I'll go down with Gibson as well to search the bodies
Okay.
because weapons are costly. I can sell those.
Yeah. So
Making 10 times our money here.
yeah. So you guys head down there. You're starting to take a look at the corpses, but then I think just out of the corner of your eye, you see a hint of movement, and then all of a sudden, we're rolling initiative as 4 Kenku emerge from hiding around the various crates and attack. So
Oh, dear.
we're rolling initiative. Let's see.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Alrighty, I got a 19.
Okay.
I got a 9.
Okay. Annie. 9.
I rolled a natural 1, so I got 4.
All right.
Got a 17.
Okay.
I got a 10.
Okay. All right. So, Quinn, you are first up as you see these 4 bird-like creatures emerge from hiding, swords drawn, and they are making various obnoxious, kind of alarming, unsettling bird-like squawking noises. And I think you
Okay.
guys might actually realize that Kenku are creatures that actually don't have language. They don't really speak the way most creatures speak, but they can mimic or repeat like anything. And so when they talk by repeating things they've heard. But right now they're just basically making noises of like, ah!
Okay. Are they looking like they're gonna shoot?
Oh yeah. No, they are absolutely coming into attack.
Oh, okay, great. So I'm
They
gonna
have
take my
ambushed
longbow.
you, the ones who are
and
down on the lower ground.
I am going to take my longbow and shoot the first one out the door.
All right.
Because that's totally why I was up there in the first place.
Wait, so where are you?
I was at the top of the landing, like when we came out of the door,
Okay.
so that I could survey the room.
I think to get a line of sight on any of them, you would have to come up to the railing. The balcony
Yeah.
railing. Yeah.
Okay, so I come up to the railing.
All right.
Stand on those boxes there. in
Yeah,
the
there's a bunch
center?
of crates and everything. So like if you look at the lower level, there's
Uh-huh.
crates and stuff piled all over.
Okay, so I'm going to come up to the railing and shoot, and I rolled a. Hopes if I get to my longbow, 23.
Okay, a 23 hits.
Okay, and this is at the first one that came out the door,
Okay.
and that's 9 points of damage.
All right. So they were all hiding on the lower level behind crates and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So 9 points of damage, you said?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, you nail that one. It's still up, but that hurt him pretty bad.
Okay, and I'm just gonna, wait till my next turn for the next thing.
Okay.
Let's stay where I am.
All right, Gibson.
Turning in surprise. Hold! We may not be your enemies. Let us speak. Let's not do anything rash here. And I'm just going to do that.
All right,
That
you
it
can
can
make
be
a
from the top.
persuasion check if you like.
I will try. 16.
Yeah, it's you don't get the impression that they're interested in talking.
Well, I gave them a chance.
Yep. So they are all attacking Gibson and Luker because you're the two that were down there looking at the bodies. And they're coming at you with short swords. So you're getting 2, Gibson, and Luker, you're getting 2.
Okay.
Wait, was anyone else down on that level, or everyone was still up on the balcony? Or
I'll say I went down with Gibson.
okay, so Gibson is getting 2, and then 1 for Brother and 1 for Luker. Okay, that's an 8 and a 21 for Gibson. So probably
The 21 hits. Yep.
yeah. So that's 6 piercing damage.
Damn! My old injury! As I fall down.
All right. Are you already?
I'm unconscious.
Okay.
Oh
yeah.
no!
Oh no!
And then Brother. That's an 18
That hits.
for 7 piercing damage,
Okay.
and then 1 for you, Luker,
Uh-huh.
and that's 19 to hit.
All right, that hits.
All right, and that's 7 for you. All right, but that's the Kenku turn. So your turn, Luker.
All right, so the one that was already damaged, I am going to hit it. Hold on a second. Math and speaking doesn't work together. I'm going to the one that was already damaged that came out first. I'm going to hit it with my rapier.
Okay,
17.
that hits.
All right, 6 piercing.
All right, yeah, you kill him. Sword through the throat. All right. Any movement or anything?
I'm going to back up just a little bit.
All right. So that makes it Annie's turn.
Okay, so the one that pierced our detective, I am going to, like, based on how high we are from them, are they still within 60 feet of me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to yell that it's a coward, and I'm going to use vicious mockery.
Okay.
As long as they can hear me, they don't need to understand me for it to work.
All right. They make
Okay, so
wisdom
they-
saving throw?
Wisdom 12 saving throw?
It does not. That's a 4.
Okay. So it takes 1 psychic damage and has disadvantage
Okay.
on its next attack roll.
All right.
We should have
Okay.
got some healing potions.
Are you staying up on the balcony?
Can I actually use the hoist to get down faster?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll say make an acrobatics check.
Okay, yeah, so I
Or
will do that.
athletics if you kind of want to just brute strength it.
Her acrobatics is actually better.
Okay.
He's Bard.
Yep.
Nat 20.
Nice.
Yeah.
You do an awesome badass flip and then land right wherever you want to be. Do you want to be like right in the middle of them or like maybe?
I want to be.
Go ahead.
I want to be as next to Gibson as I can, so I can heal him next turn.
Yeah, you land right where you're like standing right over him and like you sort of knock the ones that were standing over him back.
Okay.
All right. That makes it brother's turn.
Gibson, no! And I will, are there 2 that are close together, but, like,
Yeah, pretty close.
are
Yeah.
they without, are they
Well,
5
'cause there
feet
were,
away?
There were 2 that had just attacked Gibson, and so Annie just kind of knocked them back away from him, but they're still standing next to each other.
Okay, are they more than 5 feet away from Gibson, though?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I will cast Ice Knife at
Alright.
one of them.
Okay.
So that's going to be a range spell attack. So it's going to be... So that's a 17 to hit.
That hits.
Alright, so the one that I hit is going to take 1d10 piercing damage.
Okay.
So he's going to take 3 points of piercing damage.
All right.
And then the ice knife explodes, and they both take an additional 2d6 cold damage.
Ooh.
So it's going to be an additional 10 points of cold damage to each of them.
Wow. Okay. One of them goes down. The one that you actually just hit is out and frozen, and it drops to the ground with a frosty grimace on its beak. And the other one is hurt pretty bad.
Okay, I will also use Fury of the Small to cause an additional 1 point extra of damage, so it'll be
Alright.
11 points of cold damage.
Okay. So yeah, the one that's not quite dead is even closer to being dead, but not yet.
You stay away from my buddy, Gibson!
All right. So of these Kenku, 2 are down. 1 is hurt really bad. The other has not been touched yet. All right.
Okay.
Quinn, you're up again.
I'm gonna shoot the one that hasn't been touched yet.
All right.
And oh, that's a 15
Okay. 15 hits.
and 5 points of damage.
All right.
And I'm just like, I'm ready.
All right. So Gibson, death saving throw.
Yeah, let's see here.
Don't die, party dad.
That was cocked. It's close to exploding. That is a 10 straight on. So
All right, that's a success. Yep. All right, and it is the Kenku's turn, and the tide has clearly turned against them here. So the two that are up are going to attempt to flee, and they make a run for this big, sort of big cargo door here. And actually, there's a regular-sized door next to it, and so they're taking off in that direction. They both disengage and run for that door, but they basically get just to it and open it, but they can't run any further than that on their turn. But they're running. All right, that makes it Luker's turn.
All right. I am going to follow them,
Okay.
and let's see, what would be the most useful? Trying to tackle the one that is damaged because he's weaker? Yeah,
They should both be damaged now.
yeah, they're both damaged, but
yeah.
the most damaged.
Well, there's one that's extremely, is on the verge of death.
Okay.
The other one is, injured, but not quite that bad off yet.
Okay, I'm gonna try and tackle the one that's hurt really bad.
Okay. You're trying to grapple him? Or you want to just, you can shove him prone, but then he won't be, held, or you can grapple him.
Grapple.
Okay. So make an athletics check, and it's contested against his dexterity.
Okay. 20.
Okay. He rolled a natural 1 on his. So I think you grab him, and he is so cold from that ice blast that he is just shivering, and he cannot just muster any actual strength to resist you. So you have grappled that one.
Okay.
Okay. That makes it Annie's turn.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Cure Light Wounds.
Okay.
Or Cure Wounds.
Mhm.
Okay, so that is 4 hit points for Gibson.
You yes.
I've forgotten how much I hated that part.
All right. So that makes it Brother's turn. There's the two Kenku. One of them has been grappled by Luker. The other one is on the verge of fleeing out the door.
I will cast Thorn Whip and try and hit him and drag him back 10 feet.
Okay.
That's a 22.
Okay, 22 hits.
So he takes 2 points of damage and is pulled back 10 feet.
All right, yeah, so you pull him away from that door. He's no longer grappled once this vine wilts, but he has been pulled further away from that door. And so he's definitely still in the warehouse. Quinn.
I'm gonna shoot him.
All right,
17.
17 hits.
9 points of damage.
All right, that does him in. So you have killed 3 of these Kenku, and the remaining one is extremely weak, injured, currently grappled. I'm just going to go ahead and rule he cannot get away from Luker, and we're going to drop out of initiative.
I am going to slide down the banister, very cool-like, to
Make an acrobatics
get
check to see how cool it is.
We'll see. That's 8.
Yeah, it's not as cool as you were hoping it would be.
Splinters! Splinters!
Ow, my ass! But, despite picking wood out of my butt, I go over to Gibson and be like, "You were supposed to be careful! Don't do that!"
I'll be all right. We need to ask this Kenku some questions.
Crack my knuckles.
Yeah, it's struggling.
Let's go be
But
persuasive.
it's clearly very scared.
I'm gonna duck out while you guys question this. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. So it is squirming, but clearly is aware that it's not going to be able to get away from you guys. So it's wondering what you're going to do. It's looking back and forth at you with its beady crow-like eyes.
And in the meantime, Lucre says, anybody got some rope? Because this thing is really, really cold.
I got a net. You want to use the net and do the thing?
I pull out my sword and like hold it an inch away from it. It's like, oh, it's not going anywhere. Are you?
Make an intimidation check.
That is 21.
It is. You believe that it is successfully intimidated. It's staring right at the sword point, and then it just kind of does a.
Now, I understand you're going to have difficulty speaking if I know your people, but I hope you have the words needed. What is your business here?
Xanathar sends his regards.
Agents of Xanathar, that's... I've not heard too many of your people following that order. Did you kill all of these people?
And he's kind of looking around, just kind of say, and just kind of it holds up a hand to the extent that it can bound, and kind of just says, "Ah."
You killed some of these people. Were you sent here to kill them or to find someone else?
Tie up the pretty boy in the back room.
Well, that's all I need to hear.
Which room? Can you point to it?
It's kind of trying to, it's bound, but it kind of gestures over on the lower level to sort of a little closet area.
Someone go check that room. He may still be there and may still be alive.
I go.
And then it kind of says, no time to loot the place. Just get him to the boss.
I'm still gonna check.
All right. So
Before I go and check the
you
room.
head back, and you are you find that this little storage room, the door is hanging loosely on broken hinges. The cramped chamber beyond smells strongly of sour fish and vinegar. It's filled with discarded ropes, canvas tarpaulins, and splintered wood from smashed barrels.
Ooh.
And you hear from under a tarp at the end of the room, you hear the sounds of ragged breathing.
Okay. And I go over to the tarp and I fling it off.
And you see a young man, perhaps in his mid-20s, reddish brown hair.
Does he have a butt chin? Like I pick up his chin to try to look at it.
He does not. And he just says, "Who are you?"
I'm a person? Who are you?
Did you have you taken care of the thugs out there?
Yeah.
Thank you. And you see he's not bound or anything, but he looks like...
who are you?
Yes, my name is, I'm Raynar Neverember. And,
Okay.
you would definitely know the name Neverember because the previous Open Lord of Waterdeep was Dagult Neverember, who basically was considered a little bit corrupt, and he was recently, semi-recently voted out of office by the other Lords of Waterdeep for Laurel Silverhand to take over, and was sort of kind of banished and rendered, not welcome in the city. But so this is Raynar Neverember.
Oh, hey.
Yes.
So do you know somebody named Floon?
Yes. Here, let me. Are we safe? Are we safe here?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if you're gonna like be stupid and like try to hurt me. So
No. believe me, I am. If you have disposed of those gang members, you have my thanks. I'm.
Okay. Well, you can answer my question then, right?
I'm sorry. What was the question? I've been through a lot in the last couple of days.
Deep breaths. Deep breaths.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know my friend Floon? He's got
Yes.
a butt chin.
Yes. And yes, he does. Floon and I were kidnapped together by the Zentarum.
Okay, what happened to him? Because, like, it's great that I rescued you and
Yeah.
everything, but I'm looking for him.
And he looks surprised, just like, really? Oh, okay. Yes, you see, we were kidnapped together by the Zentarum because the Zentarum thinks that my father embezzled a large amount of gold while he was the Open Lord, and that he hid the dragons somewhere in the city. And they think that they can find it by using some artifact called the Stone of Gorlor, which was in the hands of the Xanathar Guild until recently. But apparently...
Okay. Hey, wait. I'm not that smart. I'm not that smart. So, come with me.
Okay.
Hey, Gibson.
And so, yeah, as Quinn comes back from the storage room, trailing this young man who mostly matches the description, and we can sort of brush aside the, redoing the early part of the discussion unless you guys have something special there, but...
No.
So basically, once
I
everything...
snort when I find out who he is.
Yeah. So, first of all, the Kenku that you've got tied up looks astounded when he comes out. Like, what? And so what Raynar tells you is, reiterates that bit. The Zentarum think that my father embezzled a large amount of gold when he was the Open Lord, and that he hid the dragons somewhere, and that they can find it using some artifact called the Stone of Golor, which was in the hands of the Xanathar Guild until recently, but then someone stole it from them, and the Zents thought that I knew something about all of this, but I don't. My father and I haven't spoken in years. I don't know what they're talking about. But then, before they could finish interrogating me or taking me somewhere else, I don't know what they wanted, the Xanathar Guild attacked. I managed to hide in the chaos, but I think that they took Floon with them, thinking he was me.
So he's like your assigned doppelganger or something?
Oh, no, it's just a coincidence. But I met him at the Skewered Dragon the other night, and we were just enjoying the evening, but I think the Zents jumped me, and they just took him because he was with me, and then the Xanathar Guild must have mistaken him for me because I was hiding. It's awful.
So basically, what we have here is a failure to communicate. They think that it is the case of mistaken identity, and they have the wrong man. Correct?
Yes. And he kind of looks at the at that Kenku and just sort of says, "Yes, he was with them."
Is that? You said that they think that your father embezzled all this money. Is that something that your father would do?
Yes.
I finished one. Yeah. Oh yeah. This is likely.
He did not get voted out
certain
of
that
office for no reason.
It's certain that he stole the money. It's likely that they can find it.
Yes, so none of this would surprise me a bit, but I don't know any of the details. I had never heard this theory until they mentioned it.
Did you happen to notice where the Zentharum, which direction or where they might have dragged Floon off when they left?
I heard some shouting, but and he looks at the Kenku and kind of he's mad at the Kenku, and the Kenku just kind of goes, "Follow the yellow signs in the sewers."
The
yellow
sewers.
signs.
The sewers. That makes sense.
Follow the yellow signs.
We
The
should like
Kenku wriggles a little bit and just says, "Let him go."
Let who go?
Well, in a manner of speaking, we might, as you help us. It'll be worth your life, after all.
Follow the yellow signs in the sewers.
Yes. And you'll be able to spot them and point out any traps along the way. You're with us for the moment.
Hey, Luker, are you looting the bodies?
Oh, heck yeah.
Are there any healing potions that we can like give Gibson?
I'll be fine.
Gibson, I'm bleeding out over here, man.
Oh, I didn't know
I'm
you got
gonna
hit. I'm
look around
sorry.
the warehouse to see if there's anything worth.
All right,
Pocketing.
so as you guys are searching around, make perception checks as you search.
In particular, I want to pay attention to those who weren't wearing the black armor.
All right.
I got a 22 for my perception.
Perception?
So
Yeah.
brother finds a secret door that is behind the storage room in another direction, and it is in fact on the drawing here. Let's see if I can try to move it to where you guys can see it. So there's a secret room right here, and brother finds the door, and in that room there are two wooden crates. That one seems like it was probably stolen from the docks, and it contains 4 wood-framed paintings wrapped in leather. And as you look, unwrap them and look, they depict the cities of Luskan, Neverwinter, Silvery Moon, and Baldur's Gate. They look pretty valuable. And then the second crate looks like it might have been stolen from a caravan of some kind. Contains 15 10-pound silver trade bars. And they're all black from corrosion, but you know that each of those bars is going to be worth 50 gold.
Oh, okay. I'll tell the others, hey guys, I found a ton of loot over here. There's some paintings and some silver bars. Maybe ask the Kenku if he knows anything about where these came from or something.
Well, they are no doubt the property of the Zentarum, not Zenithars.
Well, now they're the property of us.
Incidentally, the Kenku sees you come out with that secret room and from that secret room, and is again just kind of shaking his head like, you guys keep finding all sorts of stuff that they didn't find, and he's embarrassed.
The paintings are gonna be bulky and difficult to move without getting further on the guild and Xanathar's bad side.
Yeah, and
the bars we can move though.
yeah, but they'll still be bulky and heavy.
Yeah.
And they're still the
15?
property of the guild. Take care of who you cross
Okay,
here.
no. They're stolen. We're liberating them.
We have no proof of that.
They were in a secret room.
We don't have any proof that they're not.
Would you leave silver bars out on your dinner table? I don't think so. You'd hide them.
Do you really think a shitty organization would just have silver bars lying around that they didn't steal?
I would be quite surprised if they didn't consider that the price of your head.
I think Raynar is just going to say, I think that if you allow them to stay where they are, they will just go into the city's funds when they are inevitably seized by the City Watch.
Who we should speak to soon. They'll want to know about the reason why the Zenithar and the Zentarum are fighting.
Okay.
On that note,
let's compromise.
No, so
We'll
on that
leave
note,
5 of the bars.
Okay, go
We'll each take a bar.
yeah. All right. So you guys are what taking? You're each taking a bar.
I'm taking a bar.
All right.
Yeah, I'm taking a bar.
All right.
Okay.
So each of
I
you who are,
suppose it's evidence.
yeah. Raynar just says, "Don't worry. I certainly don't begrudge you stealing from the Zentarum."
That's not the point.
He leans down and he picks up a rapier from one of these fallen corpses, and he kind of swings it back and forth, sort of feeling it out. And you guys can tell he knows what he's doing with it. And he just says, Floon got taken because of me. I mean to help you find him.
It will be dangerous, but your help will be useful. Those 5 that did not have the armor, was there anything unusual about them? Otherwise?
So no, there's actually 7 of those, and some of them have the eye tattoos and the markings of the Xanathar Guild. The ones, none of them have much on them. There's not really any treasure
Okay.
to be looted, but there are various rapiers and daggers and short swords.
Yeah.
Only looking for clues.
Yeah. I'm looking for more mobile loot. So I'll collect the daggers and the rapiers
Okay. So you're
because
just
that'll be easier to
how are you
fence.
carrying them? Are you just like carrying them into like got a just big armful of swords?
I'm going to. Is there any kind of rope around? Because I can just tie them up in a bundle.
I think as you're looking, all of a sudden, both the front door upstairs and the door by this cargo door are kicked open, and City Watch comes in. And
Let's go.
no, the building is surrounded. They come in from both
Uh-huh.
sides.
Good. Come in.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi. So yes, you got a dozen strong-looking city watchmen coming in, and there's a captain here. Gibson, you recognize this is Eustace Stagett, who is. You feel like he occasionally has a little bit more of a blasé attitude than you preferred, but otherwise he's honest. But he comes in and just says, "All right, everyone, hold."
Captain, it's good to see you. Perhaps a little later than I would have preferred, but not your fault at all.
Gibson, what are you doing here?
Pursuing an investigation. Someone has been taken, and we're trying to find out who has taken them.
He
We have an idea.
kind of surveys the look, and then he kind of just says, "Is that Raynar Neverember?" And Raynar says, "Good evening, Captain Stagett."
Yes, one of the unfortunate side effects of our investigation is discovering that Raynar was taken, but not correctly. It's hard to explain. Needless
Raynar
to
and a
say,
friend were kidnapped. Raynar's other friend was counter-kidnapped by other guys who thought he was him.
we're in the
Raynar,
midst of a fight between the Zentarum and the Xanathar.
Raynar just kind of he echoes and says, "That's all true, Captain. These people are to be commended. They have saved my life."
On the line of duty. This
And-
is one rescued from the fight, this Kenku.
Yeah,
we
and-
believe can help our investigation.
And they say, "Well, I will need to take them into custody.
Of course.
We
Yeah.
will interrogate them back at the watch station."
Good luck.
In the meantime, I suspect that you and the Watch will see more increased activity between the Xanathar and the Zentarum. They are both in search of, well, a rather large rumor, I suspect.
Zentarum and Xanathar Guild, they'd just finish killing each other and be done with it.
I doubt that's going to be so fortunate.
Well, it's obvious from Raynar's testimony here that you've all done a service to the city. I want to thank you for that, and yet let you know it's best not to meddle in criminal matters. Leave this business to the City Watch.
Well, I mean, we were kind of hired for a missing person who is still missing, but we have a lead on where they are.
Yes,
So
best to leave this business to the City Watch. We will take care of it from here. And keep the blood off the streets, okay? We heard, reports of violence.
Trying to look around at the
Puts my-
12 corpses or 13 corpses around us.
Clearly accurate reports.
It's not all on the streets. But I assure you, I'll keep it professional.
We'll keep it to the Suez.
Yeah, we'll take the violence onto the street. That's fine.
With, in gratitude for saving a notable citizen, he looks at Raynar, I suppose I can allow you all to be on your way. We would request that you not leave town for now. We may have additional questions as we pursue this investigation.
no problem.
How were you alerted to come here, Captain?
We had reports that someone entered this warehouse. in a suspicious manner.
Indeed. Well, we'll thank that good citizen, I suppose, for your arrival. We'll be in touch, Captain. I'm sure we'll have much to discuss when we've discovered more.
Before we go, Captain, did you happen to bring a medic with you?
And he looks and he says, we do have a priest from the Order of Magus and Protectors on hand.
I kind of turn and I just show him like this big gash on my side. Do you think your priest could perhaps give me some healing before we go?
Sure. Hang on, let me see what they have.
I only have 2 hit points left. I'm just kind of like, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the this priest actually does. Does anyone else need it?
I do.
Okay.
little.
Luker does.
All right.
Gibson, yes.
Gibson.
So let's see. I think you each get a Cure Wounds spell then, which is going to be 1d8 plus 3 for each of you. So for brother first, that's only a 1, so that's 4 hit points for you. Luker gets 5, and then
Okay.
Gibson 7. Although I think it's unfortunate.
It's more than I ever
have.
have.
Yeah. So. Yeah. So they sort of take care of you. They check with Raynar to make sure he's okay, and he looks like he's exhausted, like he's been in the same outfit of clothes and been interrogated for 2 days, but he's otherwise uninjured. And he also kind of looks at the rest of you, and he's kind of giving you like eye contact, like let's go ahead and get away from here.
Yep.
Yep.
If you excuse us, Captain, we have business.
Yes, well, as I said, keep the blood off the streets. And Gibson, I think you understand as well that, if these gangs are going to kill each other, let's just let them.
Indeed.
All right. So you guys head back out onto the cold city streets. You have been deprived of your Kenku prisoner, but Raynar's with you, and
We have a message and direction.
And Sir Neverember, perhaps you might know of someone who could provide us with a few extra tools for our investigation. Potions in particular, which might serve us well.
Well, I do know some people, but it's in the middle of the night right now.
What if we head back to the yawning pit? We check in with YOLO. We see if we can.
Volo?
It's an adventure.
No, that
It's
was
an
on
adventure
purpose.
guild or bar. We can, find potions there. I bet.
We are not far from where they were. If they were still there looking for
So
flume.
there are. You probably could find a 24-hour potion shop, but probably not in this neighborhood.
I don't want to lose much time if we're actually fairly close to where Flume was taken.
You guys could take a short rest too, if you wanted.
Well, let's go to the bar and take a short rest, and maybe I don't know if they serve stew there, but have a little bit of stew, and then we'll go refreshed and warmed up and stuff.
The bar is across town, and by then the trail will be cold.
Well, no,
Not
the
yawning
bar.
pit, the skewered dragon.
Ah,
I think as soon as you mention that, Raynar is just going to say, last time I drank at that place, I got jumped by 5 Zentarum thugs immediately afterwards. I'm not sure that's the best place right now.
Yeah,
And
it's not a
there's-
good idea for Raynar to be out in public.
they'll still be looking for him.
Yeah, as long as they think they have Raynar's in better shape. And
Flume's
so
in
is
danger,
Flume.
so I'm with Gibson that I think the
If-
sooner the better, but
If they find out they have the wrong guy, they might kill Flume. So we
Yeah.
want to keep this going. How
I-
bad,
I am-
brother? How bad off are you?
Oh, brother, we're
I'm not bad. I have 6 now out of 9.
Okay, well, I'll keep an eye on you. I can heal touch again if I need to, and then if that doesn't work, we can rest. So yeah, we should keep
Keep
going.
going.
So let's.
We'll need to find an entrance.
Let's look for a sewer entrance.
All right. So hang on. Let's see what we got here. So are you're just heading around looking for just like a manhole into the sewers? Or
Sure, why not?
all right.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I think. Yeah. So someone make an investigation check, looking around to see if you can sort of find a trail.
So investigation, I got a 6.
All right. Yeah.
I got a 14.
All right.
No, Quinn. Sewer entrances are usually on the ground.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
I think you are distracted. You're still thinking about that stuffed beholder.
I'm totally thinking about the stuffed beholder.
All right. Did we? Yeah. So you guys have not found one so far.
Well, Luther had a 14.
I know 14 was not enough either.
Okay.
All right.
I
Listen,
mean,
what
so,
about
like,
you? You're the investigator.
You're looking for a trail.
Inspector.
I was hoping that one of you might take up the mantle.
Oh my
But do
God!
I have
I'll
to
look
do
around.
everything?
No.
23.
23. Okay. Yes. So you actually do find a trail since you know this starting point. You just getting a sense of the read of this place, this neighborhood. You do actually make your way to a sewer entrance that seems like it has been within the last few hours scraped, opened and then replaced.
It would have been nearby. This is probably the one they were meant to use.
So, Quinn goes and pulls on the manhole to open it because I'm super strong.
Yeah? Go ahead and make an athletics check for that.
Yeah. Oh, this is gonna be good. So that is a 21.
All right. A 21, you are successfully able to pull that heavy manhole cover up and expose the sewer. And you guys, I think maybe look to Raynar just to kind of see, like, is this something he's cool with? And he looks like, it's clear that he feels that this is gross to go down there, but he is on board. He is not hesitating.
Good man.
Okay, wrap a cloth over the lower half of my face and climb on down.
All right. So you guys descend into the sewers. There is no natural light in the sewers. So those of you who have dark vision are fine. But those of you who do not have dark vision, what are you doing?
Dancing lights.
All right. Dancing lights. All right. And so with the dancing lights available, everyone can see in the constant transitioning shadows of these lights moving around. And a putrid stream flows along this sewer tunnel, which leads in two directions. In one direction, you see a tiny symbol drawn on the wall in yellow chalk, a palm-sized circle with 10 equidistant spokes radiating out from its circumference.
This looks like our marker.
Keep an eye out also for any sort of string or other triggered thing. No doubt they've got some traps along the way.
All right. So as you guys are making your way through the sewers, go ahead and make a perception check. Or whoever's taking responsibility to watch out for traps.
Not it.
I'm going to keep an eye out.
Teen.
Something teen?
22.
15.
18.
Okay. Well, you all made them. Okay, so you're fine. You're all jumpy, looking out for traps. You don't see any traps so far, but as you are making your way through, you come to various intersections. But each time you reach an intersection, one of the tunnels is marked with another one of those yellow chalk symbols. And so you
I'm
follow.
going to pull out my book and start to chart a rough map.
Okay. Yeah, keeping track of where you started and the different turns you're making and so on.
Yes.
All right. So
With you doing that, as we pass by the chalk symbols, I'm going to try and erase the chalk symbols.
Okay.
so no one can follow us.
So how are you erasing them? This is chalk on stone.
I'm going to like, I'm sure I got like a rag or something. I'm going to dip it in the sewer water and just try and
All right.
rub it
Ah,
Yeah.
over the.
Ew.
I think
Over
you
the
get
chalk.
everyone else kind of going ugh, but you're a goblin, so it's like
Mhm.
all right. So yeah, I think that does it, and everyone else
Okay.
is grossed out, but you know.
I just
Uh,
look. What?
So as you're making your way through the tunnels, after you're spending some time down here, you've been going through these tunnels for almost an hour, but you have not run out of these signs to follow, so you still feel like you must be on the right track. But after an hour of following these signs, you come to a three-way intersection where a ladder leads up into a stone shaft capped by a circular metal cover. But one of the familiar chalk symbols is marked on a wall nearby, and floating near the symbol is a spherical, grapefruit-sized creature with a bulging central eye and 4 stumpy eye stalks. It bares its teeth at you. And it attacks. We're going to roll initiative.
Oh dear.
I bare my goblin teeth back.
I bare my tusk.
All right.
16 for Quinn.
18.
Okay, hold on. 16 for Quinn. 18 for Annie.
I got a
20.
17.
Okay. Everyone's
21.
All right, everyone's doing much better this time.
12.
12, and then the gazer got 15.
Great, we're up against some old geezer.
Yeah. So yeah, this little thing is pretty gross looking. It's clearly a monster of some kind, and it is making menacing faces at you and grumbling and gibberish. So Luker, you're up first.
Okay. I'm going to stab it with my rapier.
All right. Make your attack.
13.
13 just hits.
Okay. 9 piercing.
9 piercing. Yeah, you heard it pretty bad actually already. It's not super, durable. All right. It whines and it goes. Annie.
Vicious mockery.
All right. So it makes a wisdom saving throw, right? Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Same
yeah.
for 12.
It gets a 3.
Takes 4 psychic damage and has disadvantage on its attack roll.
It looks so sad, and it's just like, its little eye stalks droop, and it just kind of slowly, wobbly hovers down and just dunks itself in the sewer and just drops and washes away.
Aww.
I do believe you hurt its feelings.
That was
Well
sort
done.
of the point.
Well, we must be getting closer if a guardian like that has appeared, but it's not going to be good.
All right. So we're just about at we're at our new location here. So you're continuing to follow the tunnel that has the marking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So there
maybe we should-
is a sewer exit here, but that's not what the marker says to do.
Okay, so it's not pointing up, so onward.
Do you think that if this beastly thing is posted watch, you think maybe we should try and move a little quieter?
It definitely would be a good idea to do so, and keep an eye out for any other things that might be watching.
I will crouch like Skyrim style.
Okay. So you can all make a stealth check if you like. As you
Bones, older. Oh, better than that.
Oh, hey.
Well, that's a 5.
okay.
20 even with the chainmail.
Wow.
Wow, I got an 18.
This is my quiet song.
So I got a 5, a 13, a 20, and 18.
14.
14. Okay, that's an average. Is not too bad. Okay.
Do you have to tune that guitar here?
Yeah. So I'll say that 5 can be helped out by the 20. Like, you're he not being super stealthy at first, but then you gain assistance from one of your stealthier companions.
Okay.
All right. All right. Hey, look, we got some new people in the chat. There's Chainmail Nerd. Hey, welcome, and welcome to all of you who are in the chat. Welcome. We're having a good time here. We're infiltrating a sewer hideout. All right. So as you guys are making your way through this sewer tunnel, you're slogging. You run out of walkway outside the sewage, and so you're basically forced in this tunnel to walk through 1 foot of water and sewage. It's pretty gross.
I can afford new boots now.
Yeah. The main sewer expands, though, into a circular hub with a pair of arrow slits carved into its outer walls. And you see this on the northwest and the southeast there. Directly across from each other, 2 passages continue on to the north and the south, and a stone door is set into the back wall of a stone ledge on the west.
Any sign of the symbol?
So no, not here.
Well, we're out of symbols and there are arrow slits, so...
Well, okay, make a perception check, actually, as you're looking around for the symbol.
And there's a door, so
20, not natural.
Okay.
Natural
16.
20.
So
Wow.
Annie spots that actually opposite the ledge here, spot a secret door right here on the wall.
ooh,
So there's a door here on the west on this ledge, and then a secret door in the tunnel wall to the
Let's
south.
go
of
in
it.
this way.
Least likely to be expected. How do you open it?
You basically you just press it. You can, now that you know it's there, you can just open it.
After you.
I do so.
All right. So you're heading in through that secret door then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that takes you into. All right. It enters into a short hallway with another door on the far side of it. As you're right here, and so you just continuing on through.
Empty hallway?
This part is right here. There's another door on the far side of it.
Any sign? Is the water still here, or is it bare
No.
floor?
So once you're passing through that doorway, there's no more water in there.
Any sign of recent splashing feet?
No.
can we hear anything on the other side of the door?
Make a perception check.
Let's see, probably not.
That's an 8.
That's 11.
All right. So yeah, you guys don't hear anything.
Okay. I think it's safe.
The people we were following didn't come this way, so let's not tarry too long in this direction. Still, I'm curious.
Well, let's see if we can loop around from here, maybe.
All right.
Yeah,
Take them by surprise.
I'll go through.
All right. So you guys enter through that door, and you find that you're at a landing where there's a door to the north, and then some stairs that descend into a larger room with a pillar in it.
I'll peek through the door to the north.
Okay. The door to the north. So basically, you peek through the doorway very quietly, and you see a goblin with a bow asleep in the corner near the arrow slit.
I'll just be like, just let him sleep. There, we're heavy sleepers.
So is there there's nothing else, it's just the goblin?
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
is
clearly
there
a
any
guard
way to...
post, and he's sleeping on the job.
Yeah. Is there any way to, like, lock the door and lock him in there so that he doesn't come up from behind us?
No, it doesn't look like there's not any lock mechanism on the door.
Okay. Okay, so I'll tell everybody, he's like, one goblin in there.
Leave him be.
Can I do something kind of sneaky?
Yeah.
Can I go back into the area with the arrow slits and stuff some yarn in the arrow slits so we can't see.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so I go and I do that.
Make a stealth check while you do that.
Okay,
Yarn it.
that's a 16.
Okay, yeah, you're fine.
Geek.
As you are stuffing yarn in the arrow slit, you hear a soft goblin snore.
And then I come back.
All right. So as you guys are looking down this set of stairs into that other room, in the middle of this otherwise empty room is a stone pillar carved with a small symbol, a perfect circle with 10 equidistant spokes radiating outward from its circumference. In the middle of this circle is a smaller circular indentation that bears a passing resemblance to a lidless eye.
It looks kind of like a hairy eyeball, doesn't it?
I suspect it's more like that other thing we encountered, only bigger and worse.
I know, I'm just saying, like, the symbol looks like a hairy eyeball.
What exactly is a hairy eyeball, anyway? Have you ever seen an eyeball be hairy?
Well, like that thing that was hanging in the window.
Yes,
plushy
that
eyeball
is a
monster.
Plushy eyeball.
Yeah. So
Well-
this room has a door to the north, a door to the west, and then a set of double doors going to the east.
I don't know
Well,
about you all, but in my experience, the double doors tend to lead somewhere big, like a big ballroom or something, or a big chamber. They always have the big fancy double doors. So maybe just for be careful on the other side of that. There might be somebody dancing or something.
Is there any sign of footprints, wet or otherwise, around the other two doors, though?
You get this is a pretty swept clean stone floor. There's not really anything obvious that would be able to leave footprints.
If people had been in the sewers, they probably would have left footprints if they'd been
So
running through.
no one seems to have gone this way that has been walking through the sewers near enough that there are footprints.
Still, it might be good to check. These smaller rooms where you would be putting someone.
Okay, check the room to the west.
All right. It is an empty sleeping chamber that has some ratty bedrolls in it.
Probably that
There are
guards.
straw pallets and rusty manacles bolted to the walls.
Maybe
I'll
not
check the one
guards.
to the north.
It's pretty much the same. Also empty, but with rusty pallets and rusty manacles. Straw pallets, rusty manacles, not rusty
You don't want to get those
Straw manacles and rusty
straw manacles.
Yeah.
Don't
There's
work
some
so
rusty mammals on the other side of the door.
Yeah.
This would be where they would keep prisoners.
Yes,
Unfortunately,
but
ours is not
our
here.
friend Reynard is not one of them.
Well,
Or, sorry,
Reynard's
our friend Floon, our friend Floon,
I'm right
yes.
here. Says Reynard.
I'm sorry, right, butt chin, no butt chin. I get you confused sometimes.
That reminds me, I didn't roll initiative for him during the gaze. Fine, I need to remember to do that. Reynard is with you. He is carrying a rapier. All right.
We are in the heart of Xanathar country, I suspect. And we could go deeper, but it might not be the way we would want to go. We'll encounter more and more of those guards and other things. We may
What
want
do you
to.
think? Should we go through the double dells?
We may want to leave them for the
That's-
moment. We know how to get back in here easily.
I think we should keep going this way and see if it loops around. Like this
Yeah.
way is unguarded, so we may as well keep pushing our luck.
It's not unguarded, just poorly guarded.
Well,
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
this is the way
same
they won't
difference.
expect us to come.
yes, we went
if
through
we
the
follow
secret
the
door.
sign.
Yeah.
If we follow the signs, they'll be expecting us. That way, it can
Yeah.
be easily monitored.
I'd rather go from behind whatever barriers and what have you than
This
go back
looks
out
like-
and go through them.
This looks more like the front door.
No, this is the back door. This is the secret way.
The double doors are meant for many people, as Brother pointed out.
Right, but is the bigger place, like, is this the bigger place that people are coming into?
Well,
I
let's
think
check
that
and
might
see
be
what's
what-
behind it first before we decide to eschew it.
All right, be careful.
Are you listening at the door?
Yes.
Make a perception check.
18.
All right.
14.
You do hear activity on the other side, and in fact, what you hear is a man's voice saying, "Please stop it! I don't know anything." And then another harsh voice just going, "You're gonna tell us everything you know."
Okay. Message to
Raynor?
message to Gibson. He's on the other side of the door. He's being tortured. Let's move.
All right. I will take one action before we go in.
All right.
I'm going to cast shield mage armor.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm going to use. Oh, I suppose Bardic Inspiration requires casting, so that's not quite enough.
I will take out my sword. I'll try to be a meat shield for all these squishy people.
All right.
Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to touch Brother and cast Heroism.
Okay.
What's that do?
For the next minute, you are immune to being frightened, and you gain temporary hit points equal to my spellcasting ability modifier at the start of each of your turns, so that's 2 hit points.
At the start of each of my turns? Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
When the spell ends, you lose any remaining temporary hit points from the spell.
Okay.
And why not? I will cast one more if I have a second.
All right. You have all the time you want, and in the meantime, on the other side of the door, like,
Only a few seconds. But I concentrate with the crystal rod out, and you see a sheen of green ichor sort of flow over Gibson's skin. He looks invigorated, but almost like a green glow, an ominous green glow. And I cast False Life on myself.
All right.
Okay, let's go.
Concentration.
It is not,
Okay.
but it does give me 7 temporary hit points.
All right. Nice. Okay, so as you guys are, how are you? Were you just kicking in the door? What's the plan?
Well, I mean, if you have to pull it open, then we pull it open. But yeah, I think that's
Kick on the. It's a pull.
Yeah. So it's just like from the other side. It's just the doors just go boom, and then the pull open the other side. I think that's exactly what happens. All right, so what you see on the other side of those double doors, threadbare curtains hang on the east wall of a long hall, in the middle of which a muscular half-orc in dingy robes stands with his foot on the chest of a male human with wavy red-brown hair. Fire burns around the orc's clenched fist, and his victim cries and squirms helplessly beneath him. Seated on a raised platform to the south is a nightmarish figure wearing black robes. It has large white eyes and a rubbery purple skin with 4 tentacles encircling its inhuman mouth.
Oh no.
It cradles and gently caresses what looks like a disembodied brain with feet.
Oh dear.
That's terrifying.
An important detail we must notice.
Mother?
Does the human have a butt chin?
Yes! Also, Raynar says, that's Floon!
Okay, so
But we're rolling initiative.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Give me a second just to roll initiative for all of these other folks here.
Okay.
Raynar gets. Oh. Sorry, there's just there's more stuff in this area. So okay, Raynar gets 22. The orc gets, or the half orc gets 14. 14. The monstrous creature to the south. Ooh.
It's Clarota. We all know that.
He gets 20. And
I'm more worried about
his
the
little
brain
pet.
with feet.
yeah, his little pet. Wow, the bad guys all rolled high. Yeah, so that's 22. Okay, so now you guys.
I got a 5.
All right.
17.
Okay.
I got a 12.
17.
6.
Brother. 12. Gibson, 6. Luker?
20.
20. All right. Okay. It is the brain thing's turn first, but actually what it continues to do is be held by this other monstrous creature, so it does not take any of its own action. And it is currently still down on this platform. You guys are just like at the doorway here. And then the orc and Floon are kind of in the center of the room here. The orc is still standing over him, but he kind of turns to look at you and says, "Who the hell are you?" And it is Raynar's turn, and I think he is going to dash in and attack the half-orc with his rapier. He's going to make actually 3 attacks, 2 with his rapier and 1 with a dagger. With the rapier.
I want to be
That's
that.
a 13 and a 9.
How did this guy ever get jumped?
So only the 13 hits. So he does hit with his rapier once. Hang
He
on,
was probably really drunk.
Fair point.
All right. And that is... Sorry, I'm clicking around lots of different things. Okay. 1d4 plus 4. Where's my d4? There we go. No, it's a 1d8 for the rapier. That's 10. Okay, yeah. So he... Yeah, okay, so with with the 2... his full round of attacks here, he basically just punctures this this half orc through full of holes, starts to go down, but then you see his half orcish fury manages to his eyes start to roll back up in his head, but then he's still up. So that's Raynar's turn. So Luker.
All right, so I will also attack the half orc with my rapier.
All right.
Got a 22
That hits.
with 5 piercing.
And that does the job. Does not get back up this time. He tumbles to the ground, and Floon kind of scrabbles backwards like on his butt, doing that crab walk thing to get away from him. And then he kind of just looks and says, "Raynar?" All right. So now this monstrous creature to the south, who was seated on this thing, kind of calmly stands up, looks at all of you, and kind of just seems to stare at you with this alien expression. And trying to decide what he's doing here, because you guys came through his... All right. I think he just stands up and glowers at all of you, and he looks really scary. Quinn.
I'm gonna shoot him with my bow.
All right.
I was gonna bull rush the orc, but he's dead now.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a 16 towards the monstrous thingy.
Okay. The 16 does hit.
Great. And I do a whopping 2 points of damage to it.
All right. It kind of just goes, "Chomp," and it kind of doesn't even really react, but then it just sort of looks down at where the arrow hit it and just...
Damn it. Readjust. You're up high. I don't like this.
All right, brother.
Brother is gonna cast his last ice knife on the monstrosity and the brain that it's holding.
Uh-huh.
So I'll try and hit the monstrosity, and that's going to be a 22 to hit.
It hits.
So the monstrosity is going to take 4 points of piercing damage.
All right.
And then they will both take an additional 10 points of cold damage.
Okay. So it definitely, it looks like you heard it, and then this little thing, yeah. All right. So at this point, it's held action. It looks around at all of you, and that one hurt it a bit more, but it's still healthy, and it sort of floats where it is, and kind of points very specifically at Brother. And Brother, I need you to make an intelligence saving throw.
Okay. It's a 13.
Okay, that's a failure. So
My brain melts in my skull.
you take 29 psychic damage.
29.
Yeah, I'm
I
dead.
think your brain exploded.
Yeah, I'm dead because that's like double my hit points. So I'm dead. I'm out as my brain like explodes. Remember, I open my mouth and I can feel it, and I just like look at Gibson as if to say something, as if to say help. I just be like, ah! And scanner style, my head explodes.
No, damn it.
Yeah. So at this point, this thing has just done that to Brother, and then it looks at the rest of you and gives a gesture that you can probably interpret pretty well as "get out of my way," like it wants to go through those doors. So, Gibson, it's your turn.
Intelligence versus emotions. No! Quickly, grab Floon, let's get out of here. And I'm going to go over and grab my poor goblin, well, half goblin friend. The other half I can't really scoop up much.
Oh no.
But I will try to pick up Brother's body.
So you're clearing the way for that double doors, or
It indicated it wanted to go through double doors, did it?
It wanted to
Yeah.
go through the double doors, and you guys were in its way. So that was
Yeah,
what it was like.
I'm
saying,
kind
"Get
of
out of my way."
through the double doors, pick up Brother, and then kind of keep moving towards that northern set of stairs.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Annie.
How is Floon still on the ground? How's Floon looking?
Floon is he's hurt, but he's able to move okay.
Okay, I help Floon to his feet and get out of that thing's way.
All right.
Holy crap.
And there's a little bit of talk in the chat. Is like, is this unbalanced? It's like, well, there's some meta stuff going on too. But yes, you guys came in and took on like the big bad guy while you're standing in the direction that he wanted to go. So, all right. So yes, you get out of his way, and at this point, unless you guys are going to further interfere, we'll say that you sort of clear out, and it seems uninterested in dealing with you further. Otherwise, it sort of floats past you through that set of double doors. You see it approach that stone pillar with the carving of the eye. It takes something out of its robe, and a portal opens in that column, and he goes through it. And so, yeah.
Brother?
Brother is...
Let's get the fuck out of here.
Yes, we have to retreat. And I will carry Brother kind of like carrying a child. Delicately.
And Raynar, I think, is first making sure Floon is okay. And Floon, in the meantime, is looking around and realizing, like, that it's left and he's maybe okay. And he's just looking around like, oh my god, you guys, thank you so much. Oh my god, I didn't know what I was going to do.
Shut up. We're leaving.
Oh, okay. And he looks like he's going to cry.
Aw.
Annie, wait for me!
And then, Raynar is kind of looking at the rest of you and looking down at Brother and just, haunted.
Yeah, that's a good explanation.
Also, just kind of, I think everyone is kind of just going, dude, what?
What
Yeah.
just happened?
Yeah.
I warned him to be careful. There are things down here, powers beyond us. We have to run quickly before the rest of us fare so badly.
All right. So this portal is still open in the column.
Nope.
No, not going where that
Nope.
thing's going.
We're going to
After-
go back out
it-
the sewers.
It closes after a minute.
Okay.
All right. But you all go back the way you came?
Yes.
I think as you're passing through that room again, the door to that goblin hideout comes out, and the goblin kind of comes out, rubbing his eyes, just going, "Hey guys, what's going on?"
Sit down and shut up. Vicious mockery.
Oh yeah, all right.
And yes, your mother smells of elderberry.
So if he fails his will saving throw, he takes 3 psychic damage
Okay.
from meanness.
All right. He got a 10, so that's a fail.
Yeah, he failed.
All right. So
Yep.
it doesn't kill him, but he is definitely like, oh yeah, you guys seem busy, so
Close the door.
yeah.
Close the door.
All right, so you guys make your way back out through that secret door into the sewer tunnel again. Floon
That
is
first ladder. Yes.
You can see Floon is having to practically like hold his breath to keep from just babbling his gratitude at you guys.
There will be a time.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! We're leaving quickly.
He's coming with you. He looks pretty hurt, by the way, but I mean he's able to move okay, but he's clearly taken some beatings.
I unfortunately do not have any more healing magic, so he's gonna have to deal.
Yeah, we'll get him back to Zolo and
Volo.
yeah, Zolo. Whoever it was that hired us
We've
to
had
find him.
no-
The
Hello?
fancy dwarf that's gonna give us money.
Yeah, we'll trade him for money, and he can have a long rest with his friend.
So
All
as
right.
you guys are making your way then out of the, I keep not switching my ambiance to the ideal ones for all the stuff that's going on because stuff's going on. But yeah, so you make your way back out through the sewer. I think, yeah, you know what? Let's just say you make your way out. You've don't.
I think that
encounter
first
any other
ladder to the
trouble.
surface. That first ladder to the surface will be the one that.
Yeah, back where you fought the gazer.
Yeah.
And so as you guys climb back out from there, you find yourselves in a cellar of what looks like it might be a restaurant or a tavern. There's, sacks of potatoes and, various food sundries and stuff.
Sacks of potatoes?
Yeah.
I gently set down brother's body, empty a sack, and proceed to carefully put his body in the sack.
Very respectful.
It's also a lot less conspicuous.
That's true.
Reverently shove his body into the potato sack.
Carefully.
And I think with my death, I'm going to head off.
All right. Well, thank you, James, for playing. Brother was lovely.
Yes.
You will be
Yeah.
avenged!
Yes.
Remember me well.
And
Thanks,
yes,
guys.
that was the exit I figured was likely to happen.
Yep.
It might have
Excellent.
played out a little differently, but
Here lies brother.
all
He
good.
was headstrong until he lost his head.
That's right.
All right.
All right, guys. Have fun. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
See ya.
You too.
Bye.
Bye,
So,
Gabe.
I think we're going to take this moment just briefly to reiterate to everyone, especially if you're watching. Remember, we're raising money for Extra Life. It's all going to Boston Children's Hospitals, where all of this money, as you can see, I keep having to point the right direction. If you go to extralife.org, there should be a link in the shoot. I don't know if it's obvious where the well, let's put the link in the chat again, where you can go and donate there, and there are donation rewards you can choose, and it should update. There we go. thank you very much for posting those in the chat. And this is all going to be for a good cause and help us make us feel like we're doing more than just have fun. Having fun's good, but also it's for a good cause. So
Have fun. Save the children. Yay!
I'm also going to take just a very quick bio break. Be back in just a moment.
I'm going to be heading for a moment too. So
Yep.
everybody else,
Me too.
dance and sing.
Yep.
Intermission.
Alrighty, well, I guess everybody else is gonna go off, so I'm gonna sit here and entertain everybody. Da, 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 da. So thank you again for watching our D&D campaign in Waterdeep. I am Spence, playing the part of Quinn, and we are raising money for Boston Children's Hospital through the Extra Life campaign. This campaign is going on from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. today and tomorrow. So if you don't have time to watch us the whole campaign, you can feel free to check in either later today or tomorrow, whatever your preference is. Here on the Twitch stream for Christiana Ellis, we are going to have a lot of other people on throughout the weekend, so it's really a good opportunity for you to see other podcasters. Most of us are podcasters. Come and play D&D and be super nerdy. There are rewards. Hey, Christiana, I'm just about to talk about the rewards for
great.
making donations because I'm here. And
Lots of other people taking the opportunity to take a break as well.
Well, I was clearly the last one here.
Sure,
but
sure.
So if you give some donations, you can actually do some cool stuff for us in the campaign right now.
That's right.
Which is really cool. There's the housewarming donation at $25, so you can contribute a piece of furniture or decoration to the party's house, and you can be as unique as you like. You just put it in the comments when you make the donation. You can do a $50 donation and be neighborly. So you would have one of the party's neighbors, either named after you or custom tailored to your whims, show up in the campaign. That's kind of cool. Or you can lord it up, which is a $100 donation. Waterdeep is ruled by one open lord and a number of masked lords whose identities are secret. If you create one, we can insert them into the story. And what do they want from our heroes? You can decide. And on that note, I am going to take my bio break.
All right. So, thank you for reading some of those. It's all a good cause, and I think we're gonna hopefully we've already raised $580, which is fantastic, and hopefully we'll see a bit more as you people watching help just to spread the word and to contribute. But in the meantime, we're gonna continue our adventure, and we'll see how things develop from here.
Yeah.
And I'll chew into the microphone a little bit.
Okay, and I'm back. So I should probably check this chat.
All right, so almost everybody back. We'll wait for Spence to come back as well, and then we will resume the adventure already in progress. Or I guess rejoin already in progress. Resuming it already in progress kind of doesn't work. You wouldn't have to resume it if it was already in progress. Words, and sometimes they mean things.
Words.
How is no one dancing and singing? How are we supposed to entertain the people?
Well, I was just thinking from a meta standpoint, it was interesting. The fact that you guys did find the secret entrance and went in that way, in a meta sense, just, Elseworlds, branching parallel dimensions. The Mind Flayer doesn't usually attack anyone, it just leaves. But you were in its way. Plus, I had to kill James, so because he was leaving.
Level 1, so squishy anyway.
Oh, we've
Yep.
got in the
Yes.
chat someone saying Galaxy Hiker 09. You guys are rocking it. I think I'm going to run this adventure for my regular group. That's great. It is a super fun adventure. I really like it. We're kind of finishing the opening chapter here, and then we get into a really cool sort of sandboxy chapter, which I'm really excited to see how you guys handle all that.
Yeah.
It's going to be
This
exciting.
is
All right.
This is exciting for me because I've never played a bard before, and I get to kill people with sass.
You are being a friggin' duo. You are this campaign's duo. Makes me very happy.
All
I'm the
right.
bard of death.
So we have everybody back. So let's continue then. So you guys make your way up out of that cellar, and to the great surprise of the patrons and employees of this place, you find yourself emerging into a tavern called the Sprouting Fish in the dock ward, and you emerge smelling like sewage and. Just essentially looking like you've just been in a fight, carrying one of their sacks of potatoes, and I think everyone just kind of, record scratch, calmly watches you as you guys embarrassedly make your way through and just say, pardon me, pardon me.
Not even paying attention to them.
Yeah.
Bolting straight for the
Yeah.
door. I've got other
All right.
concerns.
Yeah, so you emerge onto the street then, and at this point, once you seem to be safe, Floon is just turning to all of you and just saying, "Thank you for coming for me. I thought for sure they were going to kill me. I didn't even know what they wanted. They were asking me all sorts of crazy questions. I don't know any of that stuff."
Your friend Raynar can fill you in on some of that.
We
We
were
need to get
sent
you
by
back.
He gives Raynar a big hug.
We were sent by Volo to come and find you, and
Hello!
so now we
Oh
have.
my god, I can't believe it. He's such a cool guy.
Okay, but can you show some reverence because we just lost a friend?
I'm so
Cost
sorry.
from high.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And he comes over and he caresses the sack. He's like, you committed the ultimate sacrifice for me. How could I ever repay you guys?
Okay, well, let's
and
just
I think
get
Raynar
back.
says, well, hang on, Floon, just because Bolo already offered, I think.
Besides, there's not much that you can pay which would be worth this poor young one's life.
So are you heading back to the Yawning Portal, or?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
At least I'm trying
Yep.
to.
All right. So as you head then back to the Yawning Portal, I think, are you walking, or are you getting another hire coach, or? You know what?
I don't think,
I think at this point, Raynar just actually Raynar doesn't have cash on him, so
Yeah.
he flags down a couple of hire coaches and on his name alone gets them to take you guys back to the Yawning Portal on promise of later payment.
I mean, at this point, Gibson's quite obsessed with this package.
Mm-hmm.
This little lumpy sack.
Yeah. And so I think you guys too, having known Brother a little bit, know that he stayed at Falconmere, which is a manor in the northern part of the city.
You stayed in a manor?
He stayed
Well,
there.
A boarding house.
Well,
Oh.
no, it's kind of it's a manor, but he worked there kind of like assistant to the groundskeeper. But that's also the base of the Emerald Enclave in the city, and there's actually the owner of the manor is highly placed in the Emerald Enclave, so he was staying with her.
Quinn
Yeah.
pulls out of her backpack a mostly finished shawl that she was in the middle of making for him, and is just like, I'm going to try to finish this now.
I will take care of his body.
Okay.
So you return to the Yawning Portal then. It's started to snow gently outside. The wind has stopped a little bit, but it's this gentle snowflakes, falling in the light of the street lamps as you make your way back to the Yawning Portal. And Volo is alone at a table inside, drinking, anxious. But as he sees you come in, he springs up and runs to embrace you and his friend, and then says for a moment, "Is that Raynar Neverember? Wait, where's? No, sorry, that wasn't his voice. Is that Raynar Neverember? What? Wait, and where's your goblin friend?" And I think as he sees Gibson, he's like, "Oh dear."
I'm afraid he did not survive.
I'm so sorry. I thank you effusively for rescuing my friend, but I'm sorry that you've lost yours to the efforts.
Thank you.
I am enduringly thankful. And you have done as I asked, as promised, and I confess that I have but few coins to spare. But never let it be said that Volo reneges on a promise. Allow me to present something much more valuable. And he holds out a scroll tube. This is the deed to a remarkable property here in Waterdeep. We'll need a magistrate to witness the transfer of ownership, but I'll arrange a meeting with one after you've inspected the estate and deemed it satisfactory. And I hope this will make some ground to repay you for what you have done for me and for Floon.
Perhaps.
And Floon has ordered a beer, and so he comes back from the bar holding it, sipping it, looking really sad, and just like, "You guys are you're so awesome. I can't believe you saved me like that." And like, I don't have like a big house or anything, but like, if you ever want to go out drinking or something, like, it would be really cool.
I would suggest you stay out of any bar in the dock ward, or anywhere else where you might be spotted and taken once again. And as for you, Raynar, hire guards. Does the yachting portal have rooms? Is it an inn?
Yes, it is.
Excuse me, I have business to attend to. And I go and immediately rent a room.
All right. I think Volo kind of watches all that happen, and just as the rest of you, he's still holding the scroll tube. It's like,
I'll take it.
we can go to inspect the property in the morning if you like.
I think that's probably wise because I know that some of us are still injured and we're all like.
I could use a rest and a bath.
We're all smelly. We're all tired. We're all emotionally raw. So yeah.
Raynar turns to all of you and just says, "And you have saved my life as well, and I appreciate that. And though my name isn't worth what it once was in this city, you have my thanks. And if you ever need a favor, let me know."
Well, I mean, if you are looking for guards, look up the Brothers Narkle. They're pretty good. I mean, you've seen me work. They're better.
I shall inquire.
Well, keep it
I
on the
said
down
Narkle,
low.
but I meant Knackle, and
I was kind of wondering. I thought I was not sure if I had
that was me messing up my own name.
Okay. All right. So I think Raynar and Floon both leave. There, he's not going to stay at the Yawning Portal. He has his own house. So, but yeah, I think Volo agrees to stay in the inn too, just so that he's not, not have any appearance of him trying to run out before you guys have agreed that this house is acceptable payment.
Okay.
All right. So Gibson, you would have been able to arrange a room without difficulty.
Okay.
Annie, you want to bunk together?
Yeah. Let me talk to what's his face.
All right, I'll arrange the room while you.
No,
do that.
I got it. Trust me.
Oh, okay. Well,
I am going to play. What's it called?
the dulcimer.
By demand.
Okay. Oh, yeah. So you want to like play a little show here to earn your keep?
Yeah, well, maybe not today. It's just like, can I just stay the night?
Yeah.
I'll do a show here whenever you want.
Um, Durnan, I think, gives a look like normally that would not be cool, but you guys also helped him fight a troll today, so.
All right.
Thanks, Sternin. You're epic.
By popular demand.
All right, so you guys, can all turn in unless you have anything else you'd like to do this evening.
So
No.
I will take the ruined body of brother back to my room.
Mm-hmm.
I will prepare, for lack of a better term, an examination table.
Okay.
And with my book, which I still don't entirely understand, I'll proceed to look over his body. And eventually, and I'll pay them for the extra money for the hot water to clean his body and for the sheet that I'm going to wrap him up in as a shroud. But I'm still pursuing my necromancy.
Mm-hmm. All right. So you're just doing do you want to make like a medicine check to try to understand more about what happened, or?
Sure.
All right. Go ahead.
That's a 3. I have no idea what happened.
Yeah. All you know is that crazy creature just stared at him, and he just started bleeding out the ears and died.
I will set aside whatever coin he had, as well as the silver bar I think he still had in his possession.
Yeah. Let's see. He had. I can tell you that stuff. Hang on. Sorry. Let me get to that. He didn't have a ton because you guys are all level 1. But let's look at his inventory. He had that silver bar, presumably.
That was worth 10 silver?
I think that was what. No, it was weighed 10 pound. It weighed 10 pounds. It's worth 50 gold.
Oh, okay.
It's 10 pounds of silver. He had a bottle of ink and a quill, a small knife. He had 20 gold on him, other than the silver bar. And he also had a letter from a dead colleague posing a question he had not yet been able to answer.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to write on the table. Well, the gold will be piled in with what I have. The bar will be saved. The ink I'll join with my own, and the paper. And then I pull out that piece of paper that I picked up off that desk.
Mm-hmm.
And as a curiosity, I will spend 11 minutes, well, 10 minutes and 6 seconds, casting Detect Magic.
All right. It is definitely magic.
What kind?
Hang on. Let's see. I can tell you that. It is. It's transmutation magic.
Okay. Then I will spend 10 minutes and 6 seconds casting Identify.
All right. It is a paper bird, and and so this is an item that you can look up in D&D and Beyond. But basically, the way it works is if you write a message of 50 words or fewer on the magic sheet of parchment and speak a creature's name, it magically folds into a tiny paper bird and flies to the recipient whose name you uttered. It may be familiar to you from the So Many Levels campaign because that's where I got the idea. The recipient must be on the same plane of existence as you, otherwise the bird turns into ash as it takes flight. And so it is a physical object that is flying through the air, so it could be intercepted or attacked or something, but otherwise it will fly magically to the person you write it to.
Okay. Thank you.
So you have one of those.
Okay.
All right.
So I'm just going to message him after I sort of get comfortable.
Okay.
So I don't know if you heard when you were leaving, but Volo is offering a deed to a house to clear the debt, and we're gonna look at it in the morning.
I don't know if I can. Can I respond to message?
Yeah, so
Yes.
you can whisper back.
I think normally message needs line of sight, but we'll allow it for now.
It can go around corners. If you know
It
where
can
they
go
are.
around corners and through small objects, so I just go to his door and whisper
Okay,
it.
that works.
Thank you, Annie. I have seen to brother's body. I will join you in the morning.
Okay. He has his people in the city, right? The Emerald
Yeah,
Something-
the Emerald Enclave.
Enclave.
Yeah, he had. In fact, he had. Remember, he had this letter around his neck that was like
Yeah.
the people who are basically saying, he's doing good work for the city, so don't hassle him.
Right. I got to write that down in my inventory.
Yep. So in the morning, unless you have anything else, no. So you guys not only get a long rest, but you are also all now level 2.
Woohoo!
Oh, wow.
Level up.
Yeah, you rescued a noble and his drinking buddy, and you've earned the gratitude of a famous author. And apparently you got a house. We'll go see. And so
Is it a brick house?
well, you'll see, won't you? Just as a meta note, Hugh, do you have to leave soon?
Not yet. So
Okay.
when we take our break, I'll sort of figure that out.
Okay. All right. So, as in the morning, what are you doing first? Are you?
I am
Gibson still
saying
has
to
brother's
Annie.
body, presumably.
First thing I notice is I go, Annie, I think my muscles got bigger.
Yeah, I slept
Weird.
really well.
Yeah, this is weird. But yeah.
I'm studying my new spells.
Okay, yeah. So you guys are still in the yawning portal right around here. I think if any of you go down for breakfast, you'll find Volo hanging out.
Oh yeah, I'm
waiting.
totally going down for breakfast.
All right.
I'm hungry. Barkeep, I'd like some breakfast, please.
Ah, yes. They've got a variety of available options. The standard stuff you would expect.
Yep. Bacon, eggs, toast. All good.
All right. So for this visit, you guys are kind of comped, but otherwise, you know. All right. And Volo, sees you and just says, I trust you rested well. That always produces a good night's sleep, I find, when someone has had an adventure.
Well, yeah, mostly. I mean, I also sleep really well after I finish a project, and it's a nice sense of accomplishment. And yeah, I was afraid I was gonna have nightmares, but I didn't have nightmares, so there's that.
Yeah. Well, good then. I hope that if you need to see to your friend first, that is fine. Let me know when you are ready to go inspect the property, and I shall accompany you.
That sounds good. I'm like an early riser, and Annie sometimes takes a while, and I don't know about the others' processes in the mornings, but I expect they'll be down like in an hour or two.
All right.
So
So what are the rest of you doing?
yeah.
I have to pick my spells.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm learning my new spell.
Oh, okay. So I talk Volo's ear off
All right.
about the wonders of weaving and how like weaving and fighting are kind of the same in some weird philosophy.
He actually starts taking notes at some point.
She doesn't Quinn doesn't pay attention at all. She's just like, and then you put the hook in, and it's like getting your hand in with a good punch while somebody else is trying to stab at you. You find the opening, and it's a really good way to like move things around. And where is everyone?
You see Luker, who is pretty much face down in a cup of some kind of hot caffeinated beverage. She is not a morning person.
There's coffee. There's tea.
Yeah, definitely with the coffee.
All right.
Nice big.
Okay.
All right. So, what's there's probably not going to be any combat right away, so you don't feel the need to necessarily finish everything. But is the plan to go see the house first, or to take brother somewhere, or what?
Let's do the house first and let Volo off the hook, and then we can go seek an
And
audience
just-
with the.
I
How,
think,
Enclave.
I think Durnan is probably not going to be happy if he realizes you guys are keeping a dead body in one of his rooms.
Yeah,
Oh,
we should
yeah,
get that taken
Yeah,
care
we should
of.
do that first.
It is taken care of. Do not worry.
Well, no, we should get him to back
I
to
will
the manor.
attend to the body myself.
Like right now.
I've done some things already to prepare it, and I will take care of it.
Oh. Okay.
All right. So, are you guys bringing all your stuff with you to with Volo?
Sure. Why not?
Yeah.
How far away is the house that we're going to be looking
It
at? Is it
is-
a long ways away?
No. Well, it's yeah, it's a little ways across the city. It's up in the kind of the center of the North Ward. So let
Okay.
me show you on the map here. So you guys.
So I will give an extra silver for the bed sheet that I used to wrap the body in.
So you guys are right here, down in the the lower corner of the castle ward, and you're heading up, like right here. So it's in that general vicinity. And so, what are you doing with? You don't have to go into over elaborate detail, but I mean, are you still carrying him in the potato sack?
No, I made a shroud out of the
Right.
bedspread.
Okay.
I've cleaned his body, so there's no blood that would be coming through, and
Okay.
so it will look like a simple package.
All right.
The others will probably know that I have brother's body, but I don't make a point of it.
Okay. All right. So, as you are making your way in that direction, I think Volo hires a carriage to take you all. And you pass up into a neighborhood in, where is it here? It's actually on the map, but, okay. There we go. Okay. So, right here, between Ceradon Street and Delzorin Street is in here. And you come to find, as you are entering in there, that it is an alley inside here that is known as Troll Skull Alley. And you pass a couple of, you see that it's a fairly nice neighborhood. This block seems like it is not the fanciest or well kept, but it's not bad. It's not a bad neighborhood. At all. But then, let's see, you pull up outside this house.
Well,
Troll Skull Manor is what it's called. And Volo just says, yes, you see, I acquired this property when I was investigating it as part of my new book. I had heard that it was haunted, but after inspecting it a bit, I don't know that it is especially well suited for my needs, and yet it is clearly a large piece of property in a good neighborhood, and I suspect it is worth quite a bit more than the 100 gold each that I had promised, what?
Okay, so how haunted is it?
In my personal experience, not at all. But I had heard rumors prior to purchasing it. It used to be a tavern. And you guys can see that the lower level is, in fact, does look like the outside of a tavern.
I could use it. This works for me.
It's a bit big
Do you
for
want
my
to
purposes.
check the interior?
Oh yes, definitely.
All right.
But I'm looking to create sort of like a design, like a performance space, and it's kind of not
So,
ideal from location for my purposes, but this would work very well, actually.
it would clearly need some renovation, but it
Yeah.
looks like like it's in, like I said, a good area, but it's also let's go ahead and get the house map then. So, as you guys enter, you. Sorry, I've got. You know what? Oh wait, no. Sorry, I have a version of the map that has the rooms labeled. There we go. There we go. So as you guys enter this room, through the front door, it's clearly been locked, and there's a sign on it that says "Do not enter." And as you reach, there's a front door. There is. Sorry, I'm trying to drag the wrong thing around. Okay. On the first level, there is a stairs up to sort of like a little deck, which has a door on the north end that goes inside. There's also a front main door with its own little stairs there. And so you can go in. That's probably where he would lead you in. And as you look around, you can see clearly that this is, it definitely used to be a tap room. It's filled with broken furniture, tarnished silverware. You see old casks of wine sitting around. It's pretty much empty. You see a rat scuttle across the floor, but there is like a bar, there's stools, tables, and kind of a wide room here. And he just says, so as you can see, it is not very well preserved at the moment. You can understand why I thought it might be a haunted location, but I expect with some renovation this could be made quite nice.
Why are you so eager to get rid of this house?
I am
As you
eager
said,
to
it's
repay a debt, sir.
Yes. This is far more than paying back. Unless
Well,
there's
I
something
am
wrong
short
with
on
us.
liquid assets at the moment.
And how did you come to acquire this house?
Well, I bought it. Which is part of the reason, of course, that I am short on liquid assets.
Okay.
How are the acoustics?
Make a performance check.
That is a 15.
They're pretty good.
Yeah, this could work.
Do you know the history of the place? Why were the previous owners selling it while it was still furnished?
Well, you
And
see,
is there actually a troll skull here somewhere?
no, yeah, sure. Troll Skull Alley is actually named for the site of the historic troll invasion that happened 200 some years ago, I think. That's the reason for the name. There's no troll skulls present in the house, or at least not any that I've found. It's named, so the manor is named for the alley. The alley named for being a location of the previous fight.
Okay.
Rather coincidence, what, with you fighting a troll last night?
Yes.
Yeah. And the history, why were the former owners selling it?
Well, the last owners, I think, were people who I expect intended themselves to just flip it, you might say, renovate and resell, and I heard that there was haunting in it, so I purchased the property out from under them before they had a chance to do so. The owners prior to that, I believe, it had been an orphanage at some point, and I'm afraid I don't know much of the history before that. But I know that it had been a tavern prior to any of that, and you can see it is still very much set up for that to happen. The orphanage was upstairs while the tavern was downstairs.
Okay. I'm
That
going to
seems
take a
like
look
an
around
ideal mixed
upstairs.
use.
I'm going to take a look around upstairs.
All right.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Yeah. So
Yes.
from this main area here, you realize that. Gosh, I'm just looking at the map. Is there really no stairs from the ground floor? Because there's not stairs that just go to. Yeah. Okay. You have to. Yeah. So to go upstairs, you actually have to go back outside. That can't be right, can it? I'm just looking at the
Aren't
map
those
here.
in the northwest corner behind that table?
Yes, but that's
Or
actually
northeast?
outside.
I,
So you
that
go
wouldn't surprise
outside.
me,
It's
actually.
outside stairs.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
there's the tavern, but there's no direct access from to upstairs from inside. You go outside and around the back corner of the house. You see that there's a kitchen door and a pantry door that go outside, but then there's also a set of exterior stairs that lead up to this second floor here into the common room.
Okay.
Yeah. And so
Okay.
on this level, you come in and it's in pretty much the same kind of condition. You know, it's kind of it's very dusty, cobwebs. There's some broken furniture here and there, but mostly it's just empty. From the common room, there's there's an area that leads to a den. There's fireplaces in both of those. There's a balcony and a hallway. There's a hall that leads with another set of stairs that go further up. And there is a bedroom on this level and a spare room and more balconies.
Okay. What kind of furniture in these rooms? I mean, if he said that it was an orphanage at some point in time, I would expect this would be, where the children played, where they were fed, all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any kind of sign of that, or
You
were
see
they lying to
like a
him?
broken toy in one of the corners, and then there is in in the bedroom. There's actually like a row of small beds that are all you wouldn't probably want to try to sleep on those at this point, but
Yeah. Okay. And everything appears solid, like the floors and the balconies and everything. They appear solid. I can stand on them. Jump
you
up
look
and
like you're
down.
not going to like fall right through right away, but make an intelligence check to try to get a sense of how much work the house probably needs.
I'm going to guess with lots. Intelligence check. 7.
You have no idea how much it would cost, but it seems like a lot of work.
Yeah. All right, so I'm going to keep on going upstairs and see what's upstairs.
All right, so you can follow the stairs in the hall here up to the third floor. You discover there's a library and study that has a bunch of bookshelves, but they're empty.
Mm-hmm.
There is another bedroom with its own private bathroom in there. There is a little tower area here with a trapdoor that goes up to the next level up. There's a couple of privies on this level.
Mm-hmm.
There's the master bedroom with a private bathroom. And you notice in the master bedroom there is there's the one piece of furniture that doesn't look just kind of trashed is sort of an old wardrobe that has been sort of turned down on its front facing side, but it looks in surprisingly good condition compared to most of the rest of the place.
Okay, so if there's anything haunting, it's probably the wardrobe and it's locked inside. Okay, good to know.
That wardrobe may be the most expensive thing in this whole building.
Yeah, so let's keep going up. Poke my head up the turret first.
Okay. So you discover that as you poke your head up through that trapdoor, there is a ladder. There's just another small room in there with the sloped roof. You know that this is the turret, peaked pointed roof that you saw from outside. And so there's a little sort of attic-like room up there.
Okay, empty.
I call this room.
You want to stay in the cupola? You're more than welcome.
Okay.
All right, and so there's any other stairs going up
Yeah,
to the attic?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
there's another stairs up to this attic where you find an attic bedroom and then an attic storage room, and then in the storage room you do see there is a painting hanging on one wall that appears to be It's a picture of a young man holding like a lute.
Is it a good
Okay.
painting?
It's you get the feeling that it would be subjective. Like the quality of it is fine, and it's more just like, is that your thing? Do you want a painting of a young man holding a lute?
Is there a buyer for a painting with a young man
It
holding a
also
lute?
does it again. It seems to have resisted some of the dust that's settled all over everything else.
Yeah. All right. Is there a buyer for a haunted painting of a young man holding a lute?
I suspect the haunting was merely a way to either drive up the price or drive people away, so they wouldn't break in.
You never know.
We're in the Sword Coast. There's a buyer for everything.
You all
Especially
hear
Waterdeep.
kind of a whisper go, never.
Never what? Who said that? Well, which of you said that?
I didn't.
Said what?
Never
Interesting.
Alright.
going to.
Where did that come from? Let's see if I can find the source of that voice or figure out where it
Make
came
a
from.
perception check.
Natural one.
I got a 20 not natural.
Which of you said
It's
that?
definitely coming from the painting.
Yeah.
Okay, are you a haunted painting or a magic painting?
Never going to give.
I don't like where this is going.
Oh
says
no!
Mark. Quick, run away before it finishes the sentence.
I'm going to give what?
Never going to give you
Give
up.
you up.
Never gonna give you
We let you down.
Never gonna let you down. And the bard on this painting does actually animate and start to dance as he's singing this song.
I like this house.
And you guys can thank Starla Hutchton for that piece of, listener donated furniture.
Thank you, Starla.
Thank you, Starla.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
awesome.
The song is still playing. We're no strangers to love. You know the rules,
and so do I.
But we
I
can
started
hang it
humming it
outside.
on my dulcimer.
All right, nice. the guy in the painting is smiling like, yeah.
I'm leaving this room.
Yes.
I'm bringing this downstairs. Maybe later.
Because this is my bedroom.
Wait, no.
They
So
can't all be your
this
bedroom.
is
This
in the
is
attic
in the storage, isn't it?
storage room. I thought you
never
said the
mind.
turret peak before.
I call the attic bedroom.
Oh, fine. I'll guess I'll stay in the turret.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
There's no fireplace in there. It was pretty cold, but up to you.
Oh, okay. I'll figure it out.
All right. It's very drafty, but it perhaps could be improved if you guys renovate it.
This place is going to cost considerable amount of money to repair.
Volo is at this point
could
is
also
just
flip
going
it.
to say, yes, well, I'm sure you could find investors, perhaps, or just moneylenders would be happy to loan you whatever's necessary.
From paying back a debt to causing us to create our own debts. Not sure I like that.
Well, I am offering you a house that I'm sure on the open market would sell for many, many thousands of gold.
We can
All
figure
right.
something out to do with it.
And
Very well.
Yeah.
All right. Hold
I
on.
call the
We've
master
got one
bedroom.
more. We got one more room to look at, and that's the basement.
Yeah.
If there is a basement or a cellar.
Yeah, there is a hatch to the basement from the tap room.
Okay. All right. First thing that we renovate in here is put interior stairs. Or an elevator of some kind.
You get,
So
you get the feeling that part of that would normally just be because if you wouldn't want the tavern patrons to just think they can wander up and go into the house part, but
Yeah.
Right.
But we could also close that off, maybe.
yeah.
Pretty
Well,
sure.
up
No.
to you guys. That's what you guys will have the opportunity because if Volo is kind of shows you the wine cellar and the ale cellar, which is an unfinished cellar down there, and
No ale or wine?
all of the barrels look old enough that they're probably no good anymore.
All right. So
Well,
sell,
more
sell the
importantly,
vinegar.
nothing else.
Sell the vinegar.
So he turns to you and says, "So, shall I summon the Magister and do the deed transfer properly?"
Yes, I think that.
Ah,
It
I'm
seems
happy
we're
to do
going
that.
to accept this.
Well, I do hope that you find it within your means to renovate and make a thriving business, and I shall be happy to buy the first drink when you do.
Indeed.
So he goes out and he makes some arrangements, and while you guys are maybe poking around, he says he'll be back with a magister to do the transfer.
Okay.
Magister or magistrate?
Magister is the name, but it's more
Oh,
or less
okay.
it's the same. Oops, I'm clicking on the wrong thing. I have to make sure I have that.
Magisters are more fantasy.
Gotcha.
Yeah, magisters are essentially like judges in Waterdeep. They are known for they wear black robes, but it is essentially like if you are arrested by the city watch or there is some sort of a dispute, magisters are the ones who decide it, and the only ones who can appeal the judgment of the decision of a magister is one of the lords of Waterdeep.
Gotcha.
All right. So, as you guys are poking around while you wait, do you explore that wardrobe at all anymore, or?
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's
let's
take
check
a
it out.
look. Give me a hand with this, Quinn.
Okay.
It is the room that I'm claiming, so.
All right.
And I
Yeah.
with my excessive gnomish strength, set it up right.
Okay, so as you turn it up, it is painted white and has sort of gold trim on it. It looks very nice, and it's definitely there's got to be something magical about it to keep it looking so nice when everything else is falling to ruin. But as you sort of set it back up on its 2 feet, you you see that someone has put like a little lock around the handles to keep it closed.
Yeah,
Does it feel
definitely
like there's
haunted
something?
wardrobe.
Does it feel like there's something in there?
I
Is it
knock
heavy?
on the door. I knock on the closet door. Hello?
It knocks back. Don't.
No, delightful.
Did it
Okay,
make any
something's
sound?
in there. We have to get it out. So, can anyone pick or break or?
Oh, I can break the lock. Hey, we are friends, not food. Okay? Okay. And I try to break the lock.
All right. So make an athletics check, I guess.
Sure.
Are you just doing it like with your hand, or are you guys finding
Yeah.
like a crowbar or something?
I'm using my hand to just because my fingers are tiny. I can get in there and then
Yeah,
just
well,
yank down
but-
on it.
Also, think about like a real person, but also like even a real strong person just literally trying to pull open a padlock with
Oh.
their hand.
Okay, well I'll use my short sword. I'll use my sword to help me with that
Okay.
then.
Yeah.
And you said athletics, right?
Yeah.
20, not natural.
Okay. Yeah, you are able to pop off the lock because the lock, although the wardrobe seems magical, the lock did not. And so as the lock comes off, the doors fly open and reveal a bunch of moth-eaten clothes. But you hear a voice going, "Oh, that's so much better."
Do
Hi.
we see a source of
Is
this
there
voice?
anyone in there?
No.
You're not going to start singing, are
You
you?
see a bunch of old, like, moth-eaten clothes, and she's just like, "Ugh, ugh, ugh, it's the worst."
Can you reveal yourself?
What?
Are you in a live wardrobe?
Well, alive is subjective.
Wait,
Okay, conscious.
Yes.
the wardrobe is speaking. Oh, dear.
Sentient is the term I prefer.
Okay, sentient. Yeah, that's.
Why would someone make a wardrobe? How were you? Why were you created?
If you don't need help putting on your clothes, but you want someone to advise you on them,
Exactly!
rich people do crazy things.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I have
I-
tremendous fashion sense, I must say. However, I have been spending years locked away with nothing but trash clothing inside me. It's been miserable. I do hope that you all will see fit to give me some better clothes to hold, and I will be happy to advise you on any fashion concerns you may have.
I point at Annie. This is going in your room.
Okay, I can take the painting too.
Good.
All right. Well, I mean, I don't know about like fashion, but I can like make things.
Really? Like what?
Yeah. Well, so I pull out my bag and I'm like, well, I made this hat and I made this shawl
So,
and
how about just a brief objective assessment of the hat and the shawl?
oh, okay. So the hat is a deeply colored woolen hat with some very intricate knitwork in it to make cabling. And the shawl is very delicate, kind of like a spider web style with little uh, tatted filigree things attached at the edges of it.
Okay. I think you kind of hold it out, and the wardrobe goes, "Well, isn't that charming?"
I'm still an apprentice.
No, and you seem like you are doing quite well for an apprentice.
I'm discouraged and I leave the room.
At this point, the wardrobe kind of twists around to the side, and sort of all of the like old ratty clothes that are in there kind of just sort of fly out. And she's like, So, I shall be here awaiting your return with better clothes.
Would have been better if you could make clothes. Stop.
Okay, so I think we actually have a few people ready to join. So let me see if I can't,
Who pops out of the next closet?
bring them in to the call.
Wait,
And
is
we'll
somebody
figure out
playing an
how to-
intelligence?
Well, oops. Let me get them added, and we'll figure out what makes sense as far as bringing in their characters in.
Okay.
Okay.
New people.
All right.
I'm gonna go grab some lunch. I'll be right back.
All right. Okay.
Yes, the wardrobe was a nod to Beauty and the Beast, I think.
Absolutely,
I know-
it was, and thank you to Black Dragon for making that donation. And I'm just realizing I got there. We go. Shift myself back off so I'm not blocked. Hello, Nobilis. Welcome.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Do I sound okay? Okay,
Yes,
good.
you do, and we're just discussing. We're gonna find a way to bring you in to give
Okay.
you a brief update to where everything is. The rest of the party here has rescued Floon Blagmar and Raynar Neverember from a Xanathar Guild hideout, and in return for this service, Floon, or Volo, who hired them to go find Floon, has gifted them the deed to an old rundown house that is not in very good shape, but it is big and in a nice neighborhood, and so certainly worth more than the original gold he promised them. And they've just been exploring it and claiming it.
Nice.
So, what do you think would make the most sense for your character to kind of be brought in and hang out with these guys?
Well, Shutak, which means Big Red, is a mercenary, but he's not part of like the broader mercenary culture, so he's not really completely clear on how the whole thing works. Like getting a regular paycheck is not something that is part of his culture.
Okay.
So saying we're going to hire you, and as part of hiring you, you get a share of what we produce. It would be like, all right, fine, I'm good with that. And because like he's first level and doesn't know any better.
Okay, so actually you should be
To
level
me-
2 now because everyone's
Okay.
leveled up to level 2.
Still, the basic idea of the character is a dragonborn who is raised by kobolds.
Okay, how about this? The rest of you had not yet. Let's retcon that you had not yet explored the cellar,
Okay.
and we'll say that when you go to explore the wine cellar, sleeping in the corner of this cellar, you find a red dragonborn individual.
Yes. And as Dragonborns go, which isn't actually that much, he's kind of small and rangy. But given that Dragonborn are generally big and beefy, it means that he's just kind of human size.
Okay.
Okay.
I think you need to adjust your
Oh yeah.
cameras there.
That one should be. Oh, there you are. Do we?
I didn't want to.
Okay, yeah,
interrupt.
this should be okay. Yeah, great. Okay, good. So, is it just you, Nutty, or is Tech joining
No,
too?
Tech
or-
is coming. He's
Okay.
coming. He's
Is he
just,
going to be on a different call or same?
No,
camera?
same
Okay,
camera.
okay. So let me get his character added to the little D&D Beyond overlay. And so we were just talking with Nobilis about where things are and how to integrate his character. So your character and Tech's character, do they know each other at all? Are they like together at all, or?
Well, that's a good question. I got to ask Tech that. Hey, Tech, do our characters know each other at all? Yeah. I don't know. Probably not.
Are you closely affiliated with the local
Okay.
magical merchant?
Yeah, probably. I'm gonna guess we don't know each other. One thing I was
Okay.
listening. Nobilis, are
Yes.
you playing the character that you were playing last time we played?
Last time we played
Yes,
Waterdeep.
actually,
Yeah.
yeah. So
Our
okay,
characters knew
yeah.
each other in that game.
Okay.
What was that?
I said our characters knew each other in that game because I'm playing Sandrine.
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
So
All right.
okay.
So
worships dragons. You were raised by kobolds.
yeah, and also like yes, dragony.
So how about this? What if you guys are both in that cellar together? Like you found a place to hide out from something.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. What about Tech's character?
I'm waiting for him to get on mic. Here we go.
All right.
All right. So Tech, now that you're here,
Hello.
they have the party has just rescued 2 people, and they've been given this mansion as a reward, and they're exploring it. When they get to the basement, they're going to find my character and Nobilis's character. Do you have a reason to either be in this house, or I actually think a perfect reason would be you're trying to steal something?
Well, we need a reason that the party would not presumably want to just kick him out.
Yeah.
No, I'm not here to steal anything. I'm not a thief.
Right.
Thank you for trying to define my character's intentions. I'm casing the joint. I'm here to see what is to be stolen.
Oh,
Well, so
That's not necessarily better.
It's not necessarily the same thing either.
okay, so I have an idea for how that'll work, and hopefully Lee will come back soon.
so we are level 2, yes?
Yes. Everybody should be level 2.
I just have to update my character sheet.
Yeah.
Do
Okay,
you
so
have
the way
time-
that we're gonna roll this is that Cage, you had been checking out this place, and so far you'd just been exploring. There hadn't really been much. You were kind of doing a top to bottom thing, so you went and you were checking out like the tower, and you were in there up on this top floor when you heard people start coming in, and you're like, oh no, I thought this place was like totally deserted or whatever, but now you're hearing a whole bunch of people walking around and talking downstairs. And so I think you, at the very last second, someone comes and pokes their head up, a little gnome pokes their head up through the trapdoor in this like tower garret thing, and you just managed to stand right where like they couldn't see, like you were hidden behind where the trapdoor opened.
And I say, I call this room.
And then boom. So in the meantime, they've been walking around exploring the house, and you are probably trying to figure out like, now what? And so, in the meantime,
Dignified way to leave that is not a rope made of bed sheets out the window.
right, or if it maybe if that's what it comes to. So, in the meantime, Lee, we're retconning that you had not yet explored the cellar, but when you go down there and do that and do so now, you find that it is currently occupied by the at the moment sleeping. There's a slender red dragonborn and a young woman, or half elf or full elf.
Well,
Full elf.
yes.
Okay.
They seem to be sleeping in the corner like they've been on the run, so they're kind of living rough a little bit.
Finishing up our long rest.
Oh, and as a full elf, you wouldn't probably be fully asleep. So I think, Sandrine, you would definitely be aware that people have just suddenly come down into the cellar and are now looking at you.
And Shutak, which means Big Red, is snoring, and little wisps of smoke are coming from his nose when on the exhale.
Excellent.
Okay.
Sandrine sits up very straight. She's kind of kneeling and she's very erect, and she just looks and she says, "Who are you?"
Well, we live here now.
We're apparently the new owners of this house.
Oh,
Does
that's-
Volo know you're here?
Of course. Right.
God.
Insight!
No. Is
If
the
you
more
want to
the
roll a
merrier.
competing deception check there, Sandrine.
Yeah. Hang on. Sorry.
Since we went to the basement afterwards, I'm going to say I deposited my bundle
Okay.
in that washroom that's off the main master bedroom.
Okay.
So I just got a natural 20, but I don't have my character sheet up because I was trying to change levels.
Okay.
So
So that beats my 9.
Yeah.
Oh,
So you're a little confused as to why Volo would have mentioned it, but it must have slipped his mind that there was someone there.
This is so typical of that guy.
isn't it just?
So, are you like working here? Like, do you come with the house?
No, I am not. Jack.
People don't come with houses.
Listen,
Sometimes they do.
sometimes they do. Like, if you have people who've worked for a family for a long time, the family dies, and then the servants still stay and work at the house for the new people who come in.
And Sandrine just like rolls her eyes. I am not staff.
Well, excuse me.
And who are you?
My name is Sandrine. I am semi to Waterdeep. Volo had loaned us this house to recuperate from our recent adventures. I was really annoyed at him right now. Of course, not only did he not come back like he said he would, but he's given away the house that he's loaned.
He'll be back shortly with the Magister.
I assume he was drunk.
Yeah.
If he loaned you the house, why are you sleeping in the basement?
As I said, we've just come back from an adventure and we figured this was the safest place if people
Okay.
And then Shutak grumbles and wakes up and says, "Besides, it's more dragony."
give that to.
Cage, what are you doing? It seems like you haven't heard the voices as closely anymore, so maybe they went back downstairs.
I thought someone had popped in. They just popped
They
in.
stuck their head up, looked around briefly. It was this gnome said, "I call this room," and then dropped back down through the trapdoor.
Start making my way downstairs then.
All right. So you emerge back down onto the third level bedroom, and so you are heading back down into that main level. You still hear kind of voices coming up through the otherwise empty house, but you think that they're all down on the tap room level.
All right. Well, let's get rid of them so I can keep this house. Okay, let's make our way to the basement. To the tap room.
All right. So technically, there's no internal stairs that go to the tap room. You would have the stairs. There's an external exit on the second floor, and then there's openings to the tap room in there. No, like on the ground floor. So you'd have to get to the ground floor to go into the tap room.
I'll keep going down.
All right. So you make your way out to the second floor and to those outside stairs.
Mhm.
All right.
Meanwhile, Quinn is making introductions. So I'm Quinn. This is Gibson. This is Annie. This is
Luker.
Thank you. I'm like, I want to call you Luke for some reason all the time, and I don't know why.
That's fine. That's
yeah.
fine if you want to do that.
Okay. So this is Luke, and yeah.
I think
I like
you're
to make
muted there,
things.
Lee.
Yeah, for right now because I'm eating lunch.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it seems like you were saying something, so I didn't.
Yeah. No, I just said it was fine if she called me Luke.
And I like to make things, and you know, we don't like to hurt people, but sometimes we have to, and
That's a rather strange thing to lead with.
Really?
well, we didn't expect to have them here. They're being a little bit
Ask
weird.
you what it is that you did to obtain this house? Like, why were you rewarded such a generous prize?
Oh,
We rescued somebody.
yeah. Volo promised a lot of money and then realized he couldn't deliver.
So what is it that you do then?
Wait. I'm sorry. Volo hired you to rescue somebody. That sounds very familiar. So it sounds like you finished what I was.
All right. So
Intended.
recall that I said that was a parallel dimension and it didn't happen in this timeline.
right.
All right.
I was hoping I could throw that in.
No, sorry.
ah.
In a meta level,
Well.
it's funny, but no.
No, that would. All right, my bad. Well, that's very noble of you.
You would know who Volo is, though. He's a famous guy.
Yeah. That's very.
They've already said they're friends.
Yes, of course. So you are heroes then.
Well, I wouldn't say heroes, but
Servants
Heroes
of the
is
greater
certainly a word that people use for things.
Servants of the greater good, perhaps. And yourselves?
Yeah, we're heroes too.
Besides sleeping in basements, what else do you do?
Well,
I'm a mercenary.
so is my family.
Sorry, I'm just interrupting because we've got Cage in progress doing stuff. So you've made your way back outside, apparently without detection, but you're going to circle around and go in on the first floor?
And as I go down the stairs into the tap room and this conversation is going on, I will just talk loudly to no one in particular. You see, the word I would use to describe all of you is trespassers.
So
We
I think
can't trespass on our own place.
Yeah, I
Another
think the
painting?
trapdoor is open right now, so you guys hear that.
Seriously,
Okay, I'm gonna have to go beat
super
someone up.
haunted.
Excuse me.
It's probably another painting.
Wait,
What?
is there any access to the main floor from the upstairs?
No,
No.
it's only
Not
outside.
really.
There's stairs from the outside to the second floor.
It's like a storm cellar.
Yeah, it's sort of like a covered walkway, sort of porch deal.
Right, yeah, so
Okay.
the idea is that if you want to go to the upper floors, you have to go those outside stairs to the second floor. If
Okay.
the first level goes to the cellar. It is a weird setup. Presumably it's just because the tavern and the apartments are
Yeah,
designed
so
to be...
so the tavern's like the shop, and then the stairs
Yeah.
outside are to the apartment above it.
Yeah,
Basically.
Okay.
but you guys own the building.
Yeah.
Right.
Or, those of you who own the building own the building.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So the
So
source of
Andy,
this
you're
third
going up?
voice?
Yep.
I'll follow you. I follow Annie everywhere.
Yeah, she's my muscle.
So you guys have owned this bar now, right?
It would seem so, yes.
So you need a bouncer?
We need a carpenter.
And you swing a hammer as well as you swing your sword?
Suppose so.
Hey Annie, let's go see what that voice was.
Yeah.
Hammer's just the back end of the sword.
Let's see if he needs to be bounced.
Yeah, I
Let's
think
not
it's a good idea.
jump to any conclusions.
Let's all
Because
go
everybody wants to
upstairs.
rush off to violence.
That makes things so much simpler.
All right, so yeah, you guys head upstairs, and what do they see for Cage? What does Cage look like?
Tall, athletic build, blonde hair, blue-eyed, pointy ears, but not too pointy. Half elven, of course. Takes a lot from his human parentage. Has a look in his face that you could describe as a 1,000-mile stare. If he doesn't look dangerous, you're not looking hard enough. There's just something about his demeanor and the way that he carries himself that will instantly portray an air of ability to handle himself. He's not smiling, by the way.
So, one brief note. I don't know if you guys can aim your camera differently, but right now we really can't see Tech at all.
Better.
There he is.
All right.
There's his gorgeous face.
Right. The problem is our thumbnail does not match your thumbnail. We have a wider thumbnail, so we thought we.
Yeah.
Well, here, let's see. I can probably make that a little better.
No, the issue is
Oh,
with the
yeah.
opinions thing.
Oh,
The-
right, yeah, so-
would be a wider thumbnail than everybody else sees.
Right. Yeah.
Sure.
I
So
think-
now we can see both of you.
Yay. Hey, you're not a ghost.
No wonder they thought this place was haunted.
No, I'm not a ghost, but I don't know why you think you own this property, but I recommend that you leave, please.
Well, the Magister's coming, so it'll all get straightened out, I guess.
And just for those of you who joined, just as a reminder, Magisters are like judges, and essentially when they make a decision on something, the only people who can overrule it are like the Lords of Waterdeep. They're serious business.
Well, I suppose we will have to wait for the Magister. You see, the previous owner of this establishment was in dealings with a certain totally legitimate business organization out of Waterdeep, and I'd like to see those business dealings continue. Now, if you guys are to be the new owners, then I think a mutually beneficial partnership could be arranged.
Well, how about this? How about we arm wrestle and see who's going to be right?
Intimidate? No.
Well, let's also briefly have everybody remind everyone else what you look like, just because it.
I am a gnome. I am a gnome with wild black hair, like shoulder length, and darkish skin. I have a short sword and a bow and a net, and I crochet, so I've got a lot of yarn just sticking out of my pack that I'm holding onto.
And behind her is a towering gray half-orc woman with about shoulder-length brown hair who is carrying a dulcimer.
You're a what? It cut out for us.
Half-orc.
Half-orc
Thank you.
lady.
That changes a lot, by the way.
Yeah. Kind of off to the side is a concrete gray tiefling with bright gold eyes in a deep red overcoat that has like a military style to it. She has a rapier and is just kind of leaning off to the side, watching everybody to see who's going to bounce first.
And I suppose still in the basement is an older-looking human man, graying at the temples and graying beard, entirely unlike myself, with a rather suspicious-looking, piercing eye gaze at everyone, wearing robes.
So it's the gnome that has challenged you to an arm wrestle.
Intimidate. I'm just going to say the word no.
Well, intimidate is a difficult type of check to do against a party member, so I don't know that we need to
Okay.
roll
Sure.
that, but you can basically say that you're being very scary.
Staring through you. No.
I have 6 brothers. You don't scare me.
We may look like South, but this is not a good day for you to try this BS.
So either you can arm wrestle me because it would be fun while we wait for the Magister, or you quit being a jerk and tell us who you are.
My name's Cage.
Hi, Cage.
I represent the local business interest, and we were in business with this establishment before.
Mm-hmm.
And we bring with a mutually beneficial partnership. We bring about certain guarantees.
How
Okay,
were
when you say
you?
local business interest, are you Black Armor or Harry Eyeball?
And how in the world can you have a business interest in an orphanage? I'm very curious about this.
Well, you see, it's very simple. I thought you guys said, well, one, out of character here, but I thought you guys said tavern. So we'll ignore.
So the first floor, it very obviously used to be a tavern.
Right. Okay. So, well, it's very beneficial. You see, the owners of the building pay us, so we benefit, and then you benefit by this place not burning down and you not all getting murdered in your sleep. See, mutually beneficial.
I'm going to
taxes.
usher.
You're talking about taxes.
I'm going to usher our other two guests out of the basement up to the main floor, so we're all in the same area.
So I think as you guys are sort of all having this argument, this sort of three-way argument trying to claim this house, there's another knock, knock, knock. I have returned, and then it is in fact Volo who has shoot. I didn't. Hang on, sorry. I'm trying to have the part where that happens with the Magister and all. Okay, so yes, the Volo comes in with a tiefling magistrate named Kylan Silmerhelv. She's wearing black robes and is looking annoyed to have been brought out of the courthouse. Like she's basically wanting this to be a quick transaction. Let's get this done, and then I can get back to important work.
Hey, Volo, we found your friends.
Volo is kind of does that little bit of a slightly glassy-eyed smile of, I never want to say anyone is not my friend, but I'm a little confused. You did you? Splendid.
And so Sandrine walks over to him and just puts a hand on his shoulder very softly. I've missed you since that night at tavern.
Make a deception check.
Sure.
Sounded more like a seduction check to me.
Another natural 20.
He rolled a natural 22. He also just rolled a natural 20 for him.
Animal handling.
Sorry, I'm trying to find where that is on my sheet.
Well, if you don't have the skill, it would be deception. Or it would be charisma.
Charisma, thank you.
Are you looking at your D&D Beyond? Because it's.
I am. But the issue is I'm like halfway through trying to level the character up, but I've also had like a bunch of other things to do, so I haven't finished that. All right, there it is. So I get a +1.
Okay. Yeah, I'm afraid he beats because he also got a natural 20. But yes, he's like, young lady, I know that I am famous, but I can hold my liquor a bit better than that.
So the first 3 dice rolls of this playing session have been 3 natural 20s. That's a 1
really?
chance. Yeah, we're done.
So clearly there's some stuff to take care of, but the magistrate's here. Can we like do the whole ownership thing and then deal with the rest of it after?
Yes, of course. Magister Silverhelm.
The rest of it? What rest of it is there?
That these two were clearly lying, and this guy is trying to do some kind of like racket for us, and kind of want to punch him.
I think Volo's just like, oh, I say. The Magister is just looking, like rolling her eyes and saying, Volo, what is this?
Yes. What sort of strings are attached
And
to this
then
building?
I think he looks around and just says, I am not acquainted with some of the people here, but Annie and Gibson and Luca and Quinn here did a grand favor for me, and I had promised them to transfer this deed to their names.
This is correct.
Yes.
And then these other people decided they wanted to sleep in our basement. I don't
They
know
were
what this
asleep
new
before we got here, so it wasn't our basement yet. We can send them on their way.
We'll deal with that after we deal with this part.
Well, I say that's fine then. So have the paperwork here, and essentially you have a contract that all of you are able to sign.
I'll look it over.
Yeah,
Honey,
it's pretty standard.
Go.
Yeah, standard legal, stuff for the Magister is essentially just verifying that the deed is being given to your possession and witnessing that happened and that you guys are signing the new deed and crossing out Volo's name on it.
Mm-hmm.
I hope I don't live to regret this. And I'll sign.
And then the magistrate just says, and then that just leaves the estate transfer tax of 25 gold.
Volo, it's the least you could do.
And he kind of turns to you and says, I did give all of you 10 gold apiece last night. That represents quite a large percentage of my current coinage.
So Quinn will give over 10 gold.
Okay.
I'll chip in 5.
I'll give 10. Clearly, 5 is from me and 5 is from brother.
So that made
sweet.
25, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay, and so she accepts that, adds a little seal to the deed, and then it just nods to Volo, and it's kind of like, are we done now? Yes? All right, I'm on my way. And she...
remember, Volo, first drink is on you. Don't be a stranger.
And he just says, yes, well, quite. And if you should ever feel the need to partake in a round of drinks at the Yawning Portal or some other place, consider me your friend.
Great. Bye.
And now I shall leave you to this business.
Indeed.
Good day. And so he leaves as well.
So we have all the keys or whatnot?
Yeah, you guys, you are given a set of keys.
This one's for the lock. This one's for the deadbolt. This house is in a bad neighborhood.
All right.
Actually, it's in a nice...
Are you calling Troll Skull Alley a bad neighborhood?
How dare you?
The thing is, it is actually in a nice neighborhood, and you gather, having looked at the rest of the place, that this building is sort of considerably shabbier than most of the surrounding buildings. So you can imagine that probably your neighbors would be very happy to see you renovate it and make it look nicer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, now that the business of ownership is taken care of, and I take it that you two don't mean us any harm, correct?
Not at all. Not at all. I'm actually over here reeling. I can't believe Volo didn't remember me. That's such an insult.
Anyway.
Let it go. I'm not going to push it.
So, Mr. Cage, are we going to have a problem?
No, there's no problems whatsoever. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm not here to start.
Have a nice day.
I am merely here representing certain interests in town, and
which interests would those be, Mr. Cage?
The interests that burn buildings down.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Is that a threat, Mr. Cage?
We kind of also represent the interests that bury people in the basement. So,
well,
So
That way
we
out of
could
this case.
we could either be good neighbors and agree to live and let live, or we can let your corpse be a messenger.
Let's not jump to violent, hasty conclusions.
I'm
just yet.
giving him a peaceful
I agree
out.
with the bearded gentleman. Yes, let's not.
And let's also not resort to threats.
He started it.
I know.
Technically, you were trespassing.
Also, as a brief,
Before the master showed
note that so in the legal code of Waterdeep, were you to attack him even for being inside your house, that's illegal. Mm-hmm. What you are supposed to do is contact the City Watch and have him arrested, if that's what you wanted to do. If he were fighting you and you were defending yourself, that's one thing, but you would have to explain yourself. The expectation of the city is that you would let the City Watch take care of that stuff.
Oh, he's already close to a violation against crimes against citizens with his veiled threats.
Yeah, he broke into our house and threatened to burn it down. So...
Did I break into your house? I was already there.
Oh,
and you don't know that because I approached you from the outside. I wasn't in the house. Nobody ever saw me in the house.
That is immaterial. Outside. You're here now and making threats, and that is enough in the eyes of the law. I could have the law here very quickly if you'd like to try to explain it to them.
Sure.
I suspect they're a little less patient than I have been.
So Sandrine just leans over to Big Red and says, give people a big fancy house and suddenly they start pulling rank.
I don't know.
And
this guy sounds like he's the one making trouble.
Luker leans over and says, "No, this has nothing to do with the house. He does this all the time."
What?
You know this guy?
Yeah, we busted up a dungeon last night.
And saved somebody. Don't forget that.
And lost someone.
Yeah.
And I'm not in a great mood for negotiating with petty representatives of nasty powers.
Well, you say nasty. I say...
All right. So it sounds like you guys...
Mark your words carefully, Cage.
Sure. It sounds to me like you guys both understand each other perfectly. The question now is, what are you going to do?
I could turn him over right now if I felt like it.
Sure. And so obviously you got...
Do we need some DM intervention here to help?
No, there's no DM intervention required. I
just don't know why someone would start the first thing that they would do to the party they were joining is threatening it.
Well, no, it's fine as an in-character.
Where do you go from there?
That's the question.
Yeah, dude, this is cute and all, but the people we've already pissed off in the last 24 hours. Do not make your employers look scary.
So here's the other thing that I will add to this.
So can I ask? Excuse me, I'm just going to interrupt for a second.
All right.
Tech is trying to think, and there have been a couple of times where he does make pauses, and then people just jump in. So he's just needs 2 seconds to think.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. If I stutter, I apologize. I do have a stutter. That doesn't mean I'm ignoring you, and it doesn't mean I'm not playing, and it doesn't mean my camera froze. It means I stuttered.
Okay.
So while I'm stuttering, one, please don't laugh at me.
Sorry.
And two, let's just keep playing because I'm actually having a lot of fun here.
Okay. Yeah. I think we were just looking for a way that we can get to the point where everybody's together.
Right. So you're obviously a powerful group of adventurers, and I respect that. Well done on taking out that dungeon, and obviously Volo, a man of enough power that he could drag a magistrate out of whatever courtroom she was in to come here to sign a minor real estate deal. Obviously, you guys have powerful friends, and well done. So wouldn't you like more powerful friends?
Depends on the powerful friends.
Yeah.
Friends don't typically, threaten.
You haven't
each
actually told us who you work for.
Well, there's a lot of them.
Which depends. Okay.
From recent events, it does rather depend. particular two groups are somewhat suspicious to us.
Yeah, we're not looking to take sides in that.
No, and I try not to take sides in pretty much everything I do. You see, consider me a facilitator.
Message to Quinn. This guy's on his own. He's
Quinn very, very quietly nods to Annie, but doesn't say anything. She's trying to hear him out.
Like I said, consider me a. But before I was interrupted by psychic mind blasts ricocheting through the room, we could all obviously see the conversational eyeballs, but not hear what was going on. No, I'm a facilitator. I try not to make many enemies or many friends as I can, but I represent certain business interests in Waterdeep that would be beneficial to a group of adventurers. Say, in moving gear, or I don't know, acquiring certain magical ingredients, or selling certain artifacts, or I'm here to help, is what I'm saying.
Didn't
Do your
sound like it a
contest-
minute ago.
group meeting. Okay, the three of you stay over here. Four of us are going to chat for a minute.
That's not a group meeting. This is
The owners then
of
will
the
meet.
house meeting. And Mr. Cage, why don't you go downstairs and help yourself to a drink?
sure.
Well, aren't you guys all in the tap room right now?
I
Yeah.
thought that's where we
So
were.
he can go into the basement and have himself a
In
drink.
the cellar? Okay.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Good luck.
I think we need to figure out. Well, we need to figure out the motivations of the pretty girl and the dragonborn over there.
Well, it looked like
I mean,
they were
they-
sleeping rough, and
Yeah, so it
this
looks like
guy-
they might be in like some trouble or something.
this guy is putting on a brave face, but I've seen enough guys on their own that are just trying to survive to know one when I see one. And honestly, at this point, I'd rather have him where I can keep my eye on him. So maybe we should
figure out,
We've got a lot of room here.
maybe figure out like what it would take for him to not stab us in the back.
What would take is keeping him where we can see him. So we may as well keep him where we can see him for a little bit. And
I mean, if
you
we're
can
honest
probably
with
fence
everybody,
these bars for us too.
if we're honest with everybody about where we our perceptions of them, then they have the opportunity to disprove whatever our perceptions are, or
This-
prove them. Whatever.
Despite his initial strong-arm tactics, I think that he's... Well, if he had some way to follow through on that threat immediately, he probably would have. The fact that he's still negotiating means he still is a desperate sort. He may be useful contact in this area if we are to defend this place against its apparent, already inherent problems. As for the two in the basement, they were sleeping rough, which means they may be amenable to a job proposal, perhaps. We can't afford much, and
Well, the
perhaps we can
Dragonborn already
negotiate.
asked if he could work for us as a bouncer.
Indeed, although we're far from bouncing anything at this moment.
We're nowhere near close to open.
Yeah. Idea.
Luker.
If Cage, that was his name, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
If Cage has contacts in this area, he might be able to put us in contact with a guy who can help us fix this place up for a reasonable price.
I do know a guy. Sorry, not eavesdropping.
One
I
brief
totally
note.
expect you to eavesdrop.
One brief note, just as far as the stuff that everybody would know, is that guilds are very important in Waterdeep, which means there's a plasterer's guild, there's a carpenter's guild, there's a stoneworker's guild, there's all of these guilds, and so to do the job properly above board would require involving all of those guilds. That's not to say that that's the only way things could be done, but if you were to be found out to be doing a lot of work under the table, so to speak, it is not strictly speaking illegal, but it could attract the ire of the guilds in a way that could be difficult later.
I was actually thinking more of like a foreman who has contacts with the guilds who might be able to arrange things quickly.
Sure, I'm not saying to
So-
do it one way or the other. I'm just letting you know
Yeah.
that's what you guys would know about that type of thing.
Perhaps if
I'm
he is
assuming
put-
that these guilds are a lot like modern unions, and we all know
Oh, yeah.
that every modern union is completely above board, totally not crooked,
yeah.
and not above being bought. So,
Oh no, yeah, no. There's definitely stuff like that. So, but the point
and that's
is,
where I fit in.
All right. Okay. Yeah. So
So you can-
I really like that idea actually. So that you maybe have an inn with lots of different guilds.
So
Yeah.
well, if we utilize his skills that way, I can't know anything about it. Otherwise, I might get kicked out of my guild, and I don't want that
Okay.
because I'm still in my apprenticeship. I've been like in this apprenticeship for a couple of years now, and I don't want to just like throw it away.
Well, if we can put him to useful service, maybe he'll stop going round door to door and knocking on doors saying, "I'm going to burn your building down if you don't pay me." Perhaps he'll turn himself around a bit. I can also put in a word to the City Watch. Perhaps we can increase some patrol here. I have a lot of friends left, most are retired, but a few still.
I'm not so in favor of that, but yeah, he looks useful.
It keeps him where we can see him, if that's what the concern is.
Yep.
But
If
watch
nothing
him
else, he's
carefully.
cute. Does that count?
Well,
That's in Sandrine's book.
Okay.
I'm a little older, but I still enjoy time to time. So are we in agreement then?
Did Mark just say he wants to be your bear?
It's the beard, man. It's the beard.
Yeah.
Charisma 17, baby. I'll take it.
So let me know, Hugh, if you end up having to drop out. Just
Yeah, it looks like I'm gonna be around till like 4.
Okay. Yeah. Great.
Groovy.
Okay, so what I'm gonna, so you guys, oh well, never mind. I'll let you just continue to deal with how you're running. It's fine.
I think we're in agreement. If I can summarize, I think our idea was to hire the 2 stragglers to do something useful around the building, and to hire the other one, Cage, to help make arrangements to have the building fixed. Is that correct?
We're gonna not toss them out into the snow.
It's true.
Yes.
And a charitable work would be good.
It is in
Yeah.
fact winter.
Yes.
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 Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very cold,
And we-
snowy outside.
And we
Pretty
do
cool.
have at least one extra bedroom upstairs. So
It's pretty
Yes.
cold in here, too. We're going to have to make sure we burn some of that old furniture.
Is the basement as devoid of useful anything as it seems?
It has a bunch of really old casks of wine that are probably ruined.
Okay.
That's all that's down there at the moment.
Okay.
While we're speaking, friends, I have one further thing, a quick one, I'd like to put by you. In light of our recent loss, I would suggest that if we do open this to the public as some sort of pub or inn or whatever, that we name it Brothers. Are we in agreement?
Agreed.
Absolutely.
that sounds like a good name.
I think so.
And it would be a really good alibi if somebody's just like, "Yeah, I'm going to my brother's." Just
I
saying.
suppose. I suppose.
All right.
On that note, there is a women's shelter in the town next to me here, actually called my sister's place.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
All right. So are you all reconvening then, or?
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, Gibson or Luker, I think you should do the talking because me and the pretty one don't like. Apparently, we butt heads, and I still kind of want to punch him. So I'm gonna let you guys do the talking because you are probably better at it than me, or maybe
Yep.
Ian can talk.
I suppose.
And you could sing.
Yeah.
Might not be
All right.
appropriate, but. Shall we return?
Yes. So I can do the talking here.
So,
All
by
right.
the way, you come back to the 3 of them, and Sandrine is like sniffing at the bad wine. She's like, "This is just salad dressing."
Oh
at this
no,
point.
no, no! I didn't mean for you two. I was just suggesting that he try and get a drink.
There's
Sorry,
not
bad
much
practical
left.
joke on my part. So,
We've come to a decision, Annie. If you'd care to explain our idea.
so it's winter, and this place is going to need a lot of work, and we could, and who knows? We've all got a lot of business going around in town, so we could use some people here, keeping an eye on the place, making sure that everything's going smoothly. So, if you guys want to join us for now, that's
I have
amenable to
one
us.
question. So you've saved 2 people so far. Your business, is this the kind of business that you're into, doing good deeds, good works?
I'm not a professional doer of good deeds. Someone needed help and offered us money, and we just sort of just sort of said sure. I'm a
Not
singer
bad as far as
songwriter.
it's not bad
Professional
as far as
singer
titles
of
go.
Yeah.
professional singer of songs about people who do good deeds. Then
No, usually the other one, the other way.
I suspect there will be a lot of need for services of investigation and protection and recovery as the fight between the 2 largest and darkest of the city's residents take hold. You've perhaps already seen some of the fighting in the streets between the Zentarum and Xanathar's people.
I'm on a bit of a quest, a personal quest myself, and my goal is to become a stronger adventurer. I have somebody that I need to find myself, but I'm not ready. So joining a group that does that sort of thing, but for the greater good, seems to work very well with my personal journey and destiny.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and,
and I'm with her.
Yes.
well, as long as you guys help us clean up, you got a cot here. If that works for you.
You may have to buy your own cot for now, however.
Yeah, there's not a lot of actual cots.
Cot.
We'll make do.
Luxury.
She gives Big Red just a little pat.
And for you, Cage, your connections might prove useful if you're willing to help. But please, no more threats.
no, quite, and no more arm wrestling contents or threats of headbutts. I think we can do that both ways.
I believe those
But
could
I
be
mean,
acceptable
arm
terms.
wrestling is kind of fun.
Low stakes arm wrestling.
Low stakes.
And no arm wrenching out of shoulders.
Oh, well, now you're just taking the fun out of it.
Are we agreed then?
I know a
Works
guy.
for me.
And as you're all standing there in kind of glowing with this newfound agreement, a wine glass rises up from behind the bar and then smashes itself against the wall.
Okay, so it's a little haunted.
Yeah.
Right. So a carpenter, a plasterer, a window maker, and an exorcist. Okay. got it.
Yes.
There's
Wait,
a
no.
knock at the door.
Oh,
We're closed. Go away.
I'll get it.
Wait, aren't we outside? So there's a knock
No,
on the door from
I was
the
assuming. No,
we're in
you
the
guys
tap
were
room.
all in
We're-
the tap
No, we're
room.
in the tap
We're in
room.
the tavern
Yeah.
part.
Shutak goes over to the door and opens it up.
All right. What you see at the door is an androgynous-looking elf who is wearing kind of a pleasant green dress and carrying a basket of flowers. And she says, good morning. They say, I should say. They say, good morning. Are you the new owners of this manor?
No, I work for him.
Hello. Welcome. I am Fala Lefalier. I am one of your neighbors. If you are the new owners of this manor, I run the herbalist shop just up the street. It's called Corellan's Crown, and I've just brought this welcome basket. I wanted to welcome you to the neighborhood.
Oh, you want to see this herby elf
Yes.
from the next
Yes.
house? Yeah, okay, come on in.
Come on in.
Yes, I do prefer they. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes,
Big Red's the best butler.
welcome. So, and who are all of you, if I may?
So I'm Quinn. This is Gibson. This is Luker. This is Annie. This is
I'm Shutak, which means Big Red.
that's Big Red.
Shutak, which means Big Red.
I am
That's
Sandrine.
Shutak.
And that's Cage.
Well, it's very good to meet all of you. Are you, in fact, the new owners?
The four of us are. Or yeah,
Yes.
four of us. I can count.
And if I may ask, are you intending to live here?
We've only
Yes,
just
and fix up the place.
we've only just taken ownership, but that is part of the plan. How did you hear that there was new owners?
I saw the Magister outside with Volo. I just figured. You
Ah,
see, I'm very glad to hear that you're planning to fix up the place. It's been unoccupied for a while, and it's a bit of a drag on the neighborhood. It's right there at the entrance of the alley, and it just makes the neighborhood look run down. You understand?
did you know the previous owners?
No, not for a while. It's been unoccupied for some time.
Okay.
Well, it's nice to have a welcome to the neighborhood with a bit of side eye towards Cage.
Indeed. Some of these herbs are excellent for salads, if you like, and some of them are good for keeping you regular, and some of these are good for you just good general health.
Don't mix those up.
Yeah, let's make sure those go in separate bottles.
Yes, well, these are just a selection of some of my non-magical ingredients, but should you have any need for potions of that sort of variety, I do sell them at Corellin's Crown, just up the street from one of your neighbors. I'd be happy
thank
to show you around and introduce you to your other neighbors if you like.
What time
That
of day
sounds
is it?
lovely.
I'm sorry, what?
What time of day is it?
Right now it's like mid-morning, like maybe 10:30.
That sounds lovely. Unfortunately, we do have some additional business.
Oh, of course. If you ever need anything, just let me know. I'm just up the street.
And it was lovely to meet you. Fala, you said, correct?
Fala, yes, that's correct.
Yes. Well, it was lovely to meet you. You are a wonderful neighbor, and thank you very much for the gift.
Of course. Welcome to the neighborhood.
Thank you.
And she bids you all goodbye and leaves.
What race was that? Were they?
Elf.
Elven. Okay, I missed
Elven,
that part.
yes.
Nutty,
thing I
what
will
was your
say is,
character's name again?
Fala does pay on time, so they're in my
So,
good books.
that was Fala. Fala Le Follier.
Nutty, what's your character's name again?
Sandrine.
Sandrine. Okay.
Well, we should set to it without too much delay.
Yeah, let's head up to the manor.
Keep an eye out for any more moving wine glasses. That could be dangerous.
Yeah.
Might have been the last one that wasn't broken.
Okay.
And did anybody see a broom anywhere around in here? Because we're going to have to clean that up.
I suspect we'll have to make a run for some supplies.
All right.
So,
Well, I just spent my money on the tax. So, yeah.
I have a few coins left.
Yeah, I have some money.
So, is it your
And technically,
intention-
we still have brother's money.
I'm taking care of it.
So, let me know, what... So, as I mentioned early at the beginning of the campaign, this point of the adventure is very sandboxy, and I have in mind some things to happen, but by and large, what I'm looking for is for you guys to decide what you want to do. And so, we don't have to role play out every single individual day or action. We can just get a general sense of what you guys want to work towards, and we'll deal with the decision points as they come.
I think one of the things that we do want to prioritize is making sure that the Emerald Enclave knows about.
Yeah, we're gonna deliver brother's body.
We're going to
From
deliver the
the Emerald
message.
Enclave.
Yes, I've taken care of the body already. And you were cold to that line.
Right. So,
Okay.
Emerald Enclave is the first thing that that Quinn is going to insist upon.
Okay. So as you guys, do you travel to Falconmere, which is in the southern ward? That
I think
is,
so,
Yes.
yeah, that is where.
Yes,
Yeah.
but I will be right back.
Okay. Yeah. So you guys travel to the southern ward, and Falconmere is it's an enormous estate with a large grounds, and it's very nice, but everything is very even in the winter, there's planters that grow various flowers that bloom in winter, and even unusually, and you get the sense that there's some magic keeping it a little bit more lively even this time of year. But you So here's the question: do you guys want to role play that out, or do we want to just say that you guys let them know and kind of just move on? Up to you.
I think because it won't involve 3 other players,
Yeah.
I think perhaps making it
Let's
quicker.
yeah. So I think what you guys do, what happens is that you meet Melanor Fellbranch, who is the groundskeeper of Falconmere and was essentially the person that Brother was closest to. He's very sad, of course, to hear about Brother. Does express curiosity about the body, but doesn't press.
The explanation that Gibson will give is because it was so gruesome, it would be more traumatic to see the body. So he's taking care of it on his own.
He indicates that he's seen plenty, but he won't. He'll defer to your judgment on that. And in the meantime, he thanks you for letting him know, and says he will let the mistress of the house know what's going on, and says if you ever need help from the Emerald Enclave, you should only ask.
Okay.
Most generous.
So when they return, they may find Sandrine trying to contact whomever it was that raised the glass.
Okay.
Not through any magic or anything, just hello, ghost drinker, are you here?
That was some really crappy wine. We'll do something about that.
I think as you're sort of walking around looking at that, there's you're looking at the bar, and in the dust you see tracing like fingers. You see someone write closing time.
Oh, do you want people to leave?
No answer.
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
That's interesting.
Sandrine, do you talk to ghosts often?
I don't think I've ever met one before. That's
Oh,
why I was trying it out.
interesting. It's
I had
weird,
kind of
but
a sheltered
interesting.
life.
So while they went and took care of the body of their friends, Cage went to his contact and organized to get a carpenter, a plasterer, a window maker, and an exorcist.
Are these carpenters or
No,
carpenters?
these are legitimate members of their respective guilds, but being that it's organized through my web of contacts, the money goes through us, so we take a reasonable percentage.
Okay.
But that's the price of paying. That's the price of doing business.
All right. So
But
you make contacts. I've got there's actually in the adventure a list of the guilds that you need to work with. So the Carpenters Guild, the Roofers Guild, and the Plasterers. So Carpenters, Roofers, and Plasterers Guild.
Okay.
Cellarers, and the Plumbers Guild. The Launderers Guild for any like linens and stuff. Like if you're going to have curtains and sheets and all of that sort of thing. You would need to have the Dung Sweepers Guild arranged to, pick up your garbage and sweep the streets outside. The Loyal Order of Street Laborers, any meat to be served would be coming from the Guild of Butchers. Ale and wine from the Vintners, Distillers, and Brewers Guild. Pastries and bread from the Bakers Guild, and so on. If you're going to serve food instead of just ale. So basically, you can arrange that they will need to, come and first make the appraisal and figure out how much work they think needs to be done and so on. And so we'll just go ahead and say, we can brush past that part of it, them coming out and checking it out. And so what they tell you is that the job would take 12 days to do, start to finish, and that it would cost 1,000 gold to do all of the renovation. Plus, normally it would be 250 gold for guild licenses and contracts, but Cage's involvement would allow you to take half that off. So it would be 1125 total to get the place up and running. And that's renovation of the house upstairs too.
How much, just to make sure that it's not a breeze being felt through and we can light a fire without burning the place down?
Well, you can make little bits here and there. You can make it just slightly more livable, but not really suitable for a business yet. You could probably do that for 500.
We're going to have
Are
to
there
find
job
employment.
boards?
Well, there certainly are job boards, and then you
Right,
also
but that's what these guilds actually function as, right? The guild is the job board where you get the labor to do these things.
Right.
Going and
it's
hoping
like
about
it.
adventuring
Oh,
job.
yeah, to make
that
money.
Right.
I think
Okay.
probably if you recall too, Volo did mention that there are banks and money lenders and so on in the city that might be.
I know a guy.
In investing. Yeah. I'm going to suggest that your guy perhaps works for the Castle Enter Bank, and especially knowing that these guys are recent, heroes, having saved Raynar Neverember, which you would have heard about by this point. You know that the Castellanters are a wealthy family that sometimes does invest in little businesses like this as a means of civic improvement.
Oh, okay. That sounds promising.
Shall we try to take out a loan then? Owners of the thing?
Yes, although we'll have to find employment to make sure we can pay it back on time and not suffer any unfortunate circumstances.
I think we need to deal with that ghost first.
Well,
The ghost has its closing time.
What does that mean?
Uh,
What time of day was that written?
Just before you guys came home?
Yeah, well, that was mid-afternoon, even that same day.
I think it's kind of not happy that there's people around.
Yeah.
Well, it either means that our business hours are going to be really long or really short if he's trying to shut down at 10:30 in the morning.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just briefly say that, some of this business is taking place over a couple of days. And over in that time, you do briefly meet some of your other neighbors, the ones that run businesses for sure, because it's not just a private house. It's like a shop that you can go in. So you discover that, here, let me pull up, I have a map of the alley. Here we go. Okay, so this is your house right here. If you guys see this,
That whole, just the square at the top part of it, or the whole.
yeah,
like-
it's this whole piece.
Okay.
But and then even though on this map it looks like it's a direct adjoining, there is actually you can walk in between.
Okay.
So it's
One overhangs the other.
yeah. So in the meantime, over here, right here, not that it critically matters, but right there is a place called the Bent Nail, and it is a front room contains displays of ornate wooden furniture as well as a selection of bows and crossbows. The wall behind the counter is lined with rows of finely carved wooden canes, quarterstaffs, and shields. And there's a half-elf named Talisovnar, who asks you to call him Tally, is a male half-elf who runs the Bent Nail, which sells, as you can see, wooden furniture and weapons. Then there's the Steam and Steel, which is this one right here. And
Which one right where?
right here.
Down at the bottom.
Yeah.
Bottom center.
Okay.
And so that one is during daylight hours, smoke and steam billow from the many windows around this indoor forge where metal weapons, armor, and tools are made. The forge is owned and operated by a married couple, a fire genasi named Embrick and a water genasi named Avi. This is a gay couple. Just to be clear, because the names wouldn't necessarily tell you that. But both of them are members of the most careful order of skilled smiths and metal forgers. And then Avi also belongs to the splendid order of armorers, locksmiths, and finesmiths. And they are also, like Fala was, very happy to hear that you guys might actually be making the place look nice again. And at the very least, occupying it so it's not an abandoned house.
As we travel, I think one of the things that Gibson would want to do is to leave word that we do have investigative skills and abilities. If anyone has any work that needs to be done, or something that's gone missing, or things like that.
Well, as it happens, a couple of people, as you say that, just say, well, I guess you're going to have some competition there, because they tell you that one of the houses nearby, this one, is the Tiger's Eye, which is a detective agency. It's a private detective's business. Unremarkable on the outside. Only distinguishing mark is an orange and black sign featuring a cat's eyes. And you are met when you go over there by a human who introduces himself as Vincent Trench, and he speaks concisely. He's dressed in a sharp suit, and he says he finds answers and solves problems as people require.
That he doesn't have to be competent. I'm speaking out of character because this isn't something Shutek would ever say. But you could go to him and say, "Hey, we're adventurers. If you come across something that's beyond and you need some extra muscle, we're available."
Yeah, that was my thinking too. And also throw in, let me see, it'd be 3 references. So Volo would be one of the references, as would Floon and Raynor.
Okay.
So they could speak on their behalf.
He is very happy to make new contacts. And he hastens to add too that if you guys ever need help tracking down something or finding out more about something, that's what he does.
All right.
Cool.
You also find Corellin's Crown, which is where Fala works. Her shop front is right here. It's pretty much directly south of you guys. And that one is it's a stately 3-story townhouse, the 3rd floor of which has been converted into a greenhouse. Its translucent glass walls allow anyone on the street to see the rainbow of flowers blossoming within. And she or they sell various potions inside. Some of the ones that are available are potions of healing greater, potions of climbing, animal friendship, water breathing. The last business in the area is the Bookworm's Treasure, which is the front of this bookstore is adorned with a charming sign of a gold dragon curled around a treasure hoard of books and scrolls. And inside the shop is decorated with beautiful hardwood, and the earthy scent of old books permeates the air. The library fills 2 floors of this 3-story building, and it somehow seems to contain more shelves than the building should be able to hold. The shop is managed by a short dragonborn of gold dragon ancestry named Rishal the Page Turner, who lives on the 3rd floor. And Rishal is a member of the Watchful Order of Magists and Protectors, which, incidentally, those of you who are magic users would know that you're supposed to register with the Watchful Order of Magus and Protectors if you're a magic user. All registering means is that they know who you are and that you can do magic, and you don't have to pay dues or anything, but sometimes there's an expectation that the city may request your services for something. And otherwise, it's just a matter of they want to know who the magic users are in the city.
So I guess I have to register.
You can decide
Or I
not
have
to have
been.
registered if you want to not register. You don't have
No,
to
no,
register.
no. She would have registered.
Right. Okay. So it just means that anyone who hasn't registered, if
Yeah.
it's found that you haven't registered, it would be suspicious.
Gotcha. Cool.
All right. And so in the event, Rishal is kind of a bookish sort and sells has lots of spell books, and knowing that wizards can copy spells from spell books, sells the privilege to do so, and has quite a number of spells from first to fifth level.
Oh my. I believe I have found where I'm going to spend all my money.
So those
Once
are
we
your
get-
neighbors. There is also a sewer access nearby, which, you can decide how useful you find that.
Somehow turns out to be useful from time
Right
to time.
here is, it's not on this version of the map for some reason, but there's a manhole right here, so not far.
Okay.
Is it a manhole or an elf hole? Just kidding.
Oh boy.
First one, then the
Doesn't
other.
matter. I'm tiny.
Yeah. Removable metal grate that covers an opening. Below the grate, a ladder descends 20 feet into the sewer system.
Great.
All right.
Oh yeah, and I do tell people also I can make you things. I'm still working on my apprenticeship, and I could really use the experience.
Okay. All right. So if you want to be doing work for that guild in the meantime, you can be doing that. You received the deeds to this house on the 2nd of Hammer. And so what we're going to do is if you guys wanted to meet with the Castellanters to possibly see if they want to invest or provide a loan.
Yeah.
Well, I have to meet with the keeper of the yawning portal.
Okay.
I made him a
Durden
promise.
is yeah, okay.
Durden seems like a dude who would invest in things.
So I think when you go and you ask him, he laughs and says, "Actually, that's more Mert's business." And Mert is actually, Durnan and Mert were like the two guys who went down together and came back up with tons of treasure. And Mert is actually become known as Mert the moneylender. So that is another possible. He basically says that's not something I do, but Mert's, that's his whole bag.
And Raynor, too. Raynor might be an investor.
So you contact Raynar?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. And so what are you asking him specifically?
If he would care to help us in our endeavor as we helped him in his. Saving his life was something we did because it was right, but it could also help if he could pull some strings or raise some funds for us.
I think
I am not comfortable working with Raynor's contacts.
Then his
Like, I'm
money.
glad we saved Raynor's life, but his family is shady
Wealthy?
as fuck.
Well, they sound like my kind of people.
No, not
Yeah.
shady in a good way. Like
Oh.
shady in a bad way.
Well, so for those who were not here, whether listeners or players that were not here when this was previously discussed, Dagult Neverember was previously the Open Lord of Waterdeep and largely regarded as pretty corrupt. And
Hooray.
his son, and so eventually Dagult Neverember, because he spent a lot of time in other cities, went on a journey to Neverwinter, and in the meantime, the Lords of Waterdeep voted him out of office and put Laeral Silvermane, yes, Silverhand in the position. So basically, he was ousted and outvoted and kind of disgraced, and his son, Raynar Neverember, is the noble that you guys saved the other night. And he insisted he doesn't speak to his father, doesn't have anything to do with him, doesn't know anything about this rumor of embezzled gold. He doesn't want anything to do with it.
Still, he might have some money.
Mhm.
Yeah.
If not his contacts. I'm not concerned then.
For share of the profit, possibly.
I think
An
what,
investment, not a
yeah.
loan or a gift.
I think what he says is he doesn't really have the coin to just throw that around, like to just give it to you, but he could certainly write you a letter of recommendation that would earn you more favorable loan terms with a bank.
That would definitely be helpful.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're being a little timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly with
Yeah.
time here.
Yeah,
But
definitely.
one of the things that Gibson would purchase with his own money is a sturdy trunk with a very good lock and some additional locks that he can put on his privy or whatever it is, the bathroom off of the main room, and that is where he will store his future endeavor of
Oh
experimenting.
no!
All right.
Oh no!
So it's
Those are some nice locks.
this future
Yeah.
endeavor is certainly gonna so it would need to be perhaps in an airtight chest.
With some, herbs and other things that might
Yeah.
dissuade
Yeah.
All right.
invasion.
This is becoming a Hitchcock movie.
Yeah.
Hey, just imagine as more of you die.
Okay, so given that oh, by the way, just because wine has gone bad doesn't mean it's necessarily useless, because if it's turned to vinegar is also a useful thing. So I might be able to sell that off.
Yeah.
Sell that to make some coin to
Sure.
help pay for that.
Yeah, Luker totally said that before you guys logged in.
But yes, you probably could. There are people who would know how to make it useful.
And even if it's not useful for vinegar, the tanners will literally buy anything.
But the reason I was mentioning that is because Shutak wants to claim one of the downstairs rooms for a place for himself to sleep, because he feels that's the more dragony thing to do.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh wait, that was the warehouse.
Wow, we have a warehouse.
No.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That was not the one with the labels. There we go. There we go. This is the one with the rooms labeled. Yeah. So you guys want to all claim a room then?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take
Well, I mean, Shutak isn't going to claim it, but that he would express that preference.
Well, to just
Yeah.
fix up some basic furniture down in the cellar, maybe.
Yep. And help roll the barrels out to whoever's going to buy them, and that kind
And
of
peas all over everything.
probably.
In that case, Luker will offer to share the bedroom, the second bed, not the master bedroom, but that has already been claimed, but the bedroom across the way with Sandrine.
Oh, I
The
see
corner
how it is.
bedroom?
Yeah. So this one,
Yeah,
this one right here.
Yeah.
All right. So with the understanding too that if Quinn is going to stay in that tower, Garrett, that she needs to go through your bedroom to get to it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
And
so-
probably share the bath.
Yeah. That
Yep.
makes sense.
And I will take the attic bedroom.
All right.
Yeah.
With the haunted
Gage-
painting and the
Well,
haunted
Gage-
The haunted painting's across the hall.
Yeah, the
and we're
haunted
friends.
painting was in this storage room.
Wait,
The
there's a
master-
haunted painting?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a haunted painting.
You wanna come see it?
It sings.
Ghost.
Yeah. So the painting, it's not clear if it's haunted. It is magical. It plays songs at all hours of the night, apparently at random.
That's fantastic.
But they all sound the same and have the same
Yeah.
damn lyric.
They're generally
Are they all
speaking.
Baby Shark?
Nope.
Well,
Nope.
it's never going to give you up. So yeah, that's it. That's one's on heavy rotation. The songs are all generally speaking catchy, but you kind of hear them a lot after a while, and
Great. The haunted painting only plays top 40.
Right.
Wonderful.
and so Gibson in the master bedroom. How are you getting on with the wardrobe?
Well, I said that it was going to probably become Annie's property because I was not
Okay.
interested.
All right. So we.
If no one else wants it, I can bring it upstairs.
All
to
right.
The attic.
Okay.
She's going to be it's going to be very disappointed in my fashion sense, but
I also kind of imagine that as the time rolls off through the winter time, each of us start having these small things that Quinn has made. One person's wearing like a scarf, another person's got a hat on. There's like mittens, socks.
I got knife cozies. I mean, they're not scabbards, but they're knife cozies. Aren't they cool?
Here's a challenge for Quinn. Make me one of those knit hats that my horns will fit through.
I made you one already, and it's
Oh,
got little
awesome.
holes in it, but it's nice and bright so that we don't lose you. But you'll have to take it off when we're trying to be stealthy.
Okay, so it blends in with my nice bright red coat.
Yes, perfect.
Awesome.
Quinn, whenever
And
you
then-
have a
Matches.
day, I want to steal you to go on a errand with me.
Who are you saying that to?
Quinn.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And then here's it's actually a bandolier. And you can put all of your throwing knives in it, just like this.
it is a
I'm
nice
trying
cozy.
it out. You have to let me know if it works. Because if it does, then I can submit it to the guild, and then they might approve me as the next up from an apprenticeship, which I don't know what it is because it's not.
Journeyman.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing with the bandolier is, does it have leather sheaths in it? Because
Yes.
otherwise it'll cut apart every time I
Yeah. So I put the leather sheath in, and then I have inside of a crochet pocket. So
Okay.
What I love best is that Spence actually has visual aids.
Just be glad I don't.
So we've all got all the third floor and attic rooms are accounted for. It sounds like so. And if Shutak, which means Big Red, is in the cellar, that is potential. So Sandrine and Cage perhaps take this bedroom and the spare room here.
Sure.
I'm with Luker.
Yeah, we're
right,
sharing
right, okay.
on the second floor.
Okay. Yeah, I missed that.
Bedroom's
part.
mine.
All right.
nobody
Yes.
wants to share with Cage. He smells.
No, also please note that there is no privy on the first floor. You actually have to go upstairs.
Yeah. Well, that's,
No, I see 1, 2, 3, 4 windows on my bedroom there. I'm good.
You and Big Red
One
will
day
get
we
along
come
very
back
well.
and he's got his butt sticking out the window.
well, it's actually just as well that we have an extra room because I think Viv says she can join soon.
Yay!
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. So what? Let's see. Let me tell her that.
So where's that painting?
The painting.
It's in the attic spare room.
Right. Yeah.
Sandrine
So this
storage
attic
room.
storage room. So you know what? Let me email you guys this layout too, just so you guys have that ready to hand. Just for even so in case I don't have it up or whatever. So the plan then, are you guys gonna what are you doing for the other immediate business before you want to inquire about getting a loan? Or
So I'm gonna take Quinn with me, and I'm gonna visit with my contact in the Harpers,
okay,
just to let them know that I rescued this guy who was kidnapped. This is what the two guilds are fighting over, this kind of stone that I don't really know much about.
mm-hmm.
And they think it all goes back to the ousted head guy. So the ousted head guy may have a cache of money, which could be a problem if he's gonna sneak back in, or if he's got people that are still
right.
on his payroll in town.
Yeah, let me deal more with that in just a second. The other thing that I'm going to just briefly point out is that I know Gibson had some interest in the Harpers as an organization. I don't know if he would have said that enough in presence of Annie so that Annie might know that Gibson is interested in that.
I think there's some presumed back history there, so I think there wouldn't be something he'd be hiding at all.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so would you have brought him along?
Gibson as opposed to Quinn?
Well, I suppose whoever wants to go with me. Like, I thought you were also interested in the Harpers.
No, I don't have any interest in any organization outside of the Weavers because.
Okay, yeah, then I'll take
brothers.
Quinn.
So be it.
All right. Sorry, I'm trying to get you guys this this map here.
No
There we
worries.
go. All right. So I'm sending you via email this same floor plan here. So you guys, as you go and visit the Harpers, this is Gibson and Annie together.
Mhm.
Okay,
Mhm.
so I think as you approach, your you are actually your contact is in fact Mert, the moneylender, who is a Harper contact, and
Okay.
he invites you to meet him at the Lightsinger Theater, which is it's a theater that it does produce regular operas. Um, and he basically, when you reach out to him, he says you can invite your whole party if you want. Um, Otherwise, if you're looking to just make a private report, we could do that too. However, you feel like would be appropriate.
Well, I also want to hit him up for money, so yeah.
Okay.
So I think this might be he might be our best ticket.
Okay.
Just looking. So I will talk about this with the group, and also we should, if we're going to the opera, we need fancy clothes.
Oh dear.
I
So we
think
have-
as soon as you say that, even though you're not down there, you hear the wardrobe from way up in the attic go, "Ee!"
It's too bad that the wardrobe can't make fancy clothes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
So-
say directly to the ceiling because I'm in a fight with that wardrobe.
So yeah, if you indicate that the opera would be an acceptable thing, then he actually arranges to send back tickets for the whole party to an opera called "The Fall of Tiamat," which is an opera sung in giant, describing the evil queen's defeat at the Well of Dragons.
Love
And
it.
it's
Yes.
yeah, it's at a theater called the Lightsinger Theater in the Castle Ward.
Oh, I do want to note that I did write to my oldest brother, and I said, "Dear Jerkface, ha ha ha! I have a house now. This is where you can find me. I have an adventuring party. Ha ha!" Signed, Quinn.
So what? So would your brothers simmer and sulk in their own way, or would they descend on the house en masse?
They might they kind of give her a hard time all the time.
So how about this? Shortly after you have sent that letter, like, because the letter gets delivered in a day and they show up pretty soon because they're in town. And so all of you are probably startled amongst whatever else you're doing as a passel of gnomes shows up, walks around the place with an air of like, it's not so great. It's not so great. Yeah, I suppose it's got potential, but like, what are you going to do with it? That sort of thing. And but they're walking around, getting that with that very fine line of we're really impressed, but there's no way we're going to let you know that.
So yeah, and I'm just like, well, this is where you can find me. Also, if there's extra work, that you need help with, my group owners were all pretty well established. Also, I did put in a recommendation for you guys in this thing, so be grateful. And that's it.
All right. So I think as this opera is actually like in a couple of days, so you're it's not an immediate contact thing, but one of the things that happens shortly after all of this starts to, you're getting settled in the house is let's see, who would it be? I think Gibson, you receive a magical message in your head via a sending spell.
Oh dear.
I am Vajra Safar, the Black Staff. Come to Blackstaff Tower in the Castle Ward at once. Bring your friends. And incidentally, that the Black Staff is a very important government position. It's basically like the person in charge of magic stuff that affects the city. And
Well,
this person has not been in the role long, but it's still in a very important position.
So we better go.
This could be a very good opportunity for us if we've gathered the attention of the Black Staff. So I will gather up my associates.
All right.
Fred is a bit strong.
So you all show up?
Sure.
You all travel? Okay, so let me...
Just for the record, I've been summoned to Blackstaff Tower, so I'm now allowed within 500 feet of it, so it's all good. I'm allowed to go. They want me to go, so
That's
this
right.
is fine.
Oh no. Do I have to say he's with me?
It's on you,
Bring your
buddy.
friends.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So Blackstaff Tower is... I have it on this map. It's not... Blackstaff Tower is... Where is... Hang on. I can read.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Here we are. So Blackstaff Tower is kind of near the market. It's just below this tower right here. So the Castle Ward is pretty fancy part of town. Lots of important government buildings there. Fewer houses and more like offices and guild halls and businesses and so on. Government buildings and so on. And then Blackstaff Tower itself is a sort of a fortress. It's kind of a squat black tower, not really that impressive looking from the outside, except that you find as you look at it, it kind of makes your eyes blur, like there's some sort of a magical effect happening. But it's a little hard to understand what it is exactly, but it's a tower.
Nice.
Yeah.
While Gibson would have kind of cried foul at the idea of dressing up for the opera, he is wearing his best cloak coming to the Blackstaff Tower.
All right.
His other
Sandrine's
cloak.
always in nice robes.
All right. So basically, when you arrive, you are escorted inside by a young man in wizard robes, but he shows you up to an office near the top where you see Vajra Safar, which I actually have a picture of her, I think. I didn't pull up Raynar when I had him earlier, but yeah, this is Vajra Safar.
No.
And so she is young for the position, but the Black Staff is not an elected position. It is like a magically transferred position where the spirit of the staff itself actually chooses its successor, and so she was officially chosen by the actual staff. And so it is pretty formal position, even though normally people wouldn't expect someone so young to be.
So she's the chief of staff.
Yes. But ching. Yeah, so she greets you all, and she's very matter of fact. She just says, so it has come to my attention that you are, at least some of you, the group that rescued Raynar Neverember from the Xanathar Guild the other night.
Yes.
Indeed,
Xanathar
from
Guild and the Zentarum?
yes, as it turns out, both. Although less from the Zentarum as from the other.
Yes. Well done on that. You have earned some respect here in the city, and I extend that respect to whatever members of your group, whether they were there originally or not, if they are considered to be with you. I wanted to speak with all of you because I am in addition to the Black Staff, I am also in charge of Force Grey, which is an elite squadron of magic users and fighters that is dispatched when there are special dangers to the city. And we also have a recruitment force known as the Grey Hands, and these are for anyone who is willing to devote their efforts to protecting the city and its people. And I would like to extend to you an offer to join the Grey Hands.
That is a very generous offer. I, for one, have no reservations, but I cannot speak for everyone here.
Shutak looks to Sandrine.
We were not part of the rescue party, but I am all for helping the greater good, as long as it doesn't mean I can never leave the
What
city.
does this membership entail?
There is no pay as such. You are called upon when there is need, and in doing so, you provide a service to the city. As a result, although there is not a direct financial compensation, you do have the benefit and support of the Grey Hands and Force Grey, should you require it. So,
Okay, but we need to pay for our house.
I
That's a
cannot help
separate
you with that,
matter.
I'm afraid.
I mean, I kind of do this already, but legitimacy is its own currency.
And indeed, she says, yes, certainly by entering into Greyhand's business, you will be offering, you will be acting in accordance with official Waterdeep business, and therefore may be given some latitude with the City Watch in certain circumstances, provided, of course, that you are not acting in a way that would lead me to question my allowance, my invitation, but in many respects, you would be given some authority to act on our behalf.
It is a great honor.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
I
don't
guess.
if any of you are available at present, I do have a first mission for each of you.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Is
Be ready,
anybody refusing, or is everybody kind of
Nope.
participating?
I'll participate, sure.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
it's more like, okay, but does this help us with the other things?
I am flattered by your offer, Blackstaff. But I'm afraid that I must continue to protect the city in a way that I see fit that may not align with your goals.
That is perfectly acceptable. I hope that our conflicting goals do not put us into a position where we are opposed, but I certainly understand. The rest of you then?
So, yes, this mission?
Yes.
All right. So what she tells you is, she says, seek out Plum, a monk who lives in a cave on the side of Mount Waterdeep. Ask him what he's heard about threats to the city, but try not to annoy him or overstay your welcome. He is very wise but mysterious and sometimes difficult.
Okay.
difficult how?
He lives by himself on a cave on the side of Mount Waterdeep.
So he's grumpy.
Yeah.
I don't think he likes
He might
people.
like you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not good with grumpy.
And specifically, we are to talk to him about this other matter?
Indeed. He has many sources of wisdom that are not entirely understood, and we seek him out for intelligence on various threats to the city.
Okay. Luker's gonna sidle up to Gibson and just kind of sotto voce say, "Is this someone we should really tell about the mind flayer we met in the sewers?"
Well, we were going to report that through the Harpers, but we could report directly, yes. I would be surprised if they hadn't heard something already. I'm not sure where you're sitting at your current intelligence as regards what we've done already. The rescue that we had gone through in the Xanathar facility. But there was a creature there, a powerful creature with an unusual face. The bottom of the face not being hair, but some sort of writhing tentacles. We lost one of our member to its incredible power. We've spoken to others about this, but not too many.
She does not look shocked, but more like this is a confirmation of something she feared. And she does say, there are There have been many rumors that such a thing might be the case. The Xanathar Guild certainly treats with many monstrous individuals for unknown reasons, and for a creature of that type to be operating within our walls is unsettling to say the least. Please do let me know if you find out anything more about that, and I shall do the same.
Of course.
We got a monk to find.
And just because Mark is somehow brain fogged today, we're asking about the conflict or the kidnapping. That was the crux of what we're going to ask the monk about.
No, not
or the
specifically.
larger Xanathar versus.
No, she basically just said, "Go talk to him and see if he's aware of any new threats."
Oh,
or
okay.
anything
Okay.
that
There
we
wasn't a
should be aware of.
specific.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's not very communicative. Otherwise, you have to send people to go see him.
Okay.
All right. So, with that, she dismisses you, and if those of you who want to go on this mission, whether in an official capacity or just for kicks, you are free to do so. But is everyone wanting to do that right now, or?
Yes.
No reason to wait.
All right. So this is actually takes you to the side of Mount Waterdeep. Let me get you get back on this map of the city here. And you realize once she has the wizard's apprentice point this out to you to where you're going, there's actually no roads to go there. It's literally a cave up on the cliffside, and you're going to have to climb.
Oh dear.
And it's not so basically it's like on the cliffside here, and you know that it's just below this eyrie which is the base of operations for the Griffin Cavalry. So that's there's part of the City Watch and City Guard police force has griffins that fly around over the city for aerial coverage, and that's their base of operations. And then the griffin here is actually one of the many enormous statues that's part of the city, and it is in fact a statue of a griffin that's sitting there sort of looking out to sea. But you're basically climbing about halfway up this whole thing, and so those of you who want to try to make the climb, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me.
Okay, before we go into that, would it be easier to take the ground access to the tower and then climb down than to climb up to it?
Either way, you're going to have to do some climbing
Okay.
down to the cave or up to it. The save is going to be the same.
Okay.
Honestly, this save is how exhausted you're going to be, not if you make it or not.
Okay.
Oh dear.
So this
Okay.
is an exhausting hike, not a death risk.
So that's just a flat con roll?
Yeah.
That's a
Constitution
saving
saving
That's
throw.
save.
Yeah.
Yeah.
18.
18's good.
7.
Oh,
right.
19.
13.
Right.
1 second, I lost my place.
Okay.
16.
All right. Well, anyone, is it only Lucre that got lower than 12?
18. Yeah.
2.
Okay. So
Oh dear.
Cage and Lucre then both you make it with the group, but you have one level of exhaustion, which means that for the moment you have disadvantage on ability saves until you can get a long rest. Ability checks, that is. Sorry. Yeah, one level of exhaustion.
When I was younger, I could have made that trip twice in a day, but not again, please.
Yeah.
Thanks for your help, Big Red.
All
No
right.
problem.
I don't think I would have been strong enough on my own.
You see this
Stupid new
cave.
boots.
You find the cave, and as you go into it, it becomes dark, but with a flickering light at the end of this tunnel. And as you go in there, you find a very Spartan sort of, very bare bones, only just the basic essentials. There's like a straw mat that might be for sleeping in. There's a very small place where a cook fire could be lit, but there isn't anything going in it right now.
Saturday reminds us our
A
inn
cup
right
and a
now.
bowl, and so it's just very spare. And
Luxury.
You know, sitting on the rock, just kind of facing a wall, but apparently meditating. You see a man. It's perhaps difficult to let's see. I have a picture. I have a picture of him. It's hard to say how old he is, but he is bald-headed, and there we go. He certainly looks old, but how old? Mm. He is very kind of wiry in his build, and he is just sitting there. But as you approach, he just says, "I suppose you want some questions answered?"
Aye.
We were sent by the Black Staff to seek your wisdom.
Ah. And why should I give it to you?
Because we're capable and we like you.
Make a persuasion check.
Sure.
Okay.
That's good. That's good. That's 14.
Okay.
Or no, I rolled a 14. I have a +3,
All right.
so 17.
He kind of laughs at like, very well then. I have seen something that would be of interest to the Black Staff. Evil's twin hides its face for now. Expect that to change before winter's end.
Evil's twin. Does it look like a thing that has like tentacles for a beard?
I've answered your question, now get out.
Okay.
He actually turns to look at you guys, and you get the sense that his limited amount of patience is already elapsed.
Shutak turns to leave.
Well, thank you, Sir Hlam.
That was easy.
Quinn digs around in her pack looking for something, and then she finds a gray hat, and she looks at him, checks the hat. Here. And then goes to leave.
He actually does reach out and take it, but then just kind of stares at you.
Big
Sir,
smile.
That's a nice hat you've got there, sir. I'm sure that'll keep you warm in this long winter. And while we're waiting for Evil's twin to do whatever, is there any way that you could dumb that down for those of us that aren't professional riddle solvers? Bright blue eyes, shining, trying to be charming.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check.
Okay.
Blink, blink, blink.
Is he helped by my gift?
I don't think Cage is helped by your gift, but
That's 14.
14. He kind of just takes a sigh, and he just says, "If you're reporting it to the Black Staff, she will know what I mean."
Thank you for that, sir. That nice cave you've got here.
And
Thanks.
for anything to happen
It's
to
usually
it?
very peaceful.
He's gonna burn down the cave. You better watch out.
Yeah. So he says, "Yes, thank you. It's usually very peaceful."
That's some nice shade you got going there, Monty.
And on that note,
Yeah. Bye.
All right.
Before we leave him, I've just got to say, it was an honor, Mr. Captain Picard.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
So do you return to the Black Staff with this message?
Yes.
Yes, so.
All right. So as you return, and this whole thing took like a few hours to kind of get up there and then get back, and as you return, she just says, "Well, was he willing to speak with you?"
Briefly,
Yes. And
it's a rather cryptic message.
of course.
Evil's twin hides its face for now. Expect that to change before winter's end. Is that correct, everyone? I think I
Yes.
wrote that down.
Yes.
and mentioned that when we'd report it to you, you'd know what that means.
Indeed.
She thinks about it for a moment, kind of steeples her fingers. I believe that I do. It is a concern. It's hard to imagine that could be true, but the words he uses makes me wonder. There was once an evil wizard named Manchun who set off a global cataclysm. You see, he had made many clones of himself so that he could always be protected. In case he was killed, he could resurrect himself in a clone, but there was a cataclysm, an accident, where all of the clones woke at once, and none of them wanted to share power, and they warred with each other, causing much devastation. This was hundreds of years ago. But it was always thought that perhaps some of the clones may have survived. I don't know. Could that be what he refers to? I shall have to think on this sooner, but thank you for speaking with him and getting even an oblique reference such as this. You have proven my correctness in inviting you to join. And those of you who would like to continue with the Grey Hands, you will receive another mission in the future should we have need of you. And each of you who have decided to sign up, you have 1 renown point in the Grey Hands.
Yay!
Yay!
Okay.
All right.
Is there a thing for that?
A thing? I don't think
Oh,
there's
yeah,
a specific. It's like you.
there's
It
a
goes
spot
in
for
allies.
allies.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's also organizations.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Grey Hand does that?
Yeah, the Grey Hands, which is like the it's the minor league for Force Grey, which is super
Right.
badass.
Okay.
All right. So in the meantime, you also the next day you're going to have the opera. So what are you guys doing to prepare for that?
Shopping!
Gonna get my hair did. Gonna get a nice,
Yeah.
outfit.
Okay.
All that.
So I
So
want to
Shutak
find
needs to be
something
told that-
that's less than a gold.
all right.
Shutak will need to be told that wearing his armor and bringing his shield would be a bad idea.
I tell him that.
Okay.
I'll change from the black cloak to the slightly darker black cloak.
One thing that you guys would probably know, at least those of you with any religious inclination in the city would know, that one of the temples in the city, is the Temple of, hang on, I'm trying to remember the name of it. The Temple of Beauty, which worships a god of beauty, and which I think is, I want to say Sune. Literally, the whole thing that temple does is they offer like makeovers.
Nice.
Nice.
Technically free, donations are encouraged.
Hey, Shutak.
I'm going there.
All right.
Yep, I'm gonna go there.
Shutak has
So-
never, ever felt like what he looked like was at all ever important. And would if Sandrine invites him out to this, would absolutely go. And his mind is completely blown
Mm-hmm.
that he could ever be pretty. I mean, imagine there's like some
Aw.
scale polishing going on, and
Do we have music playing? I feel pretty, oh so pretty.
Yeah.
Tooth
So,
sharpening. Everybody
is,
needs a tooth sharpening.
This place is up in the Sea Ward here, right around here, kind of southwest of the Heroes Garden there, this temple. And let's actually see what descriptions I have of that. Oh no, that's the wrong thing.
Yeah.
So essentially this is a very beautiful place, and it is literally all about helping people to look their best. And they are eager to bring you in. Several of you are, you come in and they're just like, it is clearly blessed that you've come here today.
Hey, wait a
Bless
minute.
your hearts.
Yeah, I was just thinking, oh, hon.
But no, but they're actually pretty charming about it. Like, you get the sense that they are 100% sincere about wanting to help everybody look as good as they can look.
So I'm gonna take out my fanciest shawl, and I'm gonna say I want to do something where this will be accentuated.
All right. They help you. So first of all, they're not providing like new clothes to people. Like they're this is like hair and makeup and fashion advice, but not clothes provided.
Right.
Yeah.
What can you do in a good-looking but menacing?
They actually show you that there is a way that you can adjust the fit of your cloak a little bit that really makes it classically do that whole thing where it's just it hangs right over
Also,
your eyes, but that you can still kind of see, but other people can't see your eyes.
Also,
wonderful.
eyeliner.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a smoky eye.
Yeah.
How can you? Is there a way that you can help my friend here see and appreciate just how beautiful he really is? And she's talking about Big Red, of course.
We're gonna need a montage here.
Yeah. So
Sandrine,
we've got these.
Sandrine believes that Big Red is gorgeous.
Yeah. So
Just
we've
an
got
FYI.
these, this is marbled public baths and mirrored salons open from dawn to dusk. And so I think what they help you do, Shutak, which is, first of all, they are just really speaking to you like, you've already got a lot to work with. And I think that part of what we need is we can give you some nice scale polish to really add definition to the scales, which is going to emphasize the color with a contrast. And then they are giving you all sorts of advice, and then there's a little one of them offering is like, if you would like, we can offer you a body language coach.
Yes! Oh
And so
So Shutak is like, looks over to Sandrine and is like, body language?
It's a new language.
I mean, the only body language I know is this one.
well,
Right. Could you please put that away and pull up your trousers, please?
how about make a performance check to represent like how readily you take to their advice.
Okay. All right. Performance. That's
Roll for
charisma.
initiative.
Yeah.
3.
3. Yeah, like they are very well
Completely does
meaning,
not get it.
but after like an hour or so of them trying to just like say, no, just with presence. You see, you walk into. Oh well, yeah. Well, you know what? We do have the nice scale polish.
So is this where I hit him? No. Scale polish. Right. Scale polish. Then I hit him.
Shutak was raised by kobolds. The idea that he should kind of proudly enter a room and have with the expectation that people should notice him is completely alien. Mm-hmm. He stays in corners and peeks around corners before he moves. He doesn't walk, he slinks.
Yeah. So I would imagine it's how does he feel about having all of these people just fawning over and like primping him and
mostly stunned silence. Because it's like, but if I do this, people will see me. And they're like,
yes.
Well, yes, that's the whole point. It's like, but then they can hurt me. Like, no, you're going someplace safe. You don't have to worry about it.
After a while, I think one of them kind of gets an idea and actually pulls you aside and just briefly says, let me pitch a scenario to you. You are in a room where you attract no one's attention except for that one special someone who meets your eye across the room, and nobody else in the room exists except for you. How does that sound?
That sounds useful under certain circumstances. Like, you... I guess.
Let's see. I'm gonna have this person make an insight check.
He's also got no sense of romance either.
Yeah.
So I have just a lore question here for this world. Can scaled creatures blush?
No, not. Yeah, Shutak would have to have some kind of sense of like
I would imagine like there's sort of a flared nostrils thing and maybe a little bit of smoke coming out as
Yeah.
involuntary. But yeah, so I think this person just kind of says, well, if it makes any difference to you, it would appear that there's already someone looking after you. So whatever you're doing,
Yeah.
keep it up.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
so I think with everyone sort of primped and preened, and
Yes.
are you spending money on nice new clothes, or are you just kind of trying to look your best based on what you have?
I'll spend a couple of silver.
Okay.
So,
I will too.
Sandrine actually, the city that she comes from is very well known and kind of high society. I was wondering if it was possible, since she had a couple of days, if she could just send away for something and robes come in whatever the version of mail is.
I think you could do that, but I think we sort of established that this was happening in like 2 days, and so I'm not sure
okay.
there's time
Okay.
for that.
So then
Yeah.
instead of that, yeah, I guess she just she's going to take her nicest robes and maybe use a little bit of prestidigitation to make it look a little shiny.
Okay.
Okay, and with that, I do have to get going. Have fun, guys.
Okay.
We'll
Bye-bye. Take care.
see you tomorrow.
See ya.
All right.
See you, man.
See ya.
See ya.
Thanks for joining, Hugh, and we'll see you tomorrow.
So Annie is going to be like the supervisor at the house and making sure the house is taken care of.
Well, actually, what I was thinking, I was going to suggest is that, there we go, that as you guys are going to meet with the Harpers, we'll kind of role play that Annie is there, but I have an idea for that
Okay.
too. So as you guys get ready, you're looking pretty respectable, not like noble fancy, but not bad, like as in normal people dressing nice. Let's see.
Look, so all of the colors that they added to my eyes to do this like dark glower thing, everything is available in this little palette, and I just have to use this brush. This stuff is amazing. Why did no one tell me about this before? I look so scary.
I have a new belt. It's black.
So as you guys
Quinn is wearing a dress.
so you guys have all now gone to this opera, and the instructions you got were that you have tickets to the opera and that you should come to Mert's private box during intermission.
Okay.
So you you take your seats for the opera, and it is, as previously mentioned, an opera sung in giant about the fall of Tiamat. And there's a program that has, you know, the what's the
Libretto.
yes, the libretto that describes this story basically, but it's sung in giant. And so you guys tell me if you like it.
I'll be casting comprehend languages, so I know what the hell's going on.
Sandrine just listens to the notes and you know, just every now and then that she starts to get into it, a guttural stop comes and she just kind of like jerks. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
And goes along. So she's trying really hard to.
I'd like to note that in my mind's eye, I imagine that an opera sung in giant sounds like the opera sung in Final Fantasy VI, where it's just
Yes.
human sounding notes going and I spend most of the time until the intermission looking at the audience and the crowd to see the who's who of Waterdeep and who is here and potential business that may occur.
Yeah.
Quinn is highly distracted by the costumes, not even paying attention to the opera, but she's like looking as close as she can, going, I think that's velvet. I wonder if we worked on that. I
Yeah.
think
Wearing
I might
clothes
know
is
who
not
did that
crocheted.
weave.
I'll be honest, Luker is asleep.
Yes.
She has that one point of exhaustion. It's like, okay, no.
I just realized that Viv has been waiting to come on, so I'll bring her in just a second here.
Sure.
Actually, let me go ahead and just do that. Just have her
Right, I'll be
on.
right back.
And I'm actually going to need to take just a very brief break shortly here. and I'll stop the stream and reset it, just so that it's not all one big chunk as the video. But let's get Viv on here.
By the way, Tech just went downstairs and he's whistling the opera from Final Fantasy.
All right. So basically, let's see if we can get Viv on, so I don't have to repeat myself with the whole thing here. Welcome, Viv, with your
Hey, Viv.
You.
Hey. So, basically where we're at right now, we'll bring your character in officially in a moment. But where the rest of the party is they have been invited to an opera so that they can make a contact with the Harpers for a couple of reasons. One, because some of them want to be closer in with the Harpers. They feel like they have important information to report. But also because Mert, their Harper contact, is a moneylender and he might be able to help invest in fixing up this old tavern house that they've now been granted the deed to.
The what? What's it called?
The deed to.
The deed. Oh, the
Yeah,
deed.
so
I
they
thought that was the
now
name
own a rundown mansion / tavern, and they need to fix it up, and they need money to do that.
Brothers.
Yeah. So, but we'll bring you in just a little bit.
Sure.
Actually, you know what? Let's briefly retcon, just so we can not have you have to wait. Let's retcon that in, like, when you guys were sort of in the day where you're still getting ready for all of this, Gibson, you happened to make contact while you were walking down the street with Dammit, who you knew from being in the City Watch. And you knew that she had a really hard time of it because she, as a drow, used to be given a lot of the sewer detail, which is not fun work, but she's given it because she's got dark vision, she's good at it, and it's just, and she also sometimes it keeps her out of the public spotlight, which, is a little, it is what it is. But she was on a mission where some sort of a magical disaster transpired that basically apparently killed the rest of her unit, and she never quite was the same afterwards and quit the force shortly thereafter. Sorry, I don't want to just tell your backstory.
No. But you're doing a great job.
I'll say that you guys ran into each other, and you maybe as a suggestion, perhaps, damn it, you're feeling a little bit at loose ends right now. And so it's good to meet Gibson, who is also just one of the other City Watch guys that you respected before he retired.
Okay.
It would be probably a strange meeting if anyone is around, as Gibson suddenly shouts, Damn it! Damn it! It's good to see you!
Do you have to swear?
Hey, Gibson.
Oh. How are you? I haven't seen you for a dog's age. Feels like, anyway.
The same.
Well, you've landed on your feet, I hope.
Always.
Good. I've stepped out of the watch myself these days. I've kind of gone private.
Can't blame you. It sucks there.
There were good times, sometimes. Not always, I admit, and not all of the private life has been... Well, I recently lost a friend. Still somewhat bothered by that. But I have others who've been helping me. We're doing good. Outside of the Watcher's rules sometimes, maybe, but... are you doing anything? Do you have some time?
Sure. It sucks about your friend, though. That's why I left the City Watch. My friends, they disappeared. They died. And nobody gave a shit.
I always did. And I might be in a position to do more later, but we'll talk about that later. For now, if you're not busy, I have a ticket to see an opera. Would you care to come? I think I can have a +1. I can probably finagle that. It'd be good to catch up with you. And if you're still not terribly busy, perhaps I can invite you to come back and join us at the inn.
I'm going to suggest, as just a moment, so that I can take just a quick break, how about you guys sort of reintroduce your characters to each other and maybe just kind of role play a little bit, Damit's integration here. And as a bit of lore for the city, kind of like with goblins, the idea of a drow citizen of Waterdeep is not unheard of. It's more unusual, though, just because many people know that the drow society where they live in the Underdark can be very sort of evil and violent and treacherous. And so if there was a group of drow somewhere, people would say, well, that's a little suspicious. A single drow is not necessarily a cause for alarm, but there's fewer of them. There's not very many in the city.
All right. Well, do we want to just introduce each other first so that Viv knows who the hell everybody is?
So as you're having this conversation, Quinn comes bounding out from wherever she was in this new dress going, Gibson, I found this. Oh, hi.
Quinn, this is, damn it, this is Quinn.
Hi, damn it.
Hey,
Hey,
cute dress.
thanks. I don't normally wear them.
No, it's fetching on you.
So you two know each other, I take it?
Yes, damn it was one of my colleagues with the watch.
Cool. Well, maybe. I hope.
It's
So,
behind us now.
as that's happening, Sandrine and Big Red come out and they're walking out of the temple, and she says, I just love how your scales look. It really shows off what was already there. And then she takes in the visage of Dammit, and she just kind of inhales a little, and she walks up. Hello? Who's your friend?
Damn it.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't know we were swearing.
No, it's a common misconception.
Always with this. Always.
It's
Does it mean something else?
Unfortunate. Anyway.
Her name is Dammit. This is, as in, well, never mind what is in. This is Sandrine. Sorry, what was the name? Sandrine. And Shutak.
Shutak, which means big red.
Which means big red. These are two of my recent colleagues in new endeavors. I'm
You'll be
part owner of a
getting
bar
it
now.
Enough too.
So, for Viv, Sandrine is a redheaded, green-eyed high elf, and Big Red is a. Well, I'll let him describe.
Is a somewhat scrawny, underfed, stunted dragonborn, which means he's about normal size for a human being.
And
With immaculately polished scales right now.
Yes.
Yes.
Red scales.
Sweet.
And Quinn is a gnome, about 3 foot nothing, and normally her hair is very unkempt black wild hair, but right now it is nice and smooth and pulled back into a bun at the nape of her neck, and she looks amazing, and she's got this lovely crocheted shawl that she's very proud of about her shoulders.
And somewhere around here, has anyone seen Luker?
Luker didn't bother with the temple. She kind of comes around a corner to meet everybody because it took a while to get the sewer out of her red greatcoat. So that pretty much took all of her, all of what she was willing to spend on getting prettied up. But she looks fairly, neat enough, and of course, nice shiny buttons. The greatcoat is definitely the shining piece as far as dress goes. But yeah, she's coming to meet you guys from a different direction.
And a tiefling.
Yes, Luker is a tiefling with kind of concrete gray skin and the gold eyes and bright red greatcoat. And I don't think she's wearing the hat or the bandolier right now, but she has a hat that Quinn made her that matches her greatcoat very nicely, and she's very happy with that.
Where's Mr. Smoky Eye?
He's been skulking at the back in a really menacing looking black cloak with an exquisitely done smoky eye, accenting piercing blue eyes. You can't see the half elf ears under the cloak, so he looks human-ish, and speaks in perfect undercommon as he's, "Hello, damn it, my name is Cage."
Sup? Nice eyeliner.
I think it's Feyliner in this case.
Eyeliner. So, damn it is a drow. She's about 6 foot something. I don't really remember. She's skinny. Of course, I made her skinny. You know, like elf skinny, the usual. So whatever that weight is at like 6'3" or whatever. She's got white hair, but she dyes it a deep, deep dark purple. She has white eyes, gray skin. She is a life domain cleric. And yeah, she hates spiders.
A drow that hates spiders, fantastic.
She hates
She is a cleric of Lathander.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
A drow that's a cleric of Lathander. I love you, Viv.
It's like it's music to my ears. Sorry.
Harry, where did you come from?
And Gibson is human, getting up there in age, showing it much more than anyone else around, actually. Graying temples, graying beard, gray cloak, but a nice black belt that he just acquired.
He's got this whole monochromatic thing going on.
Then he rose to the ranks of investigator in the City Watch, but then left not too long ago.
Ah, yes, the City Watch. Bastards.
Cousins of yours.
Yeah.
As I was saying, there's an opera we've been invited to, and I probably can put in a word. We can all put in a word, perhaps, if you'd like to go. I would like to catch up with you, if you don't mind. I don't think anybody here would mind.
Not at all. I know a guy, as a matter of fact.
Of course you do. Yes. Well,
I'm between jobs, so I'm interested. Am I dressed well enough for this fancy, though?
Well, I mean, it's a nice theater, but like they're not going to turn you. There's not a dress code per se.
Oh, okay.
Just say you're with me, damn it, and no one will question. Sure.
With the gussian up, I thought maybe it was a formal affair, like a shindig or something.
It is basically as formal as you are able to manage.
So it's Broadway play, but Broadway play on a Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, like it is.
Got it.
There are probably, if you don't look nice, there will probably be people who will cluck their tongues at you, but that's all.
I'm a drow. I'm okay with that part, as long as I can get in.
All right.
Oh, and our silent friend over there, the half-orc, is named Andy DeFrango, or DeFango, sorry.
Yeah.
But something seems to have got her tongue. His tongue. I don't remember which.
Her. Yeah, Annie was a she.
Okay.
And that was Hugh's character, but Hugh is
I
not
missed
able to.
Hugh.
Yeah, Hugh will be playing some more tomorrow.
Awesome.
But in the meantime, you guys make your way to this theater. And I'm going to actually briefly stop the broadcast and restart it just to reset. So any of you watching, don't worry. We're just going to stop it briefly and just start it again right away.